How's it going, guys? I decided to fire it up to give some options. You told me to answer, Max. What was I supposed to answer? I missed that part. Hey, Mark. But you're right. I really was. That cat is psychotic. Keeps trying to come in the doggy door. I had to put the little lock slat in so he'd quit trying to come in. No idea what's going on with that thing. He ain't rabid. He's just crazy. My dogs look at him like lunch. And then my tomcat, and he's a big tomcat, heard a heck of a ruckus out just outside my back door. Went out there and they were going at it. It's like, Jesus, that cat's crazy. Got in earlier, but I have a female cat that I think that tomcat likes that I haven't got fixed yet. So yeah, she goes in Tuesday to get fixed. And I think that tomcat came in. Hey Ryan, what's up, man? I think Don T will be coming on here in a bit too. We're gonna Shaw will be coming on after a while too. He's gonna get up early and come in. We're gonna have a discussion on some of the ancient history stuff. I got some coordinates. I want, if Don can pull them up, I want to look at them. There's some weird things I found through the Amazon. I think there's so much stuff in there that is yet to be discovered. But there's some red pilings, and don't get me wrong, there's red clay in that area. It's a high red clay content, but there's some outcroppings that look a little odd to me. I won't bore y'all with that though. Not yet. Not until other people get up here and I can show you what I'm talking about. You guys are getting cold down there in Texas right now, aren't you, Ryan? Colder than usual, anyways. And Mark down there in Tennessee, I heard you guys are getting some snow, even possibly. Zach was telling me around that area getting snow. Hi, Valentine. Welcome in. Yeah. Yeah, I saw you guys were getting like down into the 40s in some of the places in Texas, which is pretty insane for Texas. It's that global warming, causing everything to get cold. Still haven't figured out how that works. But I do realize now why they changed it to climate change. Have you guys have you guys gotten cold enough for snow yet, Max? In your area? That would be insane. Bad enough getting into the 40s and 50s where you're at. Ryan, Max is actually just east of you in Florida. Well, that's a plus. It hit northern Texas bad enough when they got snowed. It hit Florida. Snow is an interesting thing to drive on if you're not used to it. Up here, we grow up with it, so we're used to it. But people that aren't used to it, man, we've got crashes left and right from people coming in out of state that don't know how to drive on it, especially with the black eyes. Holy crap, Ryan! In the 20s. Tonight we're going to be warmer than you. I think our low is 27 tonight. We're getting in a little 3-day heat wave. Tomorrow we'll be up to 54, but then we'll drop back down into 30s on a regular basis, and then into the teens. And that's crazy. You guys are all getting colder temperatures, and in my area, the last couple of weeks we've been seeing warmer than normal temperatures because usually January and February are horrible. Right on, Max. That would explain why. Yeah, but this time of year, we get Arctic fronts this time of year. We never get warm fronts. It's a weird deal. But I don't know if you look on the map, but like you say, it's pushing up. It's like a swirling effect, and then it's drawing our mountain cold, which is even colder than that here, down into Texas. That's what they're getting hit with, going straight across those high altitudes. Right. I still got to finish my wood splitter, my log splitter. It's a monster, but I haven't finished it yet. I still got to get the hoses made for it. I can split pretty much anything. I've just got a couple bolts in right now. I haven't got the hinge assembly done to where I can tip it up yet, but weld the hinge and pin assembly on, and then the plate at the bottom, and I'll be good to go. And then the hoses. But I got to get the hinges on to know what type of lead I need to get for the hoses, how much length I need, and everything. I've been kind of dragging my feet on it. I need to get it done. I was watching. I don't know if any of you guys watch the thing on YouTube called Monkey Works. I was watching it, and last night, I disagreed with somebody that there was uh, Russian naval activity towards Cuba, and I was wrong. I watched Monkey Works, and he was showing some of the pings that are coming in, and there is uh, Russian naval activity around Cuba, which is insane, or headed towards Cuba, which is insane. So I don't know what's going on there. But if you ever get a chance to check out Monkey Works, it's a good show. The guy knows his stuff. Nice. 2.5 cords. Down there, you could probably get, maybe not. Maybe because it's not wood isn't as accessible, but probably get wood pretty cheap since it's not really commonly used like here. I'm guessing, huh? And we pay depending on what you get, 185 a cord. But if you get pine or something, you're going to be paying 250 or better for a cord if it's straight pine. Yep, Ryan, the guy at Monkey Works. Yep, you know who I'm talking about. Then I like his show quite a bit. He's calm. He's got a good demeanor. His voice is easy to follow. He doesn't get too excitable. He just kind of lays out what he sees, and that's it. I actually didn't plan on coming up, but I was getting some whispers. People were asking if the game was going up, so I figured I'd toss it up real quick to give everybody an alternate if they wanted it. And like I say, later, hopefully here pretty soon, Don was going to come in and we are going to discuss some of that stuff. And I know Don can pull up a lot. He does it for a living, but he could do a lot more stuff on the computer, like pulling that stuff up than I can. I am not skilled at that. All red oak. Holy crap. Okay. Yeah, around here, that would sell high because it burns hot, it burns long. Most of the firewood we get around here, cottonwood, crap like that, that really clogs up your chimney, the softer woods. So I've got a lined chimney so it doesn't clog it up. Had them line it. Actually, before I even moved in here, when I was remodeling it, had somebody come in and line it. Around here, though, God, my gas bill is getting insane. For December, it said $245, and then I went to pay it, and it was over $300. I had no idea how that works, but I guess. And that was for December, which my normal December bill is like $100. So it more than doubled. So I'm a little concerned how my January and February bills are going to be. They're going to be $400. Oh, it's all good. Most of the time we just split it ourselves anyways. So I get it for free. And that, and at our local landfills, a lot of the tree cutters, they don't split it themselves. They'll just haul it off in, 3-4 foot chunks to the landfill. I'll go out there and pick it up, cut them into, 18-inch chunks, and then split it myself. Free wood, free firewood. And there's like massive piles of wood out there. So it's kind of whatever you get, you get. I do like burning elm. Elm is hard and it's good stuff. Hey, Canoe. There he is. How's it going, man?
What's up?
Hey, Jason. Ryan said they're down in Texas there. They're getting into the 20s at night. Which is weird because we had 48 today and we're supposed to have 54, 55 tomorrow. Which I don't remember a January that ever got that warm. Hey, Ghost.
It's 26, feels like 20.
I think
It's supposed
right
to
now
warm up a little today, but it never did.
Oh, we did. We were 15 degrees warmer today than we were yesterday. And yesterday it warmed up from the rest of the week.
Yesterday was cold as fuck here. That was the 5-degree day.
See, we probably are going to drop down. Nights, even during the summer, will drop a lot at night up here. I think it's just an elevation thing. That can't be right. No way it's 39 degrees. Let me refresh. I'll be damned. It's 32. That's pretty darn warm for the nighttime here, this time of year. Yeah, our low tonight's only 28 degrees. So we're not going to get very low at all. You ever go look on Google Maps, Canoe?
If I'm looking for something specific, I don't really just open it up and fly around playing with it that much. I've done it before. There are other options than Google Maps when it comes to satellite imagery.
Are there any clearer ones that don't?
Well, it all depends on, you have to go to those locations on each of the different services to see. I know you were talking about something down in the Amazon. If you have a specific location like map coordinates or GPS coordinates, what you can do is go on Wikipedia and type in that location, and once it comes up, the coordinates will be on the wiki page. If you click on that, there'll be a secondary page that opens up that lists, probably 15 to 20 different services that have imagery of that set of coordinates. And there's a whole list of them. Like
right
Wiki Maps, Spot, a bunch of other stuff. I mean, yeah, but you got to
Because
know the general location of the area you're looking for. Like if there's a city or a town or a famous landmark nearby, you could type that into Wikipedia, and then the coordinates for that'll come up, and then you can open up one of the mapping services and go from there to find what it is you're specifically looking for.
see, I go like with the Amazon, and I've done it like in Egypt and different desert areas too.
Yeah.
I'll grid it out, make my own kind of grid up, and then zoom in all the way I can until you're seeing like trees. And then I'll just scroll across and then go up, scroll across, and then go up and scroll across. And I found some kind of cool things today.
Well, the neat thing that you can do, it sometimes shows up on Google Maps, but more often it shows up on Wiki Maps. Go around airports or Air Force bases and look at the flight path to and from the runways. Sometimes you get weird images of planes that are like on approach to land or have just taken off.
Oh, I got you.
They're not like real full images. They're like ghost, like the resolution's bad. It's a different color scale, but you can make out the fucking planes.
Nice. The thing that's frustrating about Google is you'll be scrolling along and then you'll start seeing more and more of something that kind of looks, out of the ordinary for the middle of, like, say, the Amazon. You'll start seeing little like buildings or something, just no roads leading to them, and then a structure, and then all of a sudden you go up to the next grid and it's all blanked out. It's like, what the heck? So anytime you get excited that you might be finding something interesting, then it just gets blanked out. But there's groups that do that too, even with the LiDAR, and they spend hours a day doing that, just scrolling through area by area, trying to find stuff like that.
Well, law enforcement does that too. They'll scroll through looking for clandestine drug operations, like pot farms that are like in the national parks and shit like that, or the state parks.
Right. Shit, I never even thought about that middle of the Amazon. That might be what some of those little buildings I was seeing.
Oh, they could be prospectors,
Yeah.
looking for gold and stuff. That I'm sure that if you were just a regular Joe, like me and you are, you could go to Google Maps and like tell them you don't want this location to be visible, and you probably have to pay a decent amount of money, but they would black it out for you.
Right.
They do it for the government. I'm sure they do it for private citizens if the pay is good.
Right.
Like say you got like you're prospecting and you found a really hot spot for gold or something, like up in Alaska or whatnot. If you're making decent enough money, pulling gold out of the ground, I'd approach Google and do exactly that.
Yeah, to avoid claim jumpers.
Yep.
Hard to believe, but that still happens a lot.
Oh yeah. The guy I watch who's up in British Columbia, Dan Hurd, he's got a great prospecting channel on YouTube, and he's been dealing with claim jumpers for like 4 or 5 years now.
There's a show on it's about Mount Ontario where they're pulling out the aquamarine, and here in Colorado, and they deal with claim jumpers on their claims up there on Mount Ontario, and that's above tree line, so ridge line. That's up there 12,000 foot and whatnot. They were talking one time about that there was a guy up there. He claimed he was just hiking, but they found all his gear. He had taken it and thrown it, but he had broke his leg, and he had to wait for them to come up the next day to get help down. So they helped him down, and then they had to report him to the cops because they found all his gear.
Yeah. Like I remember watching an episode of it was a TV show that I can't remember the name of. It was one of those live action police things, but it was geared towards drugs. Drugs Incorporated, that was the name of the show. And they had a camera crew set up style just like the TV show Cops, and they would go around with law enforcement, and they would also, it was like a 50-50 split. They would also follow around the drug dealers that were willing to be on the show, and they would show both sides of like how the drug dealers are doing shit and then how the cops are trying to track them down and stuff. And there was this one episode, they were in California. I think they were in one of the big national parks east of Yosemite, like Grand Sequoia or something like that. And like they had like a SWAT team in the forest, camped out, like surveilling this drug setup. And like these guys were like living in the woods for like 3-4 weeks at a time. You know, one or two guys would, you know, leave their observation post, you know, one or two times a week to pick up fresh food and water and everything. But they were surveilling these illicit grows in the national park, and they were being run by the Mexican mafia. And like they showed video footage that they were taken for evidence during their observation, and they were showing like these guys walking around with AK-47s patrolling, you know, their grow op, and then setting up traps all over the place. Like they were using grizzly bear traps. They were hanging fish hooks from the trees.
Oh, yep.
And shit like that. Bungee stakes and all kinds of shit. I mean, it was nasty stuff. And when they finally went to bust them, it turned out that they were all like illegal Mexican immigrants that hardly spoke any English, and they were just dumb as fuck, like farm kids. And like they knew nothing about like the higher ups in the organization. They were just told, go spend the summer at this camp. You know, and like two people would know how to handle the guns, and even then they were like pretty retarded.
Yeah. They find the people that won't ask questions or don't think they ask the questions. The type of people that you got to give them a single task, otherwise it'll completely mess them up.
Yeah, and with the show, like on the opposite side where they're following around the drug dealers and stuff, and this one episode, it was they released it right around Mardi Gras, and they sent a camera crew down to follow this drug dealer in Orleans he was picking up bulk cocaine and making crack with it and going around on the streets, you know, in downtown New Orleans during Mardi Gras and showing them like selling shit and getting chased by rival dealers and street gangs and biker gangs and the cop. Like it was a hectic hour-long episode. And at the end, he's like, "Yeah, I made a little bit of money tonight. Not, you know, nothing special, but you know, I do this every week."
Ryan says his best hideout it was Waffle House. There's a cute waitress and free coffee.
We don't get many cute waitresses at Waffle House around here.
We don't even have Waffle Houses.
Yeah, there's some around here. It's not huge in the suburban areas and everything. It's more rural on the back, you know, the county roads and stuff. once you get further away from Cleveland and all that stuff, then you start seeing Waffle Houses. I've been there a few times. This is all right.
Y'all would probably like this area. There's a whole lot of cowgirls that are the waitresses and stuff. Yeah, and they're good people too. You know, they're not rude or anything. They're good old country type people, but some good looking ones. I know Ryan would definitely like it because probably it up here is probably a lot more like Texas than he thinks it is. We're just kind of the cold out in the eastern plains here. We're just the colder because we're not Kansas. We're not really Nebraska. We're more, well, kind of more like Wyoming-ish where I'm at. I don't know if that makes any sense, but you know how it is from place to place. You know, people are always just a little different.
Excuse me. Ugh.
Although, like I was telling people last night, I've never seen the ocean. And actually, if I do go, it probably won't be like the coast. I'll probably go south to Texas, like around Corpus Christi or something like that, and see
I
the
hear
Gulf.
Christie. Yeah, I hear that Christie is beautiful.
A lot of people here, they go south, and everybody that I know talks about you got to go to Corpus Christi if you want to see the ocean, good beaches, have a good time. They always tell me Corpus Christi. And I guess there's a few less populated areas that are really nice too, but it's really fun there. I hear. Although at 45, it might be one of those things that's funner when you're 20.
Well, it's kind of a conservative area too because they got a big naval air station there.
Right.
So there's a lot of service members.
Brian says Galveston is good too.
Padre, yeah.
They were telling me that there's some there's one little beach and it's a smaller community, but they have like a Jeep's top down rally there a couple times a year. And I guess it's supposed to be an awesome place to go to. I guess though you don't want to stay too late because a lot of drunken brawls when it gets later at that area.
What's up, Nightingale?
Hi, Nightingale.
Yeah, I've only been to the ocean once, and it was a day trip. We were vacationing at Williamsburg, Virginia, and we just took a day trip out to Virginia Beach, and it's nothing but high-rise hotels along the beach strip and a bunch of crappy restaurants and touristy, gimmicky gift shops.
See, and the last thing I want is touristy. I want to meet the royal people in the areas.
It is a public beach, so you don't have to stay at those hotels to sit out on the beach, like right behind those hotels. They have public access points all over the place. And the fun thing was that the Navy SEALs training center is just south of there, a couple miles, and they send the SEALs, to do training on Virginia Beach. So, like, me and my mom and my sister, after we had gone swimming, we're just hanging out on the sand on our blankets, and like 2 platoons of Navy SEAL trainees are running on the beach, like right at the surf line, carrying either long ass telephone poles or boats, like rubber, the rubberized inflatable, the rib boats. Super heavy stuff, and they're just running right in the surf line and getting wet and panting. They can't breathe because they're running, hauling all that weight, and they got their instructor screaming at them and shit. It was, my mom's like, what the hell is going on? Like SEAL training.
I went to Grand Rapids, Michigan once. It was just a trip up, trip back, and had a couple minutes. So I wanted to see. So I basically seen one of the Great Lakes, Lake Michigan, but I was there early in the morning and it was so stinking foggy I could see like 10 foot of it.
Yeah,
And
you
all I
were
could see.
probably west of Grand Rapids doing Lake Michigan.
Oh, I bet it was. Yeah.
Because on the other side, the eastern side of the state, you got like Lake Erie in the very southern part of the state, and then you got the Detroit River, and then Lake St. Clair. Lake St. Clair has some nice beaches, but anything south is garbage. That
Oh,
Lake
okay.
Michigan side where you were at, they've got some very nice public beaches there.
Nice.
Me and my mom drove up and down that coast for a trip once, and we stopped at a lot of places. And there's a city called Holland that has a really nice public beach there.
Nice. I remember pulling into Grand Rapids and that waterfall coming down through the middle of town. I can still picture that. That was one of the coolest things.
Yeah, I never made it to Grand Rapids. We bypassed it on the highway.
It was really neat to see. I do remember. I remember the wah, wah, the horns from the ships. I remember you could hear those just real slow and almost eerie sounding. They're just, I don't, they must have been kind of letting each other know where they were at, but there was a couple different ones. That was cool. I'd never heard anything like that before. You hear it on TV, but in person, it's almost a haunting sound. It's just crazy.
Oh yeah, if you're like in downtown Cleveland, you can hear all that horn stuff. That's boats moving up and down the Cuyahoga River and into
Oh,
the
wow.
port, and like then you hear the horns and sirens from all the bridges that have to go up and down to let those boats through. They have a unique sound.
Nice. It just, I don't want to say as haunting as, I mean, it was really cool, but it's almost got a haunting sound to it. I don't know how else to explain it. And I don't know if it was the fog or the thick air that was making it so haunting sounding, or if that's normal, but man, it was just like slow and yeah, it was haunting. That's the biggest body of water I've ever been close to. Except I've never been up in a jet before. I've been up in like a Cessna, and I went up in a helicopter once, but I've never been in a jet.
I've never been up in the air.
I can't get on a jet. I don't know if it's that there's so many people or if it's that I don't know what it is, but like on a Cessna, there's just like maybe 3 or 4 of you. You're talking to the pilot, so the pilot, it's not that big of a deal. And you get to watch where you're going and all that, so it's no big deal. Went to Lubbock once. Oh man, not a single damn tree anywhere.
It's like Iowa. It's nothing but corn.
That's out here. It's kind of funny when people think that everywhere in Colorado is mountains, and then they get out here and it's all wheat fields, and they're just baffled. They're like, "What the heck? Pasture land and wheat fields is all." Well, now that changed when they did the ethanol plants. Now there's a lot of corn and a lot of sprinkler units sucking our darn water out of the ground to get that corn for money for ethanol. Ticks me off. There's so many wells going dry of people that have had, just their normal house wells. They're going dry because all these farmers trying to get that ethanol money. and they let them, these corporate farms, they let them put a well in, and then the regular people have to jump through hoops to get a well.
I got 2, maybe 3 wells on my property.
Wow.
I want to say there's 3, but I only know where 2 of them are.
Nice.
There's one in the house. It's actually the access is in the basement, and it's been covered up for probably 50 years. But there's another one, probably about 200 feet south of the house, and we turn that on. We have it's plumbed to run into our basement, and it has a feeder line that runs out into the one barn where they used to water all the dairy cows back in the day.
Nice. Nice.
And that's my hookup spot for watering my garden. The one that's in the house, the only time I use it, we have an outdoor spigot. And if I'm running, the garden hose or the pressure washer, I'll use that. But you can't use it too long. My dad told me like 10 years ago that the pump was kind of fucked up, and you could only run it for like maybe an hour before it would start stressing out the pump or some shit like that. I don't know. So I use it sparingly. But there is a bypass piping system in the pipe network down in the basement where if I wanted to, I could shut off the city water supply and run the well water through the house like in an emergency.
I got you. See, I'm on city water here. I've got that massive filtration system though I got a while back that I was telling Pat about it even a long time ago. That thing is getting all funky to where I pour my water and I got to let it sit for a while because it's all full of bubbles. So yeah. I don't know what's going on with my filtration system right now.
It's it's not soft water. Like if you're running well water for human consumption, you want to get a softener system. We have one, but it hasn't been used in 30 years probably.
Oh, I got it.
Hey.
What's up, Tim?
Oh man, sorry I'm late. My youngest boy's having woman issues.
Fire in the bowl.
Fire in the bowl. Damn right, man. That's the first thing I said to him. I was like, well, fire in the bowl. Start this off right. He was like, what?
Nice. Ryan says he's got 2 springs and watered about 60 foot. Right now, where I'm at, if I got acreage right here, I'd have to go about 180 foot.
I'm not sure how deep our wells are. I don't have a clue.
And we used to have springs around
here. Yeah. They're probably not that deep though, Canoes, with the way
I would doubt that they're more than 100 feet. Probably more close to 50 or 60 feet, to be honest with you.
Hey, Nightingale. What's up, Wild Bill? Ryan? Jason?
A couple years, a couple properties north of me before you get up to where I work, there's a housing subdevelopment there. And they built the development, probably about 22 years ago, something like that. And it was all just an open cornfield. And I used to go back there, and there was a spring probably about 200 feet south of the road. And the biggest fucking blueberries, or not blueberries, blackberries and black raspberries.
Oh, wow.
Grew around that spring. I didn't know who even owned the property. I'm like, fuck it, I'm grabbing some berries.
Right.
They destroyed the spring when they built the development, it's like what's left of the spring is like in some dude's backyard, and he's had flooding issues, and he has no idea that there used to be a spring there.
Oh wow.
It's like half the year his backyard's flooded when it hasn't even rained, and he's wondering, it's like, what the fuck's up with this? I'm like, oh, it must be a close point for the groundwater. It's like, no, there used to be a spring there.
Wow.
They just took a bulldozer and a backhoe to it and wrecked the shit out of it and covered it with dirt.
No shit. What a waste.
Yep.
Oh yeah, fire in the bowl. Gotta put some green in the bowl first.
Yeah, that usually works better doing that.
Yes, it does.
You know, I didn't do a thing physically today. I just played around on the internet, and I'm more tired than if I had worked a full day of work.
And it's really hard being relaxing, damn it.
Yeah, I should have done something.
Right.
I busted ass at work today. They left me a ton of shit to do.
Oh, really?
I flat out told the girl I was working with, I'm like, I'm going to be in the back. If you need me, hit the buzzer. It's like, they told me, oh, you just have to make one salad for the deli. No, I needed to make 4 salads for the deli. And then we were waiting for a beer delivery that should have been delivered Friday, and it's never showed up. So I ended up stocking all the beer that we had pretty much left from the back room into the cooler, and we're out of like half of our best sellers.
Oh, wow.
We've been ordering light, to save money because this is our slow season,
Right.
and it's just like every single door of that cooler has at least 4 or 5 dead spots in it.
Oh, wow. Wish you wouldn't go back outside. It's cold. It's cold.
And standing in that kitchen for 4 hours, hovering over a counter making salads, that killed my back.
Oh, no shit. Now, I was going to say, man, you need one of those chairs. You could basically like a bar stool chair with wheels on it or something so that you can roll around in there while you're sitting down. You know what I'm saying?
That I could do that. I have it's not like a bar stool looking chair. It's more like an industrial factory looking chair.
Yep.
Made all out of steel and shit. I'm pretty sure the framework on the legs is just like 90-degree bent steel. You could probably,
fashion wheels onto it.
Cut like a cube of wood and screw it into place at the very bottom, and then put some casters that drilled into the wood. It would be doable.
Oh, there you go. There you go. Just an idea, but maybe it'll work.
Yeah. I'm not used to sitting down at work though. It's like ever since I started working as a kid.
Yeah.
Always stand. If you got
well, if your back starts hurting, grab the chair and at least make it feasible to continue work.
The back starts working. I walk away from it and give it 5-10 minutes and go smoke a cigarette or a bowl.
Right.
Oh.
Brought to you by Sausage Gravy Biscuit Farms. Calm. Yep. But yeah, my son has reached the end of that relationship. I think he's done. He said she's gone pure batshit crazy.
Yep, best to walk away.
Yo, they're on a lease at the house where they're at right now, and she ain't got a job, so she ain't paying no bills. And yeah, she's trying to kick him out. I told him, I said, you call that landlord, you tell him what's up. And yeah, he can break the lease for him and then turn around and resign him with a new lease. You know what I'm saying? Or he can deal with her. I don't have no woman issues. Not that I know of, anyway. uh,
I wish I had women issues for a change.
right. Well, I'm not saying it wouldn't be nice, to have some issues, yeah, but yeah, but no shit, man. Uh, it was so cold last night. The pipe still ain't thawed out, and it was 40 something, 45 degrees today this afternoon. Yeah, pipe still ain't thawed out, but it's only supposed to get down to like 28 tonight, and then 38 tomorrow, and then 50s in the low 50s on Monday. So they should be thawed out tomorrow.
I had a good one when I went out to go feed my cats in the barn tonight when I got home from work. I had my neighbor last night came over and did my driveway for me. And I noticed tonight that when he was getting like the concrete driveway right in front of the garage, he went a little too wide on it and he tore up the end piece of that wooden walkway that I had around the back door.
Oh, really?
Like, I'm going to have to go over and say, hey, man, I don't care that you did, you fucked up my shit over here. I really don't. I'm like, you actually helped me out because I want to tear that thing out of there. But I'm like, you need to go look at your plow and see if it's damaged.
Oh, yeah. No shit.
Oh, yeah. I'm going to tear that whole thing. My dad built that from some half-ass landscaping pallets like 15 years ago. And he didn't treat them with any, Johnson weather seal or anything like that. He just set them up. Over
so he wasn't walking through the mud, right?
Yeah, exactly. And they've been, since they weren't treated, they've been rotting out the last 8 years. And they're really actually too dangerous to have there anymore because some of them rock and they're starting to snap and your foot could go right through it and get all cut up.
Right.
So
right.
my plan, I'm going to tear all that shit out, and I've got a bunch of brick piled up in the backyard, leftover shit that from when my aunt built her house back in the 70s. And I'm going to lay out just the border with brick stacked up 2 bricks high, fill the inside of it with gravel, and put a couple big paving stones in the middle of it.
Yeah, that'll work, and it'll look nice too.
It'll be cheap. Like the gravel will be the most expensive part. To get enough gravel to do that's probably going to be about $200.
I don't know. Shit,
oh, dude, material prices around here are high.
Really?
Yeah, gravel.
I was gonna say I get a 10-ton truck for about $175, maybe $200.
Yeah, I think I want to get a little bit of gravel extra so I can fill in a couple holes in the driveway. But 20 tons around here is about $225, depending on where you go.
Right. You want to go outside, Ranger? Is that what you want? You want to go back down?
I don't understand why it's so fucking high because we got a gravel plant in the city.
Insurance rates and all that shit. And just
Oh,
one truck.
It's the economy in general. Because if I would have done this, like, say, 5 years ago, it would have been half the price.
Right. Yeah, I was getting 20-ton trucks in here when we put the road down to the creek. I was getting them for 20-ton for 175 a load. And that was 3 or 4 years ago.
My one good friend, my weed dude, he heard about it and he's like, "Well, fuck the gravel, man. I can get you a free trailer load of asphalt chips." And I'm like, I don't know about that.
Well,
he's talking like, probably like 100 tons worth of asphalt chips. I could do the whole fucking driveway. And I'm like, I don't know about that.
that wouldn't necessarily be a bad idea. Fresh coat on the driveway. Yeah.
Let's see, my problem with the whole driveway, it's a gravel driveway,
Right.
but it's since for the last 3 years now, no one's been driving on it like my dad every day. So
Right.
like and after getting plowed and running, the lawnmowers over it and everything, half the gravel, is kicked away, and now it's mostly grass.
Yeah.
So
my buddy wants to go outside. I'll be right back.
that. Oh.
Dude, I've got a psychotic stray cat that's hanging out around my house.
Shoot it.
They came in the doggy door earlier, and shit, I had to go save it for my dogs. I had to wrap it up in a
Blanket.
towel.
Yeah. Towel.
Big old thick towel. And even through that, it was trying to get me. And I don't want anybody to think that I'm mean to cats, but by the time I got the door open, I had to launch that thing because it was getting out of the towel and getting me.
Oh, no, strays and feral cats, those things can be real nasty.
Oh, yeah. They can tear the crap out of you.
Like, probably the best thing to do, like, I wouldn't even want to get close enough to try and put it in a towel or a blanket. I get one of those collar poles. You just stick the loop over its head and cinch it tight, and then you can just lift it, 6 feet away from you.
Right.
I say pellet rifle. I say.
Well, it was in my house at that time. It got in through the doggy door.
Yeah. That's what they make low power 22 shorts for.
Those are too noisy. If he's got close neighbors.
I had to put the I thought I was gonna end up with blood all over the place. My dogs caught it. My dogs put up with my cats, but any other cat they don't like. And God, I thought they were gonna tear that thing apart. And then I got it outside at my big old tomcat, and this one, the stray, is not small. My big old tomcat went after it to try to run it off, and they got into it. So I had to grab a bucket of water and splash on it and run him out of the yard. And now he's hanging out in my front yard looking in the windows. But see, I've got a little building. It's just a little 6x6 building that's got hot air in it. It's got a little one of those little radiant wall hanging heater things that you put on, so it stays warm in there, and food and water for any neighbor cat or whatever. So he's got a warm place to be if he wanted to. He's just curious and wants to be in air.
Now, I had a friend who's since passed away about 15 years ago. I was working at the gas station, and he came in one night for his regular coffee and lottery tickets. He walked in the door, and he's like, "Hey, George." And I turned around and look, and I'm like, "Hey, bro." And then I stopped, and I'm like, "What the fuck happened to you?" This dude's face was torn apart, like hundreds of scratches all over his face, like someone took razor blades to. I'm like, what the fuck did you get into? Did you get like jumped or something? He's like, no, man, I just had a bad experience with my cat. He had like a regular house cat that went completely psychotic. It turned out they actually did an autopsy on it, or a necropsy, and it had a brain tumor that made it go nuts. This thing, it was a loving indoor cat for years and years, and it just snapped one day and tried attacking him. And he had a baby in the house at the time, and it was in the same room, so he grabbed a throw blanket off the sofa and tried to catch it, and it took him about 10 minutes to catch it, and it was still trying to claw its way through him and hiss and spit at him. And he ended up strangling it to death because he tried to set it outside, and it would attack him as soon as he let it go. So the next time he got it in the blanket, he just wrung its neck.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that thing tore him up.
Oh shit.
There was a girl that she worked on a farm. Her parents had a farm, and it was probably when I was a junior in high school. I think she was a sophomore. She had to go through plastic surgery because they were loading hay, and there was a stray cat out there that tore into her face when they were loading bales. And yeah, she had to have plastic surgery. They can tear you up if they get a hold of you.
I remember one time me and my dad were in the barn, and this was right after my grandpa died, and we were cleaning out some shit to make some room, and there's a small room in the downstairs of the barn that, like, it used to be used for calves to keep them away from the other cows when they were small, and we cleaned it out. We probably took out 40 bales of old nasty hay, and we found a dead cat, mummified, completely mummified, between the wall of the barn and one of the bales of hay. It was it was like looking at an Egyptian mummy, like that kind of mummified. We're like, that's got to been there for 10, 15, 20 years.
Oh my gosh.
My sister was over, and she came outside. My dad grabbed it and started chasing her with it. He's like, hey, look, here's dinner. And she takes off running and screaming. She's like, get that away from me.
Oh my god.
He used to torment her doing stupid shit like he came across roadkill one time while we were driving to a mall. He stopped and he picked up the roadkill. He was going to take it home and feed it to the cats. It was fresh, just a couple minutes old, and he's holding it up to the cars driving by. He's got a big shit-eating grin on his face, and he's like patting his tummy like he's gonna eat it. My sister was mortified.
Oh my god.
She's slinking down like below the window level so no one could see her. It was so fucking funny.
Yeah,
What's
that's
up, Zoom
funny
dude?
shit, though. That's funny stuff. Oh, hey Zoom, how you doing? Nah, saying like I say, when they go crazy, yeah, it can be a messed up situation with a cat.
Well, a lot of animals too, like it's a big problem up in Maine and up across the border into Quebec and like New Brunswick. The moose population up there, they
Yeah.
get infected with brainworm, and they completely lose motor control, around like their head and their legs. So they're like constantly stumbling and they can't hold their heads up. So they're running into shit and getting their antlers tangled up in shit. And you can't eat the meat because it's contaminated. So like the game wardens up there are constantly getting calls to go, dispatch a moose because it's got brain worm.
Oh, jeez. Yeah. Hey, Max. How you doing? Valentine, welcome in.
Fire in the bowl, 20 after.
Fire in the motherfucking bowl.
Hey, Canoe, do you know any specific like websites that I could go on to see about some of those other satellite images?
Give me a second here.
Right on. At YouTube, they've got all the archaeological sites blocked out too. I type in the coordinates for them and stuff, and they've got them all blocked out. I have no idea. That makes no sense. Why would they do that? We already know they found something there, and they're digging at it. I guess I get it. Because just like claim jumpers, they don't want people knowing where they're finding certain artifacts and stuff.
What are you talking about? The underwater stuff?
No, I'm going through the Amazon right now, creating it on some of the pyramids and then some of the cities that they're finding around the pyramids now and stuff.
Okay.
And there's some active sites.
Did you check out Michael Tellinger's stuff?
I haven't. Here, as soon as I find it in, I'll have you spell that name.
Tellinger, Inger.
Okay. And the hell then pin? I got papers everywhere. Crap. I got too into my research. Okay.
Inger. Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Got one, Canoe?
Well, I'm going to send you a link in the private chat.
Okay.
And this is just I just used as a test location, Cleveland Browns Stadium here in Cleveland. But toward, you go down the page and there's all kinds of links for different services. And just click on any one randomly and then, use that site to look up your location.
Okay, right on.
It's in the private chat.
And that LiDAR one is cool, but you don't get any reference points because it's all the color elevation colors on that LiDAR one.
Mm-hmm.
That's all it is. There's no reference points of where something might be. I did find one cool one that's got it. Most of it looks like clay outcroppings, but there's a few of them that are massive, and they look like they've got some type of design to them, like corners and stuff like that, like something's been carved out of the outcropping. That was interesting to me. At first, I thought it was like red leaf trees and everything, but there's no dark red leaf trees in the Amazon. I had to look it up to make sure there's nothing that leaves red. They're pretty much
some of those images don't use true color spectrum. They have false color
on them.
Yeah. So what you're seeing may not be actually what it looks like color wise on the ground.
Then right. I know I was told to look for the dullest ones. Those are going to be more accurate because the ones that show like really bright green have colors added to them and everything. And it's harder to see it. But these are definitely, and it might not be red, but I know in that area, there's the water runs red too, they say. because of the clay, the high red clay content or red soil. I presume clay. See, I want to look at like Tia Tanaka and stuff like that with Google Maps, but it's blocked out. It's all blocked out. Or Tia Con, I guess. I think that's the one in Peru, right? And what's the one they called the crap? I suck at names, y'all. The one they call the Temple of the Kings. That's like way. The elevation is way high in Peru. Don, get up here. You're better at names than me. I can talk about the stuff, but
Machu Picchu?
Machu Picchu. Thank you. God. See, that's how horrible I am at names. That's why you guys are so lucky I remember your names, because I don't remember names. It took me probably a year of knowing you guys before I could remember your names. I don't know what it is with names, though, of anything. Now, if I put a number to everybody, I'd remember that, no problem. But
if you smoked weed, you wouldn't have that problem. You'd have an excuse.
To have an excuse. yeah, I got no excuses. Just it brain no worky well is what my excuse is.
Hell, you smoke weed, that might fix that.
It might, yeah. It might allow me to slow it down a little bit to really focus a little better too, because I get to doing 3 or 4 things at once.
So I got a little bit of good news today.
Oh yeah, what's that?
My neighbor that did my driveway, he called me up at work today, and we were in the barn for a couple of minutes. He wanted to take a look at something, and he called me up and he's like, "Hey man, if you don't want to sell the snowblower, that's cool, but I really, really, really want that go-kart that you have in your barn." He's like, "I'll give you $400 for it." I'm like, "Sold."
No shit.
Yep. So I'm gonna get $400 for that thing, and I'll put that to the new hot water heater that I'm getting.
There you go.
That go-kart, I tried getting it started last spring. And,
oh really?
Yeah, couldn't get it started. I don't know if it was bad gas that needed to be drained out of the lines or what, but I couldn't even sit in the damn thing. It's so tiny.
Oh,
my fat ass ain't going in there. And I'm like, I told the dude, I'm like, your fat ass ain't gonna go. He's like, yeah, I'll get into it. My knees will be right in my front of my face, but I'll get into it. And I'm like, okay, yeah, you can do whatever you want with it for $400.
There you go.
What's up,
Okay,
man?
this is weird. I typed in the coordinates and it was blocked out. I typed in just Machu Picchu and it brought me to it, and it's not blocked out. But around it is blocked out. But it itself is not. Man, they aren't kidding. That thing is on the peak of a mountain.
From what I heard, that's not a very good place to visit anymore. There's a lot of garbage there, vandalism.
Oh, man.
And overall, like the people, the professional guides, like all the good ones have retired. So it's a bunch of young assholes that, treat their customers like shit and stuff.
Well, that sucks.
Yeah, that sucks, big.
And they only let a certain amount of people in there at a time. It's kind of like an amusement park, and they got a gate around it. And, once they get like maybe 50 people in there, they close the gate until, they can let more in just to keep the impact down.
Now, there's a mountain next to Machu Picchu, which is a giant face. Yep.
This place is massive. Oh crap! I see the mountain you're talking about. I don't get. I can't. The 3D doesn't show anything like that. So,
Right.
but actually, that mountain, it's Huayna Picchu, and it's not much higher than Machu Picchu.
Right. Right. But the nose is really big on it, but it matches the drawings of the king that was, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, I
That's
got you.
yeah.
Oh, yeah, and you can actually follow that ridge from Machu Picchu. So Machu Picchu is like down just a little bit lower. You can follow that ridge to that mountain.
Yep.
That just the main area, and this isn't the entirety of Machu Picchu. This isn't all the terraces and everything. Just the main area is almost 13 acres. That is a shitload of large rock hauled up there.
I bet you Jimmy knew a bunch of cool places in the jungle down there.
Right. I bet you he had visited a lot of these places knowing Jimmy, because he was into a lot of this stuff too. Holy shit, it sprawls everywhere, dude. And then it goes down. They've got a step to where it goes down the cliff and then just to nothing. Then it's just a cliff. But they've got it kind of etched out and terraced out to where it goes partway down the cliff to kind of a point, and then it just drops straight down. That is wild. And they also got a mountain peak right next to it called Huchoy Picchu. God, I don't know how to pronounce these. And then the river completely encircles it. I didn't know there
Now,
was.
did you ever see the movie Apocalypto? Came out about maybe 10 years ago or so. It was I think it was produced by Mel Gibson, if I'm remembering correctly. It was all about, Mayan culture down in the jungle. That was a kick-ass movie.
That had to do with like ancient Mayans too, right? Like some of the
pre-Columbian for sure.
Yeah. I remember that. Did you know there's a little town at the base of the mountain called Plaza Pueblo? Yeah, Plaza Pueblo, Machu Picchu. It's just a little town. I'll be darned.
Now, there was another movie. This was back in the 80s. It was called, I can't think of the name of it right now. Let me check. Oh, yeah, 1492, Conquest of Paradise. It had Gerard Depardieu, a bunch of other big names. It was about Christopher Columbus coming to, the Americas, ended up being the islands down in the Caribbean, not the mainland. But it was it's like a 4-hour movie. The second half of the movie, they get down there into the jungles and they're dealing with the natives and everything. And they end up, fighting with the natives and everything. It was pretty gruesome. Well done movie.
Nice. Holy crap, there's ruins everywhere around there. You go just a little ways and there's more ruins on the top of another place. This one's called Plaza Principal. And they're ruins that they're cleared out and excavated. I didn't realize. I thought it was Machu Picchu and then nothing else was around there, but all through there, there's little areas with stuff. That is wild. But anyways, you guys, I can't show it on screen, so chat's probably like, "What the hell are they talking about?"
It's all good.
I get fixated on some of that stuff, but I had no idea that there was so many ruins around Machu Picchu. But they're not as high. Machu Picchu is definitely, you tell it's on top, but then it's
Right.
basin areas, and then off in the distance, also on lower mountaintops, there's other ruins. They don't get near as much publicity because they're not near as big, but still interesting.
I still got my racing stripes. They're just getting wider. Oh man. No, I thought about wanting to go see some of that stuff for myself, but
Right now, traveling is going to be so hard to so many areas.
Yeah, it's just ridiculous to even think about it.
It is. Yep. They're gonna have it where you got to be pumped full of all sorts of crap to be able to get even across the border.
Yeah, well, that's all coming to an end though.
Yeah.
Just like this piece of shit in the Oval Office. That's coming to an end too.
Only a few more years.
No, it ain't gonna take that long. Democrats get rid of them before that. But once we get supermajority in the House and in the Senate, you watch. He'll be gone. It'll be useless even if he's there.
Well, even we don't even have to get a supermajority, and they can make it a lame duck. It sucks because then the news will.
Well, the point about that is if we put something up there that the people want passed, and he vetoes it, it can go back to the House and be passed again. You know what I'm saying? Override the veto.
I looked at my screen way too much today. Having trouble reading chat already. You guys ever get that? Or if you spend too long on the computer, your vision, you start having trouble focusing.
Do you have a flat panel monitor?
Yeah.
Then you shouldn't have an issue. I remember back when we had the CRTs, my eyes would start sweating.
Nice. Yeah, this one's LED.
Yeah, you shouldn't have issues with that.
I spent a long time today, though, scrolling through these maps.
Right.
Well, you're going to the UK. That's still going on?
I really wanted to, but that's what I was talking about the other night. I'm debating on saying the heck with it because I guess they are dropping a lot of their visa or COVID passport crap.
They're dropping all that stuff. No more restrictions, no more lockdowns, no more masks, no more vaccines.
Well, I bring it up because you're obviously interested in old architecture and shit. And you said that on your trip you want to visit a lot of castles. If you want to visit some cool places, try visiting some of the old abbeys that are like. Oh yeah. They're technically ruins now, but like they're kind of like castles, but like they got no windows, no roofs or anything. And some of them are huge and got Gothic architecture. And
I want to see some of the old cathedrals too.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of that stuff. I want to go see that stuff so bad. After talking to Don, though, if I put that into an RV, I'd be able to travel. I don't know. I'm conflicted now. If I put it into like an RV or something, because it ain't a cheap trip to go over there and do that. Even going the Airbnb, it's kind of pricey. So I could put that into an RV and be able to see a lot of North America. Yeah.
Yep, that's what you should do, though. That's what you should do. You should get that RV. You know,
freedom of the road.
I don't know, man. Just mount a fifth wheel in the back of your truck. All right. Yeah. Put a fifth wheel in the back of your pickup and get you a pull behind fifth wheel.
My uncle had one. He had a fifth wheel. The thing was huge. It was like 48 feet long. Huge. Nice. It had a slide out living room. Like almost doubled the capacity of, the living space.
And don't get me wrong, I still really want to see the castles and stuff like that someday. But after talking to Don with all the areas, and he's right, a lot of the areas in the States to see, and that you can just hop in and go anytime. And it lasts a lot longer than, a 3 or 4 week trip because if I go to England, it's 3 or 4 week trip and then done.
Hey, Miriam.
Hi, Miriam.
So, yeah, and also all that stuff in England, it's still going to be there in 10 years.
20 years, right. Actually, that's the same thing you said.
Once things get straightened out, it'll be cheaper to get there. The government will be more friendly over there.
True.
Yeah. Don't give up on, the visit. Just put it off.
Yeah.
Right. And if I did use it on the RV, I saved up once. I can do it again for the trip.
Yeah. And have trip fly in the process. Because because now you use that money to do that, you'll be able to, go south for the winter and, do stuff around the country.
And where Don was talking about, and this is what actually really got me interested. He had a good point. He's like, if you feel like it, you could do that, every other weekend, go out and do something like that, go travel or, take a 4-day weekend or whatever and go somewhere. And it's like, crap, so you could spread it out and constantly do stuff instead of 1 month blast, having fun, and then come back to, blowing all that money. And then you could,
nothing to show for it except some pictures. Yeah. But now you got several small vacations. You know what I'm saying? Anytime you want to go.
So I'm seriously conflicted, but I'm definitely leaning to just, like you say, the fifth wheel, because I've got the dually and it's got a fifth wheel plate on it for my enclosed trailer and my flatbed. I use fifth wheel. I don't use a gooseneck. So So I wouldn't be out any there. I've already got the investment in that. Little concerned about that old 7.3 diesel, though. I don't know how much longer it's got. That thing's like 380,000 miles.
Well, have it serviced and, checked out, and it's part of the funds, right?
Yeah. And I'll be honest, I could probably buy the fifth wheel and a new diesel to put in that truck for the cost it was going to be to go over there.
Right.
Well, shoot. Yeah. And I like the idea of having a fifth wheel, even if I just decide to go to the mountains. Because right now I just rent a cabin, go up to some of the old rustic cabins and rent one of those. That'd be nice just to go wherever with the fifth wheel. Although some of those places, I don't think I could get a fifth wheel up there. Some of those trail roads.
Oh, right. Yeah.
They do make those.
Huh?
My bad.
I was gonna say you put a shelf, uh, um, a floor shelf, on the back of that fifth wheel camper, so that you
Yeah.
can pull up a four wheeler on there.
Yeah, true.
You know, they
And
got
they,
those little shelves.
yep, yep, go right behind the cab.
No, behind the
Or do you mean
camper.
the, oh, behind, oh, the bumper. Oh, yep, yep, I got you. And they do make some that are like 25 foot or so that they like set completely on top of the axles. Have you ever seen those that are higher up to where they will go down some of those roads? I just don't know how well
Right.
they.
But no, you camp somewhere comfortable, and you take the four wheeler or the truck and you go play. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And see, I like going to some of those places that have like some of the old copper mines, the old silver mines, the old, they're mined out, but they've got the tailing pits.
Mhm.
And a
Right.
lot of those tailing pits in the same places that those metals are, a lot of times there's gem material in there. Something like amethyst, not precious, but semi-precious stuff. And I like going through there and getting little bits and pieces here and there. And because when they're after copper, that's all they're after, or silver. They throw everything else out into a tailing pit.
Right.
Well, that's how
Right.
silver got huge back in the day out west in Silverado. They had that was the first big silver boom back in the old west days, and they were mining for gold there and played out all the gold in the mines, and all the tailings pits had this real dark material mixed in with the rock, and they didn't think anything of it. They thought it was just some trash rock, and it turned out it
Uh,
was all fucking silver that was completely tarnished out and everything. That's where Silverado got its name.
nice. Makes sense though, because literally, I mean, they look for the one thing they're after, and everything else
Mhm.
goes wayward. And
Yeah.
you'd think they'd go through it a little better, especially some of them that have some. Because even though amethyst is considered semi-precious, if it's a dark, clear purple, it's worth some money.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
And see, the cool thing about it is like there's one place that's between Pooter Canyon and Red Feather Lakes up further north. And if you're driving up there, there's an old mine road that you can take. And ever since I was a kid, we went up there and used to explore around those mines and stuff. And there's little streams that come down through those hills too. And I always wanted to pan through those because those streams are coming right off where all those gold mines were that they had up in there.
Oh wow. Right.
And my vacations probably, I like to fish, don't get me wrong, but a lot of people probably wouldn't like my vacations because I'm out there digging like crazy and, stuff like that through the tailing pits and out there panning. And it's a workout, but it's fun to me.
Oh yeah. There you go. It's always an adventure. You know what I'm saying?
Right, right. Hey, Don.
How's it going?
So, did you know that you can write an RV off just like a mortgage?
I did not. And that's another good reason to.
But it would make
You get a
sense.
20-year, like I
Thinking
got a
about it, that
20-year
makes
note
sense.
on my RV. It's a mortgage, and I write it off every year. All the interest I spend on it, just like a second house.
Oh wow.
I really do. And there's so many things I want to explore, like the large mounds that are up by Canoe and Emerald up in that area. the Native American mounds. I think they're more by canoe. A lot of that stuff stateside I want to explore too. So
Well,
I don't
to
know.
be honest with you, like the ones we have in here in Ohio, they're older than what you would consider Native Americans. I mean, these things are old, like pre-Columbian, and I think they have a term for it, Neolithic. These were Neolithic natives. They've dated them back, by carbon dating, a lot longer ago than just like, what you would consider like the Indians here, like in the 1400s through the 1700s.
Well before the gypsy tribes that we know of as Native Americans then.
Yes, we are, Max. Bunch of fucking potheads. Bunch of
Damn
goddamn
right.
hippie potheads. No goods. Yeah.
If you don't like it, well, no. How does
There's
the
the
song
door.
go? It's my house, and if you don't like it, get the fuck out.
I like arrowhead hunting too, Max. Actually, I have my dad's collection. It's they're framed in. There's 113 arrowheads in it from when he was a kid. He collected them.
Yeah, my dad collected arrowheads when he was a kid all around the farm.
Yep.
I haven't seen any though in 20 years. I found a few when I was a kid, like 3 or 4 of them, while we were out running the tractor and everything, disking up the field. But,
See, I found
pretty much all played out.
Yep, I found like chipped flint, but I never found anything that was. I found the chippings is basically all I found as a kid. But yeah, it was pretty well searched out.
I heard, Ryan. I heard you had a hard time too. Sorry about that, sir. Wished I could have been more help.
He never even called me though.
I'm glad you got him going though. Outstanding, sir.
Yeah, good deal.
Saying the right answer, the correct answer is the RV. As much as I endorse travel everywhere, particularly your castle tour of the UK or the Rhine or the Don rivers or all of those places east thereof, dude. And I absolutely recommend it. You gotta do it.
The Rhine one, especially, that is.
But the short money right now is in RV. I got to be honest with you. It's going to be so prohibitively expensive for you to go over and do that right now.
Yeah, and I already changed it because originally it was supposed to be the Rhine one, but Europe got so insane that I switched it to England because it was a little less, and then they got bad. So then that's when I started talking to you, Don, and you mentioned the RV, and I do think I'm going to get, even if I don't get an RV, get the trailer to pull behind the.
So I heard you had a dually that's already got a gooseneck base or a tow base, a fifth wheel base in it.
Yep.
But you said that the dually's got 350,000 miles on it. You don't know if it's going to be around next week. So let me ask you this real simple question. Once the dually does die, and it will die, are you going to replace it with another truck, another dually?
Yeah, I will.
There you go then.
True. Yep. Yeah. Actually, I've already been looking into it. Duramax.
So that's a no-brainer. That means that you're going to have the motor to pull whatever you want to pull. And dude, fifth wheel is easier than trailer. It's more balanced. It's better. It's easier to connect. It's easier to disconnect.
It's easier to manage and drive.
It's easier to manage and drive. Fifth wheel is always better than trailer when you have the opportunity.
Yep. That's why I switched from the longer bumpers. Even backing a fifth wheel just is easier to back.
Yep. Absolutely. Yep. A short tanned Mongolian milkmaid on the bowsprit. Oh God. And they say that I'm eclectic.
Because Bill says you can imagine a tan bathing beauty.
Beat that shit. And he called me weird.
No, come on. I'm sure that when you were on those destroyers, you guys wish that there was tan bathing beauties on the bowsprit.
maybe not, but pulling into Palma, Mallorca, or anywhere in the Balearic Islands
Or
or
at least for
Spain,
Steel
yes.
Beach.
Fucking hate
Spain.
Steel Beach.
All I
Only once
remember
in
is
my
going to.
goddamn career did I ever have to really enjoy Steel Beach. And I just fucking hate it. Hate it. Much rather go to fucking Liberty. Sorry,
True. True.
45 days at sea? No. No, thank you. Yes,
Well,
I am weird.
I have heard
Max.
from multiple people that as far as Navy people going on land for for leave,
Liberty.
one of the best places was that big base that we had in the Philippines.
Subic.
Subic, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Do you know why?
Yeah, I know why.
Okay. All right. Then there you go.
Don.
But
Oh,
go ahead.
oh, no, my bad. I cut you off.
No, I was going to say Subic went away and now Subic's coming back.
Yes, they've been talking about it for a couple of years.
But anyway, go ahead, Sing. I'm sorry.
No, I was going to ask, did you know there was other ruins around Machu Picchu, like on lower mountaintops?
I did not. No, sir.
I
Also, if you are searching Google and you're coming up with nothing, you might want to consider some of the different map layers in Google.
okay.
Change layers
Map.
from standard mapping to, say, a different layer, a topographical layer, some other layer. Just thinking
Oh,
out
really?
loud here.
No, I actually haven't got that into Google. I didn't realize it was like that. So I am actually currently on my tablet doing just that, checking it out. I'm a weirdo. When I get going on this, I got my phone going, my tablet going, the laptop going, but my laptop I don't like doing. It's got all my business stuff. The one laptop that I bought that other laptop just for going online to doing stuff like that, and chats and stuff, so I didn't have to worry about it. And then it fried. But the only other laptop I got is my good one, my little pricier one that has all my business stuff on it that I really don't go online that much with. But that was way more than I needed to say. But anyways, yeah, I get everything going at once.
I have one laptop and I back everything up.
Dude.
And one laptop is rock. Well, that's not true. That's not true. I have my personal laptop and then I have the business laptop that's provided to me. And never the two shall meet. You're right. So I don't do anything business on my personal, and I don't do anything personal on my business.
See, and I bought that one little $500 Walmart one a couple months ago. And it lasted 3 weeks, and I started having trouble with it.
Well, don't buy yourself a cheap laptop for your personal. I mean, if you've got a nice laptop for your business, that's great. But I'll get yourself a nice laptop for your personal too.
Right. Yeah. I think this might just be a backup. I've been looking on Tiger Direct at a couple others. And I did look at some of those. My brother-in-law, and Max just said he got one too. My brother-in-law has an Alienware laptop, and that thing is freaking badass.
Well,
dude, those things are awesome. I have
in a couple
basically
years,
the same thing in Asus's land.
Computers to go down.
Yeah. Yeah, basically the same thing in an Asus.
I have an Asus gaming laptop that's got like a 1030 or 1020. No. A 1090 Ti or 1030 Ti, 1030 Ti graphics processor in it. And I went ahead and bought a 1 gig of NMVI storage, which is literally the fastest interface in computers today.
Right.
And so my boot up time is from 0 to complete in 9 seconds.
There you go.
So yeah, it's a rocket
Yeah.
sled from Mars. I bumped it
I
up to
have
64 gigs.
my
and-
crappy laptop that I'm running is an Asus running Windows 8.1 that I got probably about 8 or 9 years ago. And it still works fine. The only issue is it doesn't have it's only got 2 gigs of memory, so it's kind of slow. I'm surprised that I'm able to stream with it, to be honest with you. But it gets me by.
It's time for pie.
I was looking.
It's
Yeah.
2,100 hours.
Sorry, I got quiet. I was looking at the Asus. You guys both were talking about them, and it seems like that one's lasted Canoe a long time. So, hey, it's
Well,
the one.
I know how to take it apart and do maintenance on it, so I've
Oh, I
had to
gotcha.
take this thing apart a bunch of times.
See this cheap
Oh, I
little
got
$500 job. It doesn't even have a disk drive.
Battery,
really-
is that a flaming shot?
Battery
Oh, the
powered.
battery's crazy.
Oh, I thought yeah. It's like if you're gonna do a flaming shot and let it burn that long, it's gonna, burn all the alcohol out of it.
right.
It tastes like shit.
That was a battery powered shot.
Yeah, battery powered shot, huh? Oh,
I'm officially back on battery power. And I've got 3 more of these.
oh man, that's good. Pecan pie with a banana cake, crumb cake topper.
Mm.
Mm.
Oh, you know what I discovered? My wife made some white rice with onions, a little bit of garlic. I took some Spam, sliced it, fried it up, put it on top of the rice. I took some maple syrup and put it over the top of it. Oh man, is that good!
Mm.
Something I learned from the Hawaiians. They don't put Canadian bacon on their Hawaiian pizza. They use Spam.
Well,
Really?
that's kind of traditional because Hawaiians love Spam. Like the biggest selling region in the United States as far as Spam sales go it's been for years. It's Hawaii. Those people love it out there.
Wow.
They got whole restaurants out there that are devoted to Spam.
No shit.
Yep, they
Mhm.
do.
They do all kinds of recipes with it.
And we have a Hawaiian restaurant here in Portland.
Like they'll take Spam and just like chop it up in a food processor and shape it into like a hot dog so you can have a Spam dog or a Spam burger.
during World War II. During World War II, Spam, the canned Spam, provided by the United States military, was the only meat that was available throughout all of the Hawaiian Islands
Mm-hmm.
for years. And so the Hawaiian people got really good at cooking Spam in various and in sundry different ways. And they actually learned to love it.
Yeah.
Personally, I dig Spam. I love fried
Oh.
Spam, but that's just me. What do I know?
I walked into the barracks at a school we were at, and I smelled Spam cooking. I'm thinking, oh man, we must have Hawaiians. I walked down the hall towards my room, and they had their door open. They were walking in and out. They had a hot plate with a skillet on there. They were cooking up some Spam and some rice. I'm like, you guys are from Hawaii, aren't you? Yes, we are. One of them was a native Hawaiian. He was Japanese, I believe.
I've had pickled spam before. That was actually pretty tasty.
Oh gosh, that sounds good. Pickled spam and peanut butter.
And some hot vinegar. Oh yeah, it was tasty.
That does sound good. Pickled spam and peanut butter.
No, we did it with we made like kebabs with it. It was all cubed up in like 2-inch squares, and we would put
You can do a lot of things
like
with spam.
onions and tomatoes, mixed up kind of like a beef kebab, but spam, and throw them on the grill. Oh, they're delicious.
I got a jar of pickled peppers and ate all the pickled peppers, and then I boiled a bunch of eggs and put the eggs in there, and they've been in there for a week. I'm gonna start trying them tomorrow, see how good they are.
You want to get them out of there before 6 months, though.
Yeah, I was told about a week to 10 days to get them really soaked through pickled.
They start getting rancid pretty quick. I found that out the hard way.
Yep. I just hope I boiled the eggs properly because I'm not a very good cook. Put them in for the amount of time I was told to put them in for. So
If you have a nice stainless saucepan, small saucepan, get a wet paper towel, stick it in the bottom, and then turn the burner on high. Put your eggs in there on top of that wet paper towel. It'll steam, and you got a nice tight lid. It'll steam the eggs, and you won't have that green on the yolk.
Didn't know that.
You cook it the same amount of time. But if you got a tight fitting lid, it'll steam it.
Nice. Cool. Well, thank you. Pickled pig's feet. I read it there.
Yeah.
I haven't had those for a while.
My grandfather used to eat those. Or just plain jellied pig's feet.
They'll make you pucker. If you're not used to them, they'll make you pucker when you take a bite out of it.
Well, that makes it sound good. I like the pucker.
Whoa. I lost what I was going to say. That threw me off. I had a guy that was messing with me, and he pulled some out and didn't think I'd ever take one and everything. I took it out, took a bite out of it and everything. He was surprised that people up north knew what pickled pig's foot was.
Well, I knew what it was. Didn't care for it. But that's okay. Makes me think of Grandma's fry bread.
I like pickled quail eggs best, but there was no quail eggs to buy around here local, so I just did regular eggs. I like them because they're bite sized. You just pop them in and chew.
Just raid a robin's nest. Don't wait too long, because then you have embryos. I don't know how they taste. Well, I was gonna start working on my shed this weekend, but didn't happen. Wife wanted me to go take her to this one store in Portland. Well, gonna have nice weather all week, so I think I can start getting the walls up this week. Let's hope. On my shed.
So Don, as soon as I get this fired up again, I was in the midst of downloading the coordinates for some of those other ruins that I saw. I'll find them and then give you the coordinates if you want to look at them. They're pretty wild. They're not as high as Machu Picchu, and they're off a ways, but I had no idea there was other ruins in that area. So it makes you wonder if there was other cities around there, kind of, under the protection of. Have they ever proved if anybody actually lived at Machu Picchu, or was it just ceremonial? Because I've heard both. Have they ever?
I
I
heard
do.
nothing but ceremonial. But what do I
That's
know? I'm
So I
not a
did
Machu
hear that they
Picchu.
was it was more like a safe retreat at times of war.
so the other ruins.
Yeah, when they were at war, the kings would go up there and in a safe place, basically.
I wonder if the other ruins, or maybe some of the palaces, or that they actually lived in.
I am hearing more and more recently about satellite imagery that they're doing on the jungle and finding new
Huh.
straight lines, so to speak, new canals, new cities, new civilizations with the various
Where?
and sundry different infrareds and radars and lidars and this, that, and the other thing.
Oh, under
Yep.
the water.
No,
No,
in
the
the
Amazon.
in the jungle,
Wow.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
within the jungle, they're able to peer through the trees.
Oh,
And
wow.
even in the Mayan, in Central America with the Mayan, and as well with like Don was talking about in the Amazon, with the Incan, they're even the cities they know of, they're finding out, like with the lines they're seeing, they're finding out these cities were up to 10 times bigger than they previously thought. They think they were way more massive than what they thought they were.
Check that out. I wish I had
Here's
it.
I
Blow
wish
it
I had
up.
this pulled up.
It's a sail ship.
It's really tiny on my screen.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. Can't
Oh,
make
that's
it any
cool.
bigger.
That's pretty
But
cool.
it's a big super yacht.
Oh, nice.
Looks like it would tip over pretty good in a tidal wave.
Anything will tip over in a tidal wave. There's another one.
Yeah, warship.
Right, with the side port launchers. Yeah, I like looking at stuff. This is a better picture of it down here.
You hear Japan is going to start working on the YF-23. They're going to revive it.
I heard that.
Good luck with that.
But
There's only one prototype, and it's in a museum somewhere. Unless they're working off original, engineering designs and whatnot.
They're going to have the same company that made them make it for them.
I think it's just rumors, though, because for the end product of the Raptor, they used a lot of the 23 technology. They kind of crossed over, so it was kind of a
There's no way in fuck they're going to let the Japanese have that technology.
Well, I would trust the Japanese over the Germans.
Oh, my bad. I thought you said you heard they were getting it started up again.
Yeah. With I believe it was Northrop. They made the
Yeah.
23.
Made them.
But I think it's just a rumor because they used a lot of the technology off of the 23 to use also on the Raptor. So it's kind of a combined. The Raptor ended up being somewhat a combination of the two.
Well,
Absolutely.
what's cool about
And-
the Raptor, you can have 3 different versions. But
No,
the-
that's the Lightning.
The 23
the
is-
F-35. That's
okay.
So,
yeah,
so
the
you have three
F-35
different
has 3
versions.
variants.
They all have the
F-22
same
only had
basic
1.
technology, and none of them are going to be able to be transferred outside the United States.
The cool thing I liked about the 23 is you can go supersonic without the afterburners.
Well, when
Raptor does
that
too.
was all in the bidding war, when they had the competition between Northrop and Grumman or whatever it was, a lot of people actually said that the 23 was a lot better than 22 and would perform better, but it was just too expensive. The 22 ended
And
up being cheaper.
Yeah, it's
that
building cost is more expensive, but its operating cost is lower.
And the
the thrust
22, they scrapped most of the machining processes for it. They don't exist anymore, so you can't really build up more F-22s. They don't have the tooling.
to be honest, they probably already have fully tested fifth gen. I bet. I'll almost guarantee you. Our military has.
Japanese are also toying with the idea of, more capable carriers.
F-111s. That's all I got to
F-11
say.
111 was a badass plane, but it's too old to upgrade. I don't think they would be able to anymore as far as the avionics go.
They're hydrogen-based jets.
But it was bad. They would, after we stopped using them, the only country that had them was Australia, and they would do air shows around the cities. They would actually fly the planes like through downtown, like Brisbane and Melbourne and shit, and between the skyscrapers. And they do, the afterburner dumps and light up the night sky, and everything was fucking crazy.
I
Nice.
agree with Don about that we'll never sell the F-22 ever. That's the technology in it. It's just too far advanced. We don't want anybody else having it. And in my opinion, I think the only reason we sold F-35s to some of those countries is because of the direct threat of China. I think if there wouldn't have been much of a threat, I don't think we would have sold even that. And
well, that's why it looks like they might allow the Japanese to do a version of the 23.
I don't think that's going to happen, because China or Japan is still interested in buying their version of the F-16. They have a licensing agreement to buy base F-16 airframes and modify them however they want to. And they're also looking at buying the new version of the F-15, the EX model. They're
Japanese
very interested in that.
Ships, they're light aircraft ships like helicopters and stuff like that. Anything that can vertically take off. Well, they're looking at the F-35 for vertical takeoff fighters.
And plus that F-23, a lot of the tech off of that it really is on the F-22. I mean, it became a joint thing when they accepted the F-22, but it actually became because even that supersonic cruise speed, that was from a lot of that thrust vectoring that they had off the F-23, and it's actually on the F-22 now. That's why it can hit the speeds without afterburners. And the U.S. military they've never sold our top stuff. They even if it's a friend, I don't know of any time we've ever sold our top tech.
Well, no, the latest version of the F-18, the Super Hornet, had rudimentary thrust vectoring, and we sold that to Canada, we sold that to Australia, and a whole bunch of other places. But all those other places now are more interested in the 35s than the new Super Hornets. 1 minute warning.
And those
pack your bowls.
And I love the Super Hornets and everything, but in comparison, the advancements in the F-22, they're so far beyond that.
And 35.
Yeah. And the F-22 and I think the main thing that our secrets are probably based around is the stealth technology. I don't think we
Well,
want people to know, take a chance of it getting out.
The 22, just
Yeah,
its performance.
I was watching a show on.
It can
Blackbird,
do the speed of an F-15, but it can do the acrobatics better than anything out there. That's why almost all of the F-22s that are active service are coastal interdiction or around the capital. They're all along the coasts doing, air defense missions, intercepting the Russians up in Alaska, and they defend DC.
I heard some cool stuff about the SR-71 from an SR-71 pilot. It was on YouTube this morning. They flew missions long after the Vietnam War over Hanoi Hilton with the SR-71 Blackbird.
Yeah. The 71 was active up until the mid 80s.
They did it
to 90. I think the program was completely canceled, like 88, 89, something like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
They
did that. Oh my gosh. They did it so that the prisoners at the Hanoi Hilton could hear that double sonic boom.
Oh yeah, I've heard that story before. That was back while the war was still going on. That was in the early.
No, it was actually after. They wanted them to know they weren't forgotten. And they also their annual celebration of the revolution in Cuba. They flew the SR-71 over their celebration just to give them that double sonic boom.
And the only country that ever came close to shooting one down actually wasn't like Soviet bloc, which you would think some lucky Russian got it. There's a story out. It's been making the rounds again. It comes out every couple of years in the aviation sites. Sweden intercepted an SR-71 that was flying back from a trip to Russia back to the UK, and they put one of their Saab Gripens up in the air, and they got a positive missile lock on the thing, going head to head. Yeah, they're the only other platform that's been able to target it. Now, when they were flying over Russia used to send all kinds of fucking surface-to-air missiles up trying to shoot those things down. They never came close.
The Russian surface-to-air missile is the only thing that could have caught it, because it can fly about as fast, if not as fast, as the SR-71, but it couldn't aim at it. They had to shoot where they thought it was going to be, and hope it hits. But the missile detection system on there told them where the missile was.
Now, all those SR-71s, the ones that aren't in museums,
and there's more than one version.
There's plenty of versions of them.
The CIA
they still exist. They're not at the boneyard with everything else. They're at another Air Force base.
The CIA had the first ones in use, and they were shorter than the Blackbird.
Well, that's how it started out. The ones that the CIA were using, they weren't actually SR-71s. They were called A-12 ox carts.
Yes.
And that program started before the SR-71s went into production.
But it looked exactly like it. You didn't know.
It was just slightly different dimensions.
It's shorter. About 6 feet shorter.
I want to answer chat real quick. Dallas is talking about the Packers. I don't watch football that much anymore, but Dallas, you know where Aaron Rodgers is probably going, right? The odds are they're losing Aaron Rodgers, and actually he's been in serious talks with Denver to come here.
He'll retire and start playing golf.
That's one of my teams right there, Denver. But I haven't watched them either. I don't even know
He
who
says
Aaron
he
Rodgers
wants.
is.
Yeah, and he says he wants to play a couple more years. And the way it sounds, Denver's offered him a crap load of money, kind of like they did Manning for a year or two, year by year.
Well, I remember
And
Manning.
he's been in Denver when he was doing the holdout thing. He was in Denver a lot. His girlfriend, she's an actress, and she's from Denver, from Colorado.
My favorite Super Bowl was my two favorite teams. Denver,
Green Bay, Denver.
Seattle. No,
That
Denver
was a
and Seattle.
badass Super Bowl. Oh, Seattle. Oh, that sucked. That was
I
the
loved
last.
it.
That was when the first year of the cold bowls where they played outdoors in the cold, and you got a guy with a neck injury and nerve issues, and he paid for it on that game. The whole team did. He could not throw that ball at all with that cold.
Oh, but Seattle kicked ass. That was awesome. I really enjoyed that Super Bowl.
All right. I'm late.
I couldn't lose. Both my teams were there.
We came back and got 50, though. I was happy. I just don't watch it anymore because I always watched it to get away from stuff, and then when it became political, it lost its fun
That's
for me.
pretty much when I stopped watching.
So I check on the scores and kind of a little bit of the news like once every few months, and that's about it. I had no idea we even had a losing record this year until a couple of weeks ago.
I just catch the highlights, and I'm happy with that.
Right.
I get a lot of stuff done. I can't believe how much more I get done not watching sports.
Yeah, my Sundays are a lot more productive. Where'd Don go?
He left a couple minutes ago.
Did I scare him off?
In fact, I'm taking off myself. I got another early start.
Right on, man.
Okay.
So,
I was doing some research on some other tech stuff. I was looking at the videos. Sorry.
You doing some tech research? I love that.
Yeah.
so y'all take care. Probably see you tomorrow.
All right, brother. Dream well, Patriot.
Good to see you, Canoes.
Peace out.
You know,
But
this
yeah,
coming here is the highlight of my day.
cool. Yeah.
I am not paying attention, Chad. I don't have my glasses.
It got up to 45 today. And I was able to get out there, but yeah, I was able to get out and get some stuff done. I'm just about caught up to where.
That's about
I'm
the
on.
average temperature here.
Yep.
I think we got 54 today.
It's going to get 38 tomorrow, but it's supposed to be in the 50s on Monday.
Well, we're going to be in the 50s all week. I'm tempted to start the garden.
If you got a greenhouse, I'd go for it. Yeah.
We've been having decent weather for the past few weeks.
I'm telling you, you should greenhouse the back of that house. You should greenhouse that whole area back behind the house.
I decided I'm kind of leaning towards doing a hoop house. You know what I'm talking about?
Right off the side of the house or something?
No,
you could do a half hoop coming off the house.
No. Where I have my garden, do a U shape with cattle fence.
Cattle panel.
Yeah. Yeah, the cattle panel.
Well, you see how I had the cattle panel rigged up. Those were 16. Do you remember the archways I had set up in my garden last year?
I didn't see them.
Dude, they're all over Wizard of Oz YouTube page. You should go look at it. Huh?
I'm not there very much at all. Sorry.
Well, I mean, this was all last year. I put my garden on Wizard of Oz.
I saw
But
some of your rows you were talking about, but I didn't see any cattle fence. Hold on, my wife's calling.
okay. Hey,
I'm here.
Sing, you but you're looking to outright buy it, or you're just gonna do a loan thing, or how you doing that?
On a camper.
Yeah.
It depends on how much it is.
Oh, that can get pretty pricey.
Yeah. Yeah. If I go for $49.50, it'll definitely have to be a loan.
If you're gonna go brand new with something, Hammer was looking at them, and they like $70,000 for some of those. You know.
Yeah. And see, I'll probably go anywhere from 2012 up to 2015, 2016. I'd maybe a couple years old if I could find a good enough deal. And I don't.
You
I
should be
hate
able to
payments.
find a nice used one. You probably should be able to find a nice used one for around 20, 25. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And even then, I'd have to get a loan. I mean,
Right.
I'd especially after the puppy surgery, you know, and then after these taxes, probably, I could possibly do 15, but then I'm not going to get much for 15. I mean, I
Yeah.
could, but nothing that I'm going to be able to pull halfway around the nation a couple times.
Yeah, yeah, you're right. Or something you have to
Uh,
put some work into to make it nice.
yeah. And I don't mind, I can do my own bearings and stuff like that, packing wheel bearings and grease and stuff, but I don't want to have to do a lot of maintenance on it, especially right away. Kind of want to get something that I can, like we're talking, because you remember that night where I was talking about possibly doing up a bus or something, but then again, it could take a couple of years to get it done. And I want something that when I get it, it's ready to roll. I can hop in and go. And then I'll
Right,
probably blow the motor in my pickup about 20 miles down the road, my luck. So,
right. Well, I mean, there are those deals out there. You know what I'm saying? That maybe it needs a little cleanup. Maybe it just needs a little work on the interior. Plumbing or something like that. You know what I'm
right. And
saying?
that I don't mind. I don't mind that at all.
Just a fixer upper kind of deal. Whoa,
Sorry. That was me. I thought I was letting him in and you had already hit it.
but yeah,
So keep your cash, finance it. Go to
Yeah.
rvtrader.com and find your next RV.
Is
finance
that
it.
one of the auto
Financing up
trader?
there. Excuse me?
Is that one of the trader online things?
It
Like
is,
auto
as a matter of
trader?
fact. Yes.
Okay, right on. Okay, I
Yes.
know
And
that
they have
site then.
financing up in there and everything. Hold on to your cash, use your good credit, buy you something nice.
Yeah,
Don't get something
Yeah.
you got to spend way too much money to fix up. Sweat equity ain't your friend in RV land.
right.
And you guys are more familiar with them than I am. I'm guessing I could find one 5 to 8 years old that's probably still pretty decent, right? Or should I
Oh,
go something?
easily. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes, 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 yes.
Okay.
Yes. Easily.
That makes me
Yeah,
feel
And
better.
it's just like everything else in the world. There are good quality brand names, and then there's shit.
Yeah.
Um, find out who the good quality is. I mean, in Class A's, the quality is the Tiffins, the Newmars, the Thors. We know that. In Class C's, there some of those names bleed over. Also, you have Winnebagos. In fifth wheels, there are some really high end names. Uh,
Hey, you guys see the new shirt?
Is Thor a good name, or do you know?
yes,
Okay.
High end, very expensive too.
Oh, okay. It didn't. It had a call for price. No wonder. See,
Uh,
I don't want to get like majorly. I don't have any payments, so I'm
Keystone,
okay to make payments.
Forest River are good names.
Oh, Forest
Jayco's a
River.
good name.
Forest River has a 4-season. Also, my cousin just got one. He really likes it. It's one that's got that extra insulation and stuff, and I guess it's like spray foam insulation where you can even stay in it during cold times and stuff.
Oh wow.
Also, in fifth wheel land, toy haulers are quite prevalent, and I know you have toys.
The toy hauler, can you fit a Jeep in a toy hauler?
No, but you can tow a
No.
Jeep.
Yeah.
Colorado, you're a three trailer state, as well as pretty much all 19 states in the western uh, segment.
Okay.
So you could tow
My toy hauler.
you could tow a Jeep by. Well, I wouldn't tow a Jeep behind a fifth wheel. No, probably
Maybe
wouldn't.
trailer it.
I would
Yeah.
definitely I would tow something lighter behind a fifth wheel, if you know what I mean. Something in
Yeah.
a utility trailer or a smaller trailer of that mechanism. I don't know if you could put a Jeep in a toy hauler. I really not sure why you couldn't. Let me
Right.
find out.
Suzuki Samurai.
But if it was beefed up at all with tires and stuff, you ain't never gonna. It'll never work. Yeah.
Remember the
That's
Samurai?
probably true, yes.
And see, I'd want something to where I could get over some. A lot of the places I go in the mountains, if you don't, it's best just to take an ATV, and that's probably what I would do. Just do the, or try to get a UTV.
Oh.
Well, Hammer just got this used toy hauler camper, and it's a pretty decent, nice. I mean, it's 35-footer. You know what I'm saying? It's got a sleeping area, a kitchen, a fridge, and a bathroom. You know what I'm saying, and all that jazz. So, um,
What?
Now you could
What
probably
about
fit a couple of 4-wheelers in there, though, couldn't you?
yeah, he can pull a couple 4-wheelers in there, and it's got the ramp out
Easily.
the back. Yeah,
what about a
and it's got a
Suzuki
lift.
Samurai?
It's got a lift unit in it too, so that you can lift that stuff up. You can pull one in and lift it up, and then pull another one in below it, kind of thing.
Okay.
All right, here's one. Here's one with a TJ with 31s on it that fits, and wider 33s with a 4.5 inch or 4.25 inch lift that fits nicely into a fifth wheel.
Huh. I could do with 33s.
Oh, and they managed to stand up a fucking ATV behind it.
Holy crap.
Right?
Holy crap. Okay, there's a lot more room in those things than I thought there was then.
Oh yeah, they're
Double
35 feet
axle,
long.
4,800 pound ratings. Yeah, that's a 32-footer.
See, that'd be plenty for me, really. I mean, most of the time it's just going to be me and the pups.
That's in the Wrangler forum, by the way.
Yeah,
I'm just out doing the Google thing.
Yeah, and when the vehicles are out of the trailer, that just becomes a sitting area. You know what I'm saying? You can turn it
Yeah.
into a sitting area.
I saw one that the bed cranks up and then you pull stuff in under the bed. And then when you pull it out, the bed cranks back down and you got a big full, like a king size bed back there.
Yeah,
Yep,
I kind of like
that's
that.
most of them. Most of them
Okay.
have that.
yeah, a lot of them. Yeah,
Once you pull the vehicles out, it turns into living space. So it's either a full size table, with benches on each side, which then turns into a full size bed. Actually, bunk beds, one on top of each other, queen size beds in the back there with TVs and a half bath. So
Oh,
those things really do fucking phenomenal work. And a lot of people actually put pretty sophisticated toolbox rigs up in there.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
I'd
Yeah,
like that.
Hammers has even got a stand-up shower in it and all that jazz.
Nice.
Yep.
I'd like that, and like to have a kind of little shop area to, have some cordless impacts and stuff like that in there, and then, like you say, some tools. And
Yep. Hammer's gonna
Well,
fix panels to the roof of his toy hauler and solar it.
nice.
oh yeah, solar's the only way to go there.
Yep.
And it took me a couple of trips to finally figure out how to bring all my tools that I needed. You make them portable, you put them in boxes, you get them the way you want them. But yeah, you get to the point where you got all your tools in the RV now, so I can do anything I need.
Nice.
Right.
Sounds cool, Don.
And then, well, for me, the wife won't do a triple stack yet because I wanted her to. Right now, we've got the 36-foot Class A, and then I attached the Jeep Grand Cherokee to it. What I would like to add to that would be I've got a 12-foot utility trailer with two ATVs on it and my tools. So I could attach that to the Jeep very easily, just to the hitch, and then we'd have a three-way trailer. But the wife doesn't want to do that because, well, she just doesn't want to do that.
Do that. Right. Hey, Huckleberry's in chat. Everybody.
Hey,
Hey, Huck,
my bad.
what's up?
Don got me all interested in looking up stuff. See, it's his fault. I wasn't paying attention to chat.
It's always my fault. Yeah.
Don,
Actually,
oh,
go ahead.
my bad. Oh, are you on Google Maps right now, by chance? Or
Am
can you
I
be on?
on Google Maps?
And Emerald, you
No, but
might
I
like
can
this
be.
too. I'll give you some coordinates, and it's some of the other outcropping little ruins around Machu Picchu. If you got a pencil, I'll give them to you if you want to check them out. Some of them.
Throw a link, dude.
I'm on my other.
You
I'm on
got
my
if you got
tablet.
Latin longs, just throw a link with a Latin long in it. Give it to me.
Wonder how I could transfer that from my tablet to this. Here, give me a minute, and I'll try to, or I might even just whisper it or send it across. I'll see what I can do. I'll be right back.
Give me the numbers. Give me the numbers.
Okay. 13 degrees, 12 foot, 25 inches south.
Hold on. 12-foot. What? Mercator. 13,
What's
12, 25.
South. And then 72 degrees, 31 foot, 49 inches west. Is one of them. There's a camp there. It looks like they're doing current excavation. And then here's another one if you want it too. It's 13 degrees, 11 foot, 34 inches south. "72 degrees, 32 foot, 10 inches west." And there's several around through that area. They're just different ruins and they're considered.
Calling it foot and inches. I was just gonna say.
Yeah, I understood
Well,
that.
they give them weird on here.
I know that's not what that is, but it's okay. I get it.
Yeah.
My bad. I'm not military. I don't know all that stuff. And then there's also one.
It's just the terminology.
Because you're definitely in the middle of fucking forest
like
there.
that.
That's for sure. You're in the middle of the
Right?
Amazon there.
Yeah,
Down in-
and then and if you go to 13 degrees, 9 whatever, and then 23 south, and then 72 degrees, 32 whatever, 45 west, there's more on the top of another mountain.
It's minutes and seconds.
So what do you? What?
Yeah,
So
but-
what? So what?
It's okay,
So
Wizard.
what? What the fuck are these places, and why do we care about them?
There are other ruins kind of surrounding Machu Picchu.
And again, I'm asking why? What
Why
context?
am I
What
interested?
reference? Who? What? Why are you there? Why do I
Uh,
care?
because they're not talked about much, and I'm curious if they're megalithic also, or if they are later on. I was just curious if you guys knew anything about those,
Nope.
because if they are also considered monolithic or megalithic, that would be interesting. And Emerald, some of those on that mountain you were talking about, on that high mountain, some of those ruins are on it, right on top of it.
Oh, okay.
So to me, they have to be connected to Machu Picchu somehow, but they're never reported on. I've never seen anything about them. And I'd like to know if they're also similar
Well, it was
construction
said that they
techniques
had
to.
cities up there that were guardian cities. Those were guard posts. Those were outposts to protect Machu Picchu.
Really nice.
Some
See,
of the
I've
stuff
never
I
caught
understand.
anything about that.
That's a possibility.
It makes
Yeah.
sense.
Outlying posts, cities, basically. Or,
Now
I
we
just
didn't
thought
know
it.
it had actual city. Was the actual city? Oh, we lost on.
Oh, he might have
yeah.
been looking at it. So that's minutes and seconds. Yeah, I'm not familiar with the degrees
Don't worry
and
about it. I
the
understood.
longitude,
I was
latitude.
just gonna say,
So,
I was like, you had me. I was like,
no,
foot
that's
and
cool.
inches, foot
I
and inches.
I
Wait a minute.
appreciate you correcting me. Now I know. So yeah.
It took me a
No, I
second,
had
but
no
I
idea.
understood.
Okay, but yeah, that was
Don
kind of
understood
like
it too. I can tell.
we were just out, like what we were talking about RVs and stuff, and then
And it
Oh
yeah,
no,
has
this
nothing
is
to do with the
something.
military.
This was getting back to something we were talking about last night. We were going to talk about again. So I was just relaying it.
It's saying it has
But
nothing to do with military.
or yeah, even that. I'm just not familiar with longitude, latitude.
It's okay. I understood. I said,
Listen,
I could tell Don understood.
Yeah, Don. Yeah, right away he said he knew. He's like, okay, I got you, and I know what you mean, and I knew I was saying it wrong. But yep, minutes and seconds. See that makes little sense to me.
because I
Since I'm
saw the
devil's
confused
advocate.
face. I see Don's confused face when you were giving the numbers. I was like, uh, wait. I thought maybe you were like, you know, I don't know. I don't know.
No, I was just nope. I just didn't know how to read it that well, so I was just giving them the
I don't know.
what I saw
I
it
don't know
as.
if you heard me. I was like, feet?
Uh,
Caught it right away.
but yeah,
This
it's
stuff's interesting as crap, though. It's very interesting.
Yeah, it sounds interesting to me. Don doesn't have much interest in it, but I do.
Oh, actually, no. Don does. We were talking about that stuff last night.
one of the uses,
Oh,
from what I understand from the study I did of that area, was that in times when the nation was at war, they would the king would be there. They had rituals that went on there as well, but the um, wartime use as a refuge, and it had defense posts and stuff like that. It was very defensible.
what I understand about Machu Picchu and places like that, they put it up high in the mountains because they were more pacifist than other civilizations, and that was a way to keep themselves safe. Same thing happened in Arizona with the Pueblo. The Pueblo were the Anasazi. They were driven out of the lowlands by the uh, Aztecs. And they went up into the mountains, had a cliff dwellings. Others went underground. So it was more defensive than it was for military strength.
What is this? An intervention?
Right?
Huckleberry's going, what the hell? You know,
Intervention. What the heck is Max talking about? I missed
oh,
something.
yeah, you missed it. So,
Sorry, I haven't been paying attention to chat because I don't have my glasses.
hey, Huckleberry, come on up.
No.
Right.
I'm not
No
ignoring you guys
judgment.
in the chat, but I just don't
I-
have my glasses.
I thought it was believed that the Chauvin Empire, the one that predated the Incans, were the ones that they think possibly built Machu Picchu. That the Incans just kind of settled around it.
Yeah, my main interest was the Temple of the Sun, what has the whole solar
Yeah,
system laid
they're
out.
peoples.
The channels that they use for the water, you know what I'm saying, to connect that area, the basin of water that was in the middle of the field.
Yeah, they were very
Kind of
advanced
stuff.
in their irrigation.
Well, it
Anybody ever
wasn't just irrigation. This was not irrigation. This was connectivity. This was circuitry. Just like the Egyptians used their canals and their obelisks, so did that Teotihuacan, okay, which is the temple of the sun or something like that. You know what I'm saying? Where all that representation of the solar system is.
I know a little bit about the Incans.
Wait, conductivity. You lost.
Uh huh.
You mean
Yeah,
like
guess what?
power?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Like
Uh,
like energy transfer. Yes, those. Yeah. There's no reason for them to be there. They were, some of them, a lot of them were underground connecting the pyramids, like the Pyramid of the Moon, the Pyramid of the Sun. They were all connected. Hmm.
My
Now
wife's
a lot.
people. Sorry, I'm done.
Go ahead, sing. What were you saying?
I was just gonna say I know a lot of like the Incan stuff. I mean, even their ability to carve out the stone for a lot of that. I mean, it was even intricate carvings in the stone just for the water. So, I mean, some of that, it could make sense. I've never looked into that, so I'm completely unfamiliar. But it could could explain why they put so much detail into that for the water. And I do know a lot of it was for irrigation, but I mean, it could be other things because let's face it, friction creates some energy, especially if it's over crystalline stones and stuff like that.
Well, if you stop looking at a pyramid like a burial mound, it collects energy from the earth. It is an energetic form.
Yes, it is.
Okay, it is an energetic form and interconnected between these other pyramids. Who knows what the energy or how or what
And why
or
is it
anything like that, but just, if you stop and think about the connectivity between the devices, you know what I'm saying?
and why is this technology known over different continents?
Right, right. The Egyptian stuff is a little different. They had the obelisks, but
See, my bad.
they still had all these little canals that ran everywhere.
I still believe there was a seafaring civilization well before we think there was, with a lot of this being distributed.
How do you get the
Yeah.
Polynesians?
Little man with the handbag. Is that little handbag man with the beard? Stuff shows up on every continent.
Now,
Yeah.
ancient peoples in my wife's country of Chile, they had interactions with the Incans, and it wasn't friendly.
Well, nobody knows exactly what happened with the Nazca people. That's
my
not the name of them, but
Were those
my wife,
the Chauvin? It's Chaven. I think they pronounce it Chauvin. I know they were one of the tribes that
George
predated
Floyd.
George. What? Oh no, this
Chauvin.
was the
Oh,
Sorry.
no, I know what you're talking about, and I don't remember the name of the tribes that they said were in the area, but
yeah.
they
The,
suppose that the whole thing. Who knows that if it was even a local tribe? It's so old that even their ancients have stories about it.
Yeah, and that's the cool thing because it's actually in notes from the conquistadors that when they asked about Machu Picchu and other things, they were told that these weren't ours. We did not build these. These were built by the gods, and they said they built it in a day. So there's some interesting stuff behind it. They didn't build it, and they knew they didn't build it. They just moved in on it. So
Well, I'm
that's
thinking that the Puma Punku, the thing I liked about that was the Puma Punku stuff. Because that's one of those things that it's just an anomaly. They don't have any writing. They don't know what the hell these things are. These are laser quality formed, carved, what have you.
right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
So they, but the place was completely annihilated, destroyed, blown, almost as if it was blown up. And there's pieces of it all over the countryside, all over the damn area.
Right.
The upside down stairs in the middle of nowhere that looks like it was a part of a modern kind of building,
Right.
shit like that. But
And I
yeah,
hope Don's still listening because I was gonna explain the reason I was looking at like Machu Picchu and then some of those other sites is I'm trying to look at like possible um emigration paths that like could lead into the ocean because we were talking about different theories of when the levels of the ocean were lower and then kind of see, different ridging or something like that, or different paths, or just look for different things off the coast that could show, different paths they could have taken that could possibly lead to something that's set up not natural, that you can see underwater. That's kind of what got me started looking at some of those just to see, natural migration. Just if something happened, the levels are coming up, people start migrating in. If you could find a place that they could possibly start moving in, I think that'd be cool.
uh,
What's that, Battery?
hey, Shadow Man, welcome in.
I had a story that I was going in, but I got pushed out.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah,
I'll mute.
well,
Go
we
ahead.
wanted to finish this conversation. We're finished now. Go ahead.
Okay, my wife's ancestors had interactions with the Incans, and it wasn't friendly. You remember the movie 20,000 BC with Raquel Welch? Anybody?
Okay. Yeah, kind of. It was a spoof. Yeah.
Well, my wife's ancestors were the ones on the beach being interacted by the violent cavemen that came and raided them. That was their interaction. That's all I wanted to say. Go ahead. It was very short.
Your wife is from South America?
Chile.
Yes, she's from Chile.
Chile. Nice.
Yeah, the Incans always raided their villages. They didn't have any way to defend themselves.
Okay. Cool. I always thought that the a lot of the tribes that predated that were in the same era as the Incans, I always thought a lot of them got wiped out.
Not all of them.
Nice.
The Indians
And that is
in
cool because a lot of
Chile.
and that is
Oh, yeah.
cool how a lot of those stories get passed down. And I think there's a lot of truth to a lot of those stories that get passed down. I think we need to give them more credit, to be honest.
And there's some villages in Bolivia that they found a way to protect themselves from the Incas. They built their villages out on the lake out of straw. They built floating islands. It's interesting how some civilizations were able to survive facing warlike nations around them. Like the Anasazi went up in the mountains. The Bolivian Indians went up on the water. But the ones in Chile, they just went south. They had mountains on one side, they had ocean on the other. They didn't have anywhere to go.
Right.
But they survived. And
It was very tough.
colder climates is what did it. The northern
Oh
Indians
shit!
were gone.
They're having it. Professional sports are rigged, and Max is getting upset.
Hey, don't be picking on Miss Miriam.
Yeah, but no, I was just thinking, you know.
Yeah, I agree with her. Here, I'm on total
Don
battery
T,
now.
Don T, get your ass back up here. I know you're out there listening.
Wizard, you'd be proud of me right now. I'm on total battery.
Oh yeah. For what? Your phone?
This whole room is on battery. I'm operating the phone off the battery. I'm operating lights off the battery.
Mm-hmm. Nice. Awesome.
I'm trying to go more battery like you.
Right. Right. Well, that's always good. That's always good. I mean, you got enough of those batteries over there to
Yeah,
choke a
it's getting
horse.
easier. It's getting
Yeah.
easier. Now that I've got enough batteries. Look, I have 3 of these guys.
Well, I mean, you've got those other batteries you've put together over time and everything else too. I mean, gee.
I haven't even started using these yet. I'm only using 3 of them right now. And other ones I built.
Right.
But the other ones I built that the phone and the light are on, they're on the old battery, which is 2 that I bought and 1 that I built. And the one that I built is actually stabilizing the other 2. The other 2 are pieces of garbage.
Oh damn.
I trashed them, trying to charge them in the sub-freezing temperatures.
And they destroyed them.
Yes, it did. Well, they're still working. The one I built, I put in there, and it helped stabilize them. So hopefully it might bring them back to life.
Mm.
Hopefully I didn't lose too much capacity in them. But to prevent this in the future, I bought some motorcycle handlebar grip warmers. You know what I'm talking about?
Okay.
They're 12 volts, so I can operate them on the same battery.
Are they thermostat? Do you have a
Yeah, I
thermostat
will
on?
hook the thermostat up to them before I put them on there, because right now they're just on-off switch. So I need to put a thermostat on it, and that's not too hard. I've wired a thermostat in before to run a fan,
Right.
so it wouldn't be too hard to put one in there to also run a cutoff switch, so it doesn't charge when it's below freezing
Well,
or warm it up.
I'm gonna have to figure out a. I think I got. I don't know if these heat tapes are operable that I have, but I'm gonna try and
Can you
figure that
charge
out.
lead acid battery under freezing temperatures?
Flooded cell, yeah, it doesn't matter. In fact, charging them warms
Well,
them up. Discharging them
well,
warms them up.
it,
So
it might be beneficial to add some lead acid batteries to some warmers to warm up the lithium iron phosphates.
hey, Elvis, welcome in.
What do you think about that?
I don't know. I don't know.
Because if
You also have to deal
lead
with
acids are okay,
right, but you have to deal with lead acid. You have to deal with the fluids, the overflows,
no, I'm talking about
fumes.
sealed lead acid.
Huh?
I don't want to mess with the other.
Oh, flood cell. Okay, you just want to do sealed
Yeah,
AGM,
yeah,
maybe.
I think so. It's just something that can control the heating circuit, so I
Right.
don't have to tap off the.
You'd probably be better off with doing like um a low grade fish tank heater that you could use the thermostat on.
Well, I have handlebar heaters for motorcycle grips.
Okay, well, something like that, but if it's thermostated properly, so it doesn't overheat heat the battery.
Yeah, I bought them off of on there was a YouTube video I watched where the guy was trying to keep his lithium batteries warmed up.
If you're using the batteries, don't they? They do create a heat though as well, right?
Yeah, they will, but if I'm charging at night when it reaches below freezing,
Well, the
well,
batteries have
okay,
to be that
okay,
cold. Yeah,
I won't be charging at night, so to speak. I won't be charging at night because I charge them with solar.
right. Right. I was gonna
So that
say,
would be
how you
daytime.
right?
But the problem is when the sun is rising, it's still below freezing. And when the sun finally hits the solar panels, it could still be below freezing. Or the batteries could be still below freezing. And charging them at that time would be bad, right? So it would be good to warm them up before the sun hits the solar panels. So got to figure out some way to do that because the box that
Set
I'm
it on
running,
a timer. Maybe you could do a timer deal. You know,
yeah, timer might work. Providing it has power.
right? Like 30 minutes before sunrise or something like that. Just hit it and warm them
Well,
up.
actually, the sun doesn't hit the solar panels till around 11.
So you do it around 9 to
Yeah,
10. You know,
that is something else to think about. But if the power consumption is very low, I can just run it off the batteries, couldn't I?
I'd probably give it its own set so it didn't interfere with your charge cycle.
Well, I got 3 batteries in there, 9.
Right. You got other batteries you could utilize on it and just have
Yeah,
it there for the heater only and just dedicate it to the heaters.
in this box that I was thinking of putting them in, they
Right.
have it has 3 9.3 amp hour batteries.
But I would use some of the smaller sets that you got. Wouldn't need to have a big set of batteries for just the heater.
Well, this is the small one.
What are you talking about? Those big batteries you're talking about?
No, they're
I'm
only
still
9.3 amp hours.
I'm still here, chat. I'm just listening. They're giving me shit.
The box that I'm talking about putting them in is the one I want to put outside for now. they're 9.3 amp hour each, and there's 3 of them. One of them I built, the other 2 I bought, which are
You're talking about the big blue ones, right?
no. Those are 22 amp hour.
Hmm.
Those I am not put outside yet. What I want to use those for is
Why would you put them outside?
Huh?
Why would you put them outside?
In my shed. Eventually, they're going to be what I bought the heater for was the portable box that I had out in the shed as a future build. You know, this is a test build. Making me rethink my operation here. But those big batteries, these guys, these are going to be a solar generator, a 5.7 kilowatt hour.
Uh-huh.
I probably won't need the heaters for that because I'll just charge them up and wait for a disaster.
I was gonna tell chat. I was gonna tell chat real quick. I know about as much about batteries as I do about reading coordinates, and you saw how well that went. So that's why I'm remaining silent.
Hey, you did okay, man. Don't put yourself down. You did okay with what knowledge you had, and we understood.
No, you did fine. But yeah,
The-
battery. I'm
no,
talking
I
about those
appreciate
little.
you guys.
What?
Oh, I appreciate you guys correcting me. That way I know now that it's
Right.
is that
I wanted to give
minutes
you-
and seconds or
Yeah,
right on. Cool.
Feet,
and it's in
inches.
seconds.
Learn something new every day.
Hey, Sing, you had a successful day.
Yeah, you learn something. That's a good day.
I'm just saying battery. I'm not talking about those blue battery things. I'm talking about those other battery things you've made in the past. The smaller boxes and stuff like that. You could utilize one of those and dedicate it to the heater system.
That's true. But they're all hooked in parallel, so I can just hook it to that. You know, they're
I don't know. Okay. I was just saying.
They're 9 amp hour, around approximately 9 amp hours each. So the power consumption to run those little heaters is not much.
Right.
Just to reach a certain temperature, I want to get them above freezing.
Right.
That's
Yeah, I
it.
got it. I got it. I got it. Yeah.
And then they'll shut off.
Yeah.
That's what I'm working at.
Huckleberry, you may want to rephrase that. That I don't think that came out quite like you meant it to.
What?
If you could jump.
Just saying.
There's Shaw. There, howdy, Shaw.
Colonel Shaw, salute.
Hey, I wouldn't mind somebody jumping my battery.
But yeah, no, I pulled the corridor. I ran the generator last night, and I found this little. Don reminded me. I had this little heater fan, and it doesn't take a lot of energy.
Oh, me?
And I had it going last night. Well, I let the dogs in. I took care of the puppies. And in fact, I got to get them outside. You ready to go outside?
Come on, Huckleberry. I'm just having fun.
Outside. And I came back in and got the dogs all settled and sat back down and smoked a cigarette before I went out to shut down the generator. And I passed out, fell asleep in my chair. And so it was a really cold night last night. So,
Wait.
But I got warm and just fell asleep right here in my chair. I woke up
When
like
you fall
5
asleep in
o'clock.
your chair, did the dogs warm you up?
No, I got this little fan heater going.
I got a little heater going right now.
Yeah. Well, I didn't remember I had it running on the generator. And I left the generator
Oh,
running. I woke up
I
like 5 o'clock in the morning and realized the generator's still running. I'm like, oh shit.
you don't need it then. No, I'm not completely on battery. I'm running a heater. And right now I don't have the inverter for that.
Go outside. Go outside.
I'm running that on AC.
Go outside. Yes, push. I know. Push.
Actually, if I had the inverter, I would still be running on an AC, but it'd be off the inverter.
All right, Shane, cover me. I'm going in. Let the puppies
All
out.
right. Okay, we'll cover the place while he's gone.
Yeah. Hey, Shaw, I'll have Emerald when he gets back. I'll have him put up a link so you can come up if you want to. Don was here a bit ago. I changed the subject on these guys, though. I don't think they appreciate it, but I got to looking at Machu Picchu and a few surrounding areas that I think you'd
Right.
like.
My Chilean relatives have been to Machu Picchu.
I'd like to
I am
go.
so jealous.
Yes, there's so many places around there. I'd like to go.
I've never been there.
Mostly megalithic sites. What's the one with the H blocks? The one Emerald was just talking about. It's got what they call the H blocks.
I don't know.
Crap,
No idea.
I can't.
I've been to Chile, I've been to Argentina, but I really haven't seen any artifacts. Any artifacts south of the U.S. border.
Well, I think, and unfortunately, it sucks that Central America has so many problems politically, you know, um, because there's a lot of Mayan culture, I think, that's yet to be discovered in
Oh, yeah.
Central America too. That's similar to the Incan, I think.
My wife went on a cruise with my mother and her sister-in-law, and they went to Mexico on the cruise. Started in Florida, went to Mexico, and they went to the that Yucatan, and they met up with a taxi driver that was Mayan. The guy was about 5 feet tall, and he was the average height of his people. And
Oh wow!
says, "I will take you on a tour that the tourist services won't show you." And they went on the most incredible tour of Mayan ruins that nobody sees.
Nice.
I was so jealous. The pictures were beautiful. They saw ruins, pyramids that you don't see on the factory tours. It was gorgeous, and they showed
So
their tour guide, and he was short. He was about 5 feet.
nice. So, and I mean, we all know how islands work. They're basically the peaks of underwater mountains or volcanoes or whatever. And they're just the tips of a mountain under the ocean, basically, is what an island is. We all know, how it works. If you follow Easter Island on that mountain on the ridge of that little range that goes out and creates
Chile.
Easter Island, it leads right to the center of Peru and would be a perfect land bridge for, say, rising waters. And if you follow it, it will lead you really close to Machu Picchu. It makes you wonder
Yeah,
if that's an area where, civilization, that civilization
yeah.
was, water rose, survivors went across what could have been a land bridge because it would have been high, but maybe not high enough to where they could have made it across fairly easily.
That
And
that's an interesting. thought, but the the people of Rapa Nui have a different story.
Oh, yeah. Well, and history tells us a different story. It's just uh, theorizing, just different. I like to look at possible migration paths that could lead to.
That's what they call Easter Island. It's Rapa Nui.
Yeah, nice.
They had those big noses. They also had the big noses there. They also found a
Big
jaguar.
nose. The Jewish.
They
Uh,
also had full curly beards on a lot of the in the Incan uh, uh, carvings. They had full beards that looked more like Sumerian people than they did
yep.
any of
Well,
the, because
exactly
a lot of
related.
the Native Americans had really straight hair, and any that did have any facial hair, it would have been straight, very straight.
Mine comes out curly though.
So, and
Yeah.
like Emerald said, the facial features, the noses, everything, it's not, it, their statues and their carvings, a lot of the people do not look like people from around that area at all.
Strange. Oh, I got a lot of Native American, and my beard hair comes out curly, and if I let my other hair grow, it comes out curly on the ends.
Nice. Have you ever seen, oh, my bad.
Oh no. I was gonna say I'm about done for the evening.
Right on. Could you put up a link for Colonel Shaw? He likes this stuff. He was wanting to come up and chat
Oh
with
yeah,
us.
yeah. All right.
Don and I promised him we'd be here tonight and chat with him about it, and Don left. What a
He's
prick.
out there. He's like,
I know
I'll be
he's out
glad
there.
to
He's
chat
waiting
with
for
you.
Shaw after my coordinates debacle. He was waiting for Shaw.
I think it was a subject whiplash.
Yeah. Well, he might have gone to look too at some of those, because Don's seriously very interested in a lot of those old sites, also those historic sites.
What the hell?
And Shaw is also very interested in that.
Colonel Shaw said he'll come up in 10 minutes.
Right on, Shaw. Keep that. If somebody could copy that link just in case he needs it again, I would
What link?
appreciate it. Thanks, Ryan.
The stream
Giving me
right now?
crayons, brain booster crayons.
The green crowns are the best.
But they said the light skinned people who showed up from the east.
Well, up in here,
I-
in around Yakima, they found a cave painting. Actually, no, not the cave painting. A fossil of a human, and it predates the Indians. I got a lot of Native American history in my family, but you can't pass that up. They predate.
Oh yeah,
It's
they're
Caucasian and it predates the Indians.
well, they're finding different races all over the place, and I thought there was 7. And Emerald, you and Don, you said there's like 12 or something like that of the different uh, human races, I guess, or not. Like Neanderthal, all that, and everything. They're not
You
really
know,
huge. Or they are, but they aren't. But they're that predate us. And
you
I
know the
thought they had found
Caucasians come
7
from Arab.
Denisovians and several others. The
I know.
Denisovians,
Yeah, the Denisovians, and yeah, then there was the
Where
culture on the dark race on Australia continent.
there's a race of basically pygmies that they found that were very short, like 3-4 foot tall
The
people.
red haired the rare-haired pygmies in Asia. Yeah,
Mhm.
In
Asia.
Asia?
Yeah.
Oh, it's crazy what stuff they're finding and that predate
I don't know about
any.
pygmies in Africa.
Oh no, this one was east. This one was east. They're in the Asian. I believe some of the islands off of the Asian side. They
Ancient-
believe that they were so small because at the time they were pretty much landlocked and didn't have a lot of food
Well, you look
sources
at the
or protein sources. So that's
you
science.
look
That's
at the
what they.
Bushmen of the Kalahari. They're small. They're very similar to the pygmy. The Bushmen of the Kalahari.
What are the ones that are off of the coast of India? That they're smaller too, and they're very ferocious. It's like off
Sri
limits.
Lanka?
I can't remember. It's an island that anybody that goes there, they'll like kill everybody. There's been like
Oh,
shipwrecks that people went there to
they're
try to
they're
find land.
they have no contact with outside civilization.
Yeah, yeah, nothing. And you're not
The last
allowed to
time
even
they had a
attempt to.
missionary come in there, and he got himself
And
killed. And
then you have the cloud people of Bolivia.
the cloud people? You mean the ones that live on
Oh,
the
yes, the white race.
man-made island?
No, it's the cloud people. They lived up on the mountains
Oh, okay.
in Bolivia, and
I know
they had
about
a
the
whole.
man-made island.
Yeah, I'm just saying, there's a lot of mystery. Bolivia won't let anybody look at any of that shit.
There's a
Well,
lot of
mainstream.
things I want
Look
to
at
know
the
about.
Bosnian. Look at the Bosnian pyramid. A lot of
Right.
mainstream things just shut it down. They won't even go look at it. A lot of the
Pyramid?
mainstream archaeologists, they won't even go take a look at it. They just say, no, it's fake. That's what's
Pyramid?
irritating. It's like at least go
Yeah.
take a look at it.
The
We
Bosnian
have
pyramid.
pyramids in the United States too.
Right. Yeah. They found
Over
them
in
in
the Midwest.
Alaska. They found them, the ones in Bosnia. He's already started excavating and stuff like that, and he's been inside of them and he's clearing them out.
And that
And
thing
You
makes
know
the
the you
Egyptian
know about
ones look
the
tiny.
you know about
what?
the
Say,
Midwest
what did
burial
you
mounds,
say?
right?
I
They're
said
pyramids.
The one in Bosnia, it makes the Egyptian ones look tiny.
Yeah, and they're
Seriously?
4,000 years older
Right.
than the pyramids in Egypt.
Well, you know, the first pyramids are down in Ethiopia. What I understand, the oldest pyramids are in Ethiopia.
No,
According to mainstream, but I think they're way off. I truly think that they like Emerald was saying that Bosnian one. If that Bosnian one turns out to be legitimate with the growth of plant life and with everything that's on top of it that they're peeling away now, and that they're proving there's cut stones stacked and everything, and just the amount of growth, the amount of sedimentation and everything, that thing is crazy old. And this ain't just sand blowing over it. This is time, just dirt kind of collecting and sedimentation collecting, and then fully developing soil to where it grows trees. And I mean, that's insanely old.
Well, with all the pyramids that are popping up all over the place, and some are older than what we thought, makes you wonder.
I truly believe there had to have been at least an ocean faring civilization that were world travelers. There had to be.
I know
I
there
mean,
was.
even beyond the islanders that skipped across
Polynesian?
different islands. Yeah, the Polynesian islanders, even beyond that, and because they would basically island skip, set up a village, expand out, and then they go highland or island hopping again. And a lot of times they would just get in their canoes and row. But I mean, even beyond them, I think there was some, I don't know how advanced, but advanced enough to sail the seas.
I know a little bit about this. Something I've studied. Um, the people of Easter Island woke me up. All right. Easter Island, they believed at the story is they had this great flood that covered the whole earth. Sound familiar? When the water started to recede, they found an island. And they made their home on this island, which is now called Easter Island, or Rapa Nui to the natives. They believed they were the only people left on the earth.
Right.
Because they had no
Yeah.
contact with anybody. For
So
centuries.
so then you understand why I was pointing out the Machu Picchu, Peru mountain range leading to Easter Island. You understood why I was pointing that out.
Yes.
I know what you're talking about. Yep. And there's flood myths from
And
every
there is different
civilization.
stories all throughout the world. Just like that.
And I got to be
And they all
careful saying
point
flood
to the
myth.
Great Flood.
Yeah.
Ugh.
And even science, even geology has proven there was a massive flood. I mean, they're finding it on our or our west coast. They're finding evidence of massive worldwide flooding everywhere. You know, and I can't remember. Don is the one to talk to about this because he knows the exact years. I believe it was pretty much, they believe 10,000 years ago. Maybe it was 20.
Yeah,
I can't remember.
sounds about right.
He has the dates on this. But it intrigues me with that connection of the little underwater mountain range that goes from Easter Island right to the center of Peru. And it just, with Machu Picchu, it's an interesting thing. Makes you wonder if it was before flood and they built that there.
I because I married a Chilean, I did understand. I studied a lot of their history. Now, Rapa Nui or Easter Island is part of their history because that is part of Chile.
Yeah, yep.
So
It's
I learned about that
Chile
myself.
Fire in the motherfucking bowl. That's what I say.
Hey, I got to get me some CBDs, man. I really do.
Did we lose you, Emerald?
I won't do the fire
I'm
in the
like,
bowl.
I'm like, dude, I'm like, so.
I won't
Emerald's
do the
tired.
fire in the bowl, but I will do CBD.
I don't mind CBD. I take CBD. It helps.
I
with
just don't like
joints
to
and stuff
smoke.
like that.
I used to smoke, and I will not do it again. And of
I
any
prefer
form,
pipes over joints, though. More efficient intake.
okay, it may be more efficient, but I just don't like to smoke. I'm sorry.
Oh, no. I'm just saying. It's simpler. I grow it, stick it in the pipe, and smoke it.
Hey, more power to you.
Yeah.
I don't mind. Whatever form you like, it's okay.
That's what form it came in. That's the form God gave it to me in. That's the form
Yep.
I use it in. So, yep, that's the way I look at it.
I am libertarian when it comes to that.
Well, I'm alive because of it. And so are many other people.
I know.
So,
I know.
yeah. Hey, there you go. Colonel Shaw.
There is so much out there for us to
Sure.
partake in that helps our health. And for you, it is smoking the weed.
Yep. Yep.
I have no problem with it.
Okay.
I used to.
That's good.
I was a strict conservative, and I was like, no drugs whatsoever. Now, so I know you may not consider it a drug, but you know what I'm talking about.
It's an herb. It's just another herb put on this planet for our use. Period. There's no other way to any other way to think about it is perverted.
Wizard, I have learned this, and I am more accepting now. So you might think, okay, I'm a little more libertarian.
Huh?
But I'm still a conservative.
Right. Oh, yeah. Libertarian is not exclusive. Conservatism is not exclusive to.
Oh, it's Colonel Shaw. How you doing, sir?
I'm just waking up.
Good
Yeah, I
morning.
can understand that.
I'm not fully awake yet.
You're in our future, right?
Who is
What?
the conscious universe? That name looks familiar.
Hey, Colonel Shaw, did you meet Hauger?
Who?
Have you met Hauger?
Helga?
Yeah.
No.
Well, he was
From
on the other
Iceland, I
night.
believe, isn't he?
He
I
was
don't
on the
know.
other night. He's
I
from
don't,
Denmark, remember?
I don't know
Oh,
any
okay.
Helga.
Doesn't Hauger live in Iceland?
He's from Iceland. He's living in Denmark.
Oh, okay.
Hager was the
Yeah,
guy
Oh,
the other
pretty
night.
cool.
I,
I
I
heard
might
him
have seen him
talking. I
sometimes,
thought
yeah.
it was you, Colonel Shaw.
Good
You
night,
sound alike.
Nightingale. Sleep well.
Dream well, Patriot.
Take care, Nightingale.
No, Colonel Shaw,
Singularity.
Hager was on the panel, or he was on the chat the other day. While
Oh,
you
nice.
You'd like him.
I thought he looked familiar. I knew I recognized the name from somewhere.
Really?
Yep.
I haven't seen
I
him
was
in a
trying
while.
to get you. I was trying to get you guys to talk and trade information back and forth. So, because he's in Denmark, and
Mm.
um,
So he's pretty close to me, huh?
yeah,
Okay.
hey, what's up, man?
Irish misfit.
Irish Misfit. Woohoo!
Can you hear me?
Yep.
All
Yeah.
right, good. How do you like the camera? It's a new camera.
Looks
So,
great, man.
Looks fine. Yeah.
yeah. Very
Definition.
very clear. I've got myself a little.
Is it a plug and play camera?
What is that?
No, actually it's called the Face Cam. It's by Elgato. So be able to do some fun little tricks once I get everything hooked up. So
Sounds expensive.
yeah.
It looks good.
Yeah, it's literally a Sony camera, Sony sensor. I'm testing it, so when I get back, I can set up for an actual show.
Well,
I'm just testing it right now.
you'll be happy to know it makes you look good.
That's good, right?
Miracles do happen, huh?
That's good. So, how's everybody doing tonight?
I'm doing
I'm
great.
about toast. I'm almost done.
Okay.
Morning here.
Wizard's on his new generator, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes,
I'll keep
sir.
going.
On the little one.
Generac?
No, I'm on the little one.
Oh, you
Yeah.
don't have the Generac hooked up yet?
The Generac I use to run the well.
Just the well?
Right. The little one gets 4 hours to a single gallon. So I use the little one to run the night
Right.
stuff, and I use the Generac to run the well during the day when I need to run the well.
How much are you having to run a generator?
Since wintertime, it's been, just I got an hour or two after dark and the batteries lose out.
All right.
The
You're
sun,
not getting enough solar, huh?
no, the sun is not what it used to be.
Okay.
Yeah.
I can understand that.
I'll make a call and have them turn it up for you. Okay.
Yeah, well, the days are getting longer.
Right.
The days are getting longer, and there gets a point to where there's enough sun on the panels to charge them for a full night's use. It usually happens around late April, early May. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
I'm learning that. Wizard, I am realizing that because I am trying to charge Solar? Very difficult. I'm not getting enough solar here right now.
Irish, have you heard about Ireland?
No, update me. I've been very busy here working. What's going on
Well,
in Ireland? Didn't they all just say fuck it?
yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's exactly what I
You're
was
not in
saying.
Ireland.
Yeah, I think
Okay.
Ireland was on that fuck it. That's kind of like when you're born Irish, born in Ireland, they smack on the ass and you say wah and they say fuck it.
Yeah,
The first thing you learn.
we finally came to the senses,
Yeah, absolutely.
and now the rest of Europe.
Well, yeah, Europe is fucked. Well, at least England got their head out of their ass. That's for sure.
Yeah. Isn't that awesome? And the stats coming out of there, holy
Mhm.
crap. It proves this COVID is shit. It's a
Yeah.
lie.
It's a lie. We all know it.
So, Irish,
Uh huh.
I take it you're not in Ireland.
No, I'm not.
Where are you?
Right now,
Betty, did you just forget who you are?
yeah, I'm at work
How
right
long have you been watching the show? How long have you been talking to Dave? You know he's not in Ireland. He's in Indiana.
Yeah.
Well, I can understand by it, the way he speaks, but I
Battery,
don't know where he's at.
he lives in the same street as Apex. It's his neighbor.
Oh, okay.
Am I
That's
correct?
cool.
Oh yeah, he's back in Indiana,
We have a lot of
across
Irish
the street
people
from the house. So
here. Now, you'll be happy to know I have ancestry to Cumberland, England.
sorry to hear that.
No, no, no. They were driven out of Cumberland because they were thieves. They were stealing from the British.
Colonel knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like nope. Sorry to hear
Irish,
that.
Irish,
Don't
Irish
don't
misfit.
say that to an Irishman.
Yeah, don't
They
tell
were
it to me.
driven out of that area because they were stealing from the British.
Well, all I can say is the British. Everybody kicks them out one way or another. Look at Hong Kong.
They went to Pennsylvania. Eventually, they went to Kansas, where they mixed with the Cherokee Indian.
Well, all I
My
can say
grandfather
is
was half Cherokee.
all I can say is when I do my ancestry DNA, it's only on three islands. That's it. So
Islands.
yeah, well, found out we've got a little Icelandic, very minuscule Icelandic, Norwegian, and then of course you've got the rest of it's in Ireland and the other half's in Scotland. So
There you go. At least you got some good stuff.
yeah. So I've been busy
Although-
straightening up this office. It's been
Although
crazy.
the potato thing wasn't too good.
No.
What the hell is happening? Emerald, did you leave me?
Not really. I'm hanging in there by a thread.
Is your generator at his end?
No, the generator's doing great.
Oh, but you're not.
Yeah, I'm
Solar
like-
generator tonight.
I'm warming up.
What's your time, Emerald?
My time is 1:45 a.m.
1 a.m. Almost 8 o'clock here.
Right.
Almost midnight here.
It's 22:43 here. It's 22:43 here on the West Coast of the U.S.
Yeah, it's 8 o'clock. I'll be getting up at 9 o'clock again. 9:30.
Sorry, what?
Zinger, you still there? Singularity. Are you there?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah. I'll keep it going for a little bit longer so we can chat here in a bit about some of that stuff we were going to about
Yeah.
last night. I
Yeah,
think
exactly.
Don's still out there around somewhere too.
Well, you might come up. You never know.
Yeah.
Hey, Colonel Shaw. You see
Don is
this?
always somewhere in the background lurking.
Oh, wait.
Yeah.
Hold on. Let me turn on the camera. Colonel Shaw, you see this?
Oh no.
This is a 12-volt battery. It's not real high power.
It looks more like a big firecracker.
Yeah, a lot of people that I showed somebody at work and says, "Is that a bomb?"
Yeah.
Like, well, it couldn't be used for bombing unless you attached an explosive to it.
Oh yeah.
Because this will not explode. It will not catch fire. But
And you
it's
made
an
it
extra
yourself.
power source.
If you made it yourself.
No.
Oh.
This got a wrapper on it.
Okay.
Somebody else made this, and it's kind of a mystery what the wires are. The red and the black, not a mystery, but the white ones are a mystery.
Okay.
And there was a mystery about why somebody had cut down the middle on one side, but this one has no cut, and it has an extra wire. So,
How much volt is it?
huh?
How much volt?
It's 12
The,
volts.
the voltage.
Yeah, it's 12 volts. RMS.
What can you make? What can you make fun of it? What can you do with
Make
it?
a 12-volt power source. What I'm powering everything right now
Yeah.
is off of these. And my light.
Okay.
So I have no idea what this wire is.
And is it rechargeable?
Yes, they're rechargeable. They're lithium iron phosphate. I hope you can find some kind of source for these kind of batteries. What country are you in, Colonel Shaw?
Ah, come on!
Oh
I
my
told you.
God.
I told you 1,000 times. You know where I am. I told you
All right,
1,000 times.
just Colonel Shaw.
Battery. Yeah, I think you've had too many, man. I think you need to take a break, dude.
Come on!
Too many
You're from
Chuck
Poland,
Martinis.
right?
I'm on the fucking North Pole.
What?
I'm on the North Pole. North Pole.
Holland? Sorry,
Battery.
missing.
Come
It's time
on.
for you to hit the hay, brother. You got
I
it.
don't. You know where I'm from. I told you a million times.
Right, but it's
He's from
an area
Australia.
I have.
Yeah, he's from
Colonel Shaw,
Australia.
Colonel Shaw, it's an area I have problem with mentally. Sorry.
Yeah, especially when you're drunk.
Yeah. I'm from the
Anyway,
Netherlands. The Netherlands.
okay, Netherlands.
Yeah.
Netherlands. Where is the Netherlands?
Oh my goodness.
So they had a conversation that they're wanting to get started. They were wanting to pick up from on the other night. Let them have their conversation. And
Is that close to Belgium, right?
Jesus Christ, dude, you have to be ignorant.
I'm sorry. There's certain places I have problem with.
I'll see you tomorrow,
Colonel Shaw is
battery.
from, I
God
have a
bless
problem
you.
with mentally.
God
Sorry.
bless you, battery. I'll see you tomorrow, man. Dream well, Patriot.
Oh no, did Shaw leave? Shaw
No,
left. Oh, there he
No,
is.
no.
Oh, good.
yeah.
Hey, hit the wrong button.
There's no talking
Yeah.
to him. He's just
Belgium is on the south, and Germany on the east, and Great Britain on the west, and Denmark on the north. That's where I'm at.
Battery's a good guy. Sometimes the shots get to him, I think.
Yeah, the alcohol gets to him and he gets like that. And sorry
Oh,
about
he's
that.
gone. Oh, he's gone.
Yeah, he got a little confused on it.
He's
He
been
knows where
slamming
you're
them
from.
all night, man.
He knows where I'm at. I told him a million times. Told him a fucking million times.
Miriam, where are we?
It's just like,
And she comes in with those hidden jokes every so often.
I know, right? Where are we?
Did you do any
Wow.
investigating today, Shaw?
No, I had no time. I went to Belgium yesterday, and I had to buy oil for my stove.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Keeps me going for about 2 months now.
Nice.
Because in Belgium, everything is cheaper than here. Everything. Fuel and tobacco and alcohol. And the Belgian border is just 10 miles from here.
Nice.
Yeah.
Heck yeah. Drive across to get a better price. Especially these days, you got to save as much as you can where you can.
Yeah, of course. You know, with this shit with the Russian and all, that they probably gonna close the gas pipes. So I got enough oil now to keep my house warm.
Right on.
Nice.
And I got enough food stored.
See, that's the worst part. If we would have kept everything pumping like we were under Trump, we could have easily supplied you guys with everything you needed.
Yeah,
I mean, we were
LNG supplies and stuff like that.
But already gas ships from America here to Europe. America is delivering gas right now to Europe.
Nice.
Right.
So you know what's going to happen, right? It's a done deal.
We should be able to just supply the crud out of you guys to even bring the prices down as much as we have so much oil and natural gas here.
Yeah, I know.
If they would just let us tap it.
We're all special. Right.
I had to highlight that one.
Right.
We go from one crisis into the other.
Yeah.
Well, you know, as they get through these things, it's going to be like that. You know.
The elite thrive on crises. When there's a crisis, we lose money and they make money.
Right. They're all manipulated and arranged crises so they can make money off of them.
Yes.
Every time. Frustrating. When does the eastern part of the United States got their gas from Russia?
Hey guys, part of this problem that Russia's having with Ukraine probably isn't even involved with them wanting to take over Ukraine, other than that's their pipeline going through Ukraine. And Ukrainians are ripping them off. And I don't think it's the Ukrainians.
I think
the gas. Yep. Something like that.
I don't think any of them are necessarily innocent in anything.
Right.
I honestly think that Russia wants that Ukrainian land to control that pipeline and be able to hold it over Germany and a lot of Europe. I really do. They want
Well, right. They don't want to take over the country. They just want to protect their pipeline and some shit. Yeah.
but it's for a power grab, I think.
Right. I don't know enough about the situation to actually be a decent commentary on the whole matter. I just have a feeling it has something to do with it.
I just see it like that'd be like us putting, like if we put that pipeline from Canada here and then us going and taking over a chunk of Canada so we controlled it all, it'd be a cruddy deal.
Probably
we want
more
that.
relevant to say we were trying to put a pipeline down to South America through Mexico. And Mexico was fucking our shit up. You know what I'm saying? China was messing with them, stealing the gas.
Irish is smashing his new camera against the wall. Doesn't work anymore.
No, right now I'm cleaning up. I'm sweeping.
Oh,
We thought you were banging it up against the wall.
what was your camera?
No, I'm just right now sweeping up the dust off the floor. I'm gonna wash the rug. I got to do all this shit for this place. It sucks.
Oh my God! In the middle of the night.
Yeah, well, got to get done one way or another, right? Whether it's tonight or tomorrow, it's got to get done. So it's like better now while I'm awake. Here you go.
You still got my address, Dave?
You can just text it to me. That'd be good.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was gonna say 'cause I could really use that drive.
Good.
Yeah. Like I said, it doesn't have to be one of your technology things. It could be just a regular old drive. But I need that Windows 10 Windows 10 Pro load with the number.
Yeah. No, that's not a problem.
If you happen to have Office 10, throw that in.
No, I do have Office 10 Pro. That will everything that you need for that. So here we go.
All right.
I read it.
So there's
Oh, okay.
Go ahead, Colonel.
No. Go ahead. Go ahead, Irish.
yeah. So these are all the features this thing has. It's raw video. None of it's compressed. So in other words, like when everybody else's webcam, it's got to go through a program to be compressed so it can be streamed. Here with this camera, you don't have, it's pure stream, and it's 60 frames per second, 1080p. Everybody's like, why don't you get 4K? Nobody streams at 4K. Sorry, we're not oligarchs who can afford that kind of shit.
Right.
Yeah, but I got this to give it a try. As you can tell, you see how clear it is.
Yeah.
I mean,
Very clear.
yeah, and this is the first gen. In other words, this company just made this camera. So, of course, they're adding new features, tweaking it. One of the advantages is that the cord is not plugged, in the back of this thing. There's no cord plug in the back other than a USB-C to USB-A. You can unplug it. So if ever your cable goes bad, your camera's not ruined. You just get a new cable. I mean, that's how simple it is.
Okay.
So it was on Amazon. It was $199. It is not cheap, but
No.
look at the clarity.
Yeah.
So
Looks good.
yeah. Well, hopefully it'll go well. I got my right. Oops. Yep, there you go. I was gotta remember to do that. Yes. That's my Rando Nautica hat. I love it. So everybody's like, oh, Rando Nautica, what's that? Well, it's an app that's kind of weird. That's all I got to say. So other than that, yeah, what's going on in the news on Ireland? I haven't pulled up the news. I haven't done that yet. What did they do? They basically said they're opening the floodgates, fuck everything, and let's just get on with it.
Exactly.
Yeah. Of
should have done that a long time ago.
Yeah.
But,
And so did Scotland. Scotland did it, and England did it.
yeah.
Spain too.
Yeah.
Spain too. Oh, I didn't hear that one, but yeah, good
Yeah.
deal.
They're all coming around. Thank
Yeah,
goodness.
it's coming. It's all coming to an end now. The bullshit.
Yeah.
I think Spain was one of the first ones, weren't they?
Yeah,
That's when they had enough. Yep.
yeah. They say just live with it. It's a flu. It's a new flu, but you gotta live with it.
Well, that's
Yep.
the normal evolution of a virus, especially if it's a bioweapon like the Chinese and Fauci made it to be.
Exactly.
Eventually, it does. Remember, a virus doesn't want to kill its host. It's not its goal because it doesn't do well if it kills its host. So the whole point is to spread as much as it can.
Yeah.
Each variant got weaker and weaker, and which is nature. That's what they're calling. That's what herd immunity is when it gets weaker and weaker, and everybody can just tolerate it. So, and good. I'm glad it's done that way. I'm glad all this bullshit's over with, and I can go home, go visit my family. Fuck sakes, because I was afraid of going over there because I might get trapped over there. But I got work out where I'm at right now until I'm done, and then I'll go see my family. But that'll be a while. I just gotta wait. Oh, and by the way, just so you know, Colonel, in Amsterdam in July, I believe, I'm trying to get tickets again for Pearl Jam.
Okay.
So if I do end up coming out there, you're more than welcome to come, and then I'll put you up at the Hilton right next door to the stadium, which will be fine. So you'll have a hotel room.
Really?
So, yeah, I'll take care of it. It's not a problem.
Well, that's great, man.
Yeah, once I finish this job, I'm getting some money. So, yeah, I'm gonna be good on that. But since you'll be close, I mean, literally, you'll be really close to me. So,
yeah, just an hour away.
Yeah, it's not that far. Even if I had to come up and drive, I'm not gonna have a car while I'm in Amsterdam. There's no need for it. Everybody's like, "Oh, you need a car." No, I don't. Ever been to Amsterdam before? You don't need a car.
No, you don't need a car. Only if you want to make a drive to the country, and renting a car is really cheap these days.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Well, I don't order it like most Americans. Most Americans, like when you go to Ireland, they go through Budget or Enterprise or whatever, and they do it here. Why don't you just go Enterprise or Budget.ie? Prices are way different. Because I was looking at a BMW, was it 4 Series automatic, all the bells and whistles.
Yeah.
If I ordered it through the U.S., it would be like $2,800. We're stupid, right? But if I do it through the IE, through the Ireland website, it only costs me like 650 euros for the week.
Wow.
Yeah, with insurance. So
wow. Unbelievable.
yeah. So same thing, just a different website. That's it. So you can get an idea how much they rate the Americans coming over. So that's all right though. Good. At least I know what I'm doing. So it's like, you're paying how much? Yeah. You wish you paid what I paid. So other than that, I'm gonna be heading off here, everybody. I'm done with my work. Straightened up this office here that needed to be done, and I'm gonna go to bed. So, can we get a fire in the bowl?
Fire in the motherfucking bowl.
There you go. God bless it.
Yeah.
Fire in the bowl.
Fire in the bowl.
Brought to you by Sausage Gravy Biscuit Farms.
.com. It's right up there. There it is, right up there. All right, all. Have a good night. I'll talk to you guys hopefully tomorrow. And we'll go from there.
All right, man.
All right, peace.
Good night.
Good night.
Sleep well.
Oh, absolutely. All right, I'll talk
Take
to you later. Bye.
Sting's gonna take on the reins, and he's gonna continue. I've got to hit it, guys. I gotta hit the hay, man. I'm falling out. I can't even text right. So I was like, dream well, Patriots. Ryan.
Good night, man. Sleep well.
You know it, buddy. Dream well. Thank you, everybody. Colonel, great to see you. Everybody, thank you for
always a pleasure.
a great show. Everybody in chat, Dallas, Miriam, Valentine, Huckleberry, everybody. God bless you. We'll see you tomorrow night. Dream well, Patriots. Good night.
Take care, man. I'm reading chat. I'm sorry. Craziness. So you didn't have a chance to do much investigating?
No, not yesterday. No.
That's all good. Or yesterday? Yeah, I guess it's still today for me.
I had to, yesterday. I had to go to Belgium, and then my son he had a party here, so I didn't have the chance yet. But it will come. It will come.
I actually is all I was doing is doing some Google Maps and then some different things like that. So.
Yesterday we talked about that old map, that Pee Wee Rice map.
Yes.
And I believe that the original one has to be something like 10,000 years old or something. Because it was a copy of a copy.
Yeah.
So that means that 10,000 years ago, the situation in Antarctica was totally different than it is today.
I was reading a article about that. Actually, that is one thing I did investigate a little bit.
Yeah.
It's that the guy in it was 15. You were right. It was in the 1500s. I think it was 1525 or 1535 that he did it, and it actually came from, like you say, an older map. And apparently, he had told people that older map was taken off of carvings.
Yeah. Oh,
was like taken from carvings and then put onto like papyrus or whatever type of paper they used at the time, or hide or something. Then he copied it off of that. But apparently there's quite a thing, or quite a mystery around it.
Stone carvings.
Yeah, that's what he said. Apparently to people that the original came from, but that's not what he copied it off of.
And from where? Where was that?
Didn't say. Apparently he was pretty secretive on even where he got his copy from. I know his copy came from apparently the Middle East or something like that, somewhere that he copied it off of. So, but I don't know where they found it, but that's where he transcribed it or whatever, or copied it. So it's definitely interesting behind it. And then I read, to get both sides of it, I read a couple articles where they were supposedly disproving it.
Yeah.
They didn't disprove it a bit. They said that it was carbon dated and then showed to be from like 20 or 30 years after what it said. So they took that as a thing. But as we all know, carbon dating offsets by up to 50 years or whatever. It's not really exact. So to say 20 or 8, and even if it was 20 or 30 years later, it would still be phenomenal.
Yes.
Even in the 1550s to know what the outline of Antarctica was.
Yeah, exactly.
So right. I don't know how sometimes they say they disprove them, but they really don't if you do a little bit more research.
Yeah.
And actually the carbon dating was inconclusive on the first one they did. And then they tested a corner again, and it was within 20 or 30 years. So they can't really say they just proved it. I never understand how that is, but just to get the thoughts on both sides of it.
Yeah.
I looked at it, but it seems legitimate to me. I mean, if they can carbon date it and it goes back remotely close to the time he said to where it was said that he got it and everything.
Yeah.
And, apparently they're trying to say.
I think a singularity that the original came from the Library of Alexandria. I don't believe that everything got burned in that library. some stuff is saved and stored, and I think it had to come from there.
That would make sense how it ended up in the Middle East then. That would
Yeah,
make a lot of sense because it
yeah,
could have ended up with some king or something over there.
exactly.
That makes a lot of sense. I agree with you that I don't think everything was burned. I think
No,
there's actually a lot of that in the Vatican archives too.
exactly.
I
The
agree.
Vatican holds so much.
Yep.
Fucking hell.
Those
Yeah,
cigarettes are talking back to you.
no, it's not secret.
Oh,
It's the cold here in the barn, in the shed.
oh, yeah. Yeah.
I go for a cup of coffee first. Be right back.
Okay, right on. We'll all be here. And I know Don T's got to be out there somewhere. I think earlier he's getting frustrated, getting talked over, and not having a chance to say much. Hey, Rusty, welcome in. Ray, welcome in. Everybody else just went to sleep, so it's just me and Shaw. We're going to talk. And Don, if he comes back up here, we all are interested. I don't know how many of y'all are interested in it, but we're really interested in, I guess, what would be called prehistory. We all think that civilization's a lot older than what they say it is. And today I spent the day looking through Google Maps and everything, just kind of scanning over places that look to find anything that could be possible pass out into the ocean before the oceans rise or rose, because they say 10,000 years ago it would have been 300 feet lower. And even off the coast of England right now, they're doing archaeological works, underwater archaeological works, finding a lot of village areas and stuff like that that are well underwater and under sedimentation. Sorry, I'm multitasking. I'll quit multitasking so I can talk straighter. Probably losing y'all. But Don, Colonel Shaw, and I are all real interested in that. Nice. Rusty Grammar likes that too. It's interesting to me. And one of the things Don's really into and been researching is the Black Sea. Because at one time it would have been more open, and then there was a land bridge, and I'm probably not telling this right, but he was looking into it, and at one time there was a land bridge, and then when the water rose, it actually would have caved in the land bridge and flooded much of the Black Sea, where initially it would have just been a river. So sorry, Shaw, I was rambling.
No, it's okay. I'm back. I got my coffee.
Rusty, nice. Rusty likes that stuff too. He says. I think there's so much of that that we know, and I'm like you. I'd love to get into the Vatican archives. And
Yeah,
they say they open them up, but when they open them up, they only open up to certain people
of
in
course,
certain amounts.
and not everything.
Yep. It's frustrating. And let's face it, when the Templars were in the Middle East, they brought back a lot, and I mean a lot of artifacts, a lot of everything.
And what they had, and the Vatican wanted what they had, and that, and then the witch hunt started. Because I really believe they found the Ark of the Covenant, and they took it with them.
Well, there's a whole fleet of ships that disappeared. They went somewhere with somebody.
Yep.
I mean, their entire fleet of ships. And at this time, and well, like you're talking, the French king was so indebted to him. It was him that began all this. And when the Pope went with them, and like you say, the Pope ended up, in my opinion, I agree, went with them because they wanted a lot of the wealth, whether it's knowledge or whatever, they wanted a lot of that also. But yeah, they had an entire fleet of ships that disappeared, and I believe a lot of the Templars also went to Spain because they were protected in Spain.
Spain, Portugal, and Canada. The Scottish branch went to Canada,
Yep.
Oak Island. It's a small island for the coast of Canada.
I've seen a lot on that.
Where they're searching now, where they're searching for the money pit.
Yep.
It is related to the Templars.
I think there's definitely a good possibility of that. But I do think that they, like you say, that there he is. I knew he couldn't stay out of this for long. Hey, Don.
Hey, Don.
What's up, man? Gentlemen, how are you?
Yeah.
I hope
We're
everyone's
good. We're
well.
good. We're good. And how are you, sir?
I am wonderful. Thank you very much for asking. Man, you know what? um, the nice guy in me that I know my wife is watching this, and so the nice guy on me says that I shouldn't dog the fuck out of Battery for being a 12-year-old little girl. So I won't. So there. Enough said.
Right on. That's willpower right there. That is willpower.
It's like Wiz said the other night. I'm making progress. He can see progress in me, and so I feel proud about that. And so,
Don, yeah. I was attempting to explain the that you're talking about the land bridge that collapsed and basically flooded the area of the Black Sea. Could you describe that a little bit more? Because I don't think I did it justice. I'm not as familiar with it.
Well, the Black Sea flood had something to do or was directly related to the Mediterranean flood. And the flood in the Mediterranean, it's been proven now through a series of not only tectonic plate shifts, but also dry areas or dry times that have literally dried up the Mediterranean almost to completion. They have salt mines there that prove that the Mediterranean dried up over 1,000 times. With that said, during the Ice Age, with that said, the same thing, or to a lesser extent, afflicts the Black Sea at the Straits of Dardanelles. The Dardanelles are very narrow land. They're very narrow cavern or canyon, excuse me, that it's been theorized was blocked by ice for so many thousand years. And then around 15,000 years ago or 13,000 BC, then it is theorized, or actually it's more than theorized, that the Black Sea then also flooded in a very cataclysmic way. And it's also postulated that people were there pre-civilization people. I mean, we're already determining, Gobekli Tepe is 12,000 years BC.
Yeah.
Right. That's just, they buried that. It didn't just get under the water. They buried that for a reason, to protect it.
Yeah.
And they know. I'm just repeating other people here. I'm just repeating what I read, what I see.
Yeah.
But the timelines are lining up. The global, the deluge or the big flood timelines are lining up with the geology that we're seeing across the world, not only in the Mediterranean Sea, but the geology around the floods. There's even a theory that the floods were originated because of the sea level rise in the what's the Middle Eastern, in the Gulf there, where the Euphrates and the Tigris rivers meet the sea.
Yeah.
And so they're telling us now that that's where the cradle of civilization was, and that could very well be where the flood myth came from, when those waters rose into the what is it, the marshlands there at the base of the Tigris and the Euphrates. And so I'll shut up there. How about that?
Nope, that works. That's what I was wanting you to explain. I was trying to earlier, and I didn't do it justice. Did you
did
check?
a wonderful job, sir. You did a wonderful job.
well, thank you. Did you check I don't know if you're listening, but with the underwater mountain range, at least from Easter Island, if you take it pretty much continues all the way to Chile and hits Chile dead center and really close to in line with different things like Nazca and the oh god Pumu. I told you I suck at names. The place, the ruins we were just talking about on top of the mountain.
Tiahuanaca.
Not that one. The Puma Puchu or whatever. Crap, I can't even think of the name. Anyways, but I think there's a correlation between Easter Island and, we're talking about with the ocean being 300 feet lower, like what, 10, 15,000 years ago. If there was a civilization there that actually traveled into Chile too, but then the Easter Islanders, it's proven that there were some people there, but they just had no way of producing food and everything and just kind of died out. But I believe that it was kind of one civilization that ended up completely migrating and became what we know as predecessors of the Incas. And I think those Easter Islanders were the same tribe that just didn't migrate all the way in, or that there's a good chance that could be. Because if you look at that little mountain range, it would have been connecting all the way across there for quite a while, even after the water started to rise. So it would have been basically a trail for them just to go right into Chile. So you're muted, Don.
Where is Easter Island?
It is on the eastern side of Chile. It is
In the Pacific.
Yeah. It's between Chile and Australia, actually. If you're down around that area. I can actually give coordinates here in a second, and I'll do better at the coordinates.
It's with the big head standing towards the sea.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how to show this, because you're right.
And not so long ago, they found out that the heads had bodies buried in the ground.
Yes, they did. Yes, they did. Oh, I hate Google.
Yeah, and I'm trying to find it again.
Let me see. What am I doing here? Google
Machu
Maps.
Picchu. There we go.
Oh, Machu Picchu,
yeah. Sorry, I suck at names.
Google Maps.
Isn't that in Peru? Machu Picchu?
Yes. Yep. And Easter Island, the coordinates.
Got it.
Okay, right on. Now, if you follow that little mountain range that goes underwater there, you zoom out a bit, it splits Peru.
You can see there something huge hit the earth, the surface. You see that?
Yep.
Something
And that's
huge hit the surface there. Even the south point of Argentina is bent from it. You see it?
Yep.
Like a big asteroid went in there.
Yep.
And this is Antarctica, isn't it? The south, what I see at the bottom. That's the north point of Antarctica.
Correct.
Yes. And they have
it does.
full.
It kind of just snakes around Antarctica, doesn't it? That
Sorry?
ridge. That ridge just kind of snakes around off Argentina through to Australia. And actually, in that range, it's the South Georgia and the South Sandwich Islands, they call them.
Okay.
There's a series of islands through there, actually. But yeah, I see what you're saying. There would have been a land bridge there too, as the
Yeah.
waters were rising.
Yeah. Exactly.
And it's interesting. You go back to that they found animals with literally that were chewing on food and flash froze. And the only thing I could think of that would do that in our solar system is like some type of major hiccup with the sun. And if things froze that quick and then it kicked back on and melted extraordinarily fast, or not kicked back on, but say there was a massive sunspot or something that caused extreme cooling around the solar system, and then if it became fully engaged again and started warming up, that would melt off pretty quick if it froze.
Yeah. Yeah.
And for
exactly.
things to freeze in place like that, I don't know. It's hard to say, but it makes you wonder if you hear about pre-ice age civilizations, and I know a lot of historians, make a joke of it, but I truly believe that there was pre-ice age civilization.
There was pre-ice age civilizations.
Yeah.
We're
And
we're just now starting to figure that out, though.
Yeah.
Right.
And they make jokes about it because they don't know anything about it and it doesn't fit in their narratives.
Well,
They look-
you're right.
they
When
look-
it doesn't fit in their narrative, then they
Yeah.
don't get paid for it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay?
Exactly.
Things need to fit in their narrative for them to get
Yeah.
paid.
Yeah.
Right?
Exactly.
So archaeologists have a certain theory that they're out there pimping. And if you've got some ideas or some information that goes against that theory, then they're like, nope, sorry, you're wrong, and here's why.
Yeah.
Fuck
Exactly.
you, I'm not wrong. You're a prick, and here's
Yeah.
why.
Oh, and Shaw, I took your advice and I watched part of a season. I don't know why it came on at season 4, but I watched part of season 4 on that Ancient Aliens thing you're talking about. It's actually on
Yeah.
Amazon Prime.
Yeah.
And actually a lot of that leads credence to the prior possibly advanced civilization too.
Yes. Yes. That's what I'm talking about. They're talking about Neolithic contact or Paleolithic contact. Yeah. That
Right.
the people we're talking about that build all these buildings in straight lines around the planet. That they had their knowledge and everything from the beings up there. That's what it's all about their programs. But you don't have to
And
believe it what they say. But
Right.
I think they make really thorough investigations, and they go search those places, and I always like to see it. I
And
think
see,
it's a
maybe
great show.
Right. And maybe it's because I firmly believe in that it was us or our ancestors that were the advanced ones. Maybe it's that,
Yeah.
but I listened to it and it lent credence to that, in my opinion, that our
Yes.
ancestors were seafaring, able to go around, and maybe did find some other tribes. And it'd be like us right now going to like in the Amazon with some of the tribes that are completely untouched. We would appear to be magical to them.
Yes.
And
Exactly.
makes me
God.
wonder if that
They would look at us like gods. And all through South America, you have these stories from the old ones that say that a white guy with long white beard, and he came from the other side of the lake or the ocean or anything, and he came to them and teach them culture and writings, and they all have similar stories. So there's a guy running around on this planet, and he's white, and he has a long white beard, and he visited all those peoples. And I know in South America they call him Viracocha. Have you heard these stories?
I don't know these stories, no, sir.
Yeah.
But guys with long white beards walking around early Earth doesn't seem like a reach to me.
Well, they come with a boat. It's always with a boat.
Okay.
He comes on a ship,
Good.
and he comes to the natives, the Indians, and he teaches them how to read and to write and to eat with a spoon and things like that. Brings them culture and same stories come. You find them all across South America. I have no clue who it was, but
Okay. So, these are my theories. This is what I think. Particularly around Europe, the Europeans are kind of the first to open up to this, to the idea that within Doggerland, let's take that as the absolute, as the beginning, or as one of let's begin with that.
Yep.
You can see Doggerland, it's shallow.
yes,
So it's not really, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to see that if the water levels here were to decrease by 100 to 200 feet,
yeah,
that would open up significant swaths of land,
yeah,
not the least of which would be the land bridge there at Dover. It's already been proven that the rocks in Dover and the rocks in Calais are from the same mountain range and tectonic ridge that goes across the Channel Strait there. So these are really shallow. You can see them here. The ridges under the water. Maybe you can't see them as good there. But the English are now, along with the French, are now doing aquatic. What's the word I'm looking for here? Investigations. They found ruins and potteries and bones and villages underwater already, and they're starting to investigate them.
yeah, yep. Very interesting.
With that said, in the Mediterranean, there is in the Tyrrhenian Sea, which is right there between Palermo, between Sicily and Italy.
Yeah.
They're already discovering here between Sicily and Tunis that that the water there is so shallow. There are what did they say? There are statues and temples underwater here between Marsala and Tunis, Tunisia.
And it's
And they're
really
just
cool. My bad.
beginning to excavate those temples and statues. I've seen pictures of the statues.
Yeah.
And if you look at like some of those and you close in on them, and everything, you could see it almost looks like ancient riverbeds, and then next to that, it almost looks like a road, or a raised road, and then it
Well, look at
leads to places that are like set up into like almost like four buildings, but they're perfectly squared in their relation to each other. So there's
I
four
haven't seen that, but
raised places.
okay.
It's let's see, it's in the Baltic Sea, right off of Barcelona.
Right off of Barcelona is the Balearic Islands.
Battery, I want to say something. Call it a night, man. Go to bed. What's the point of doing this? Just let it go, man.
He angry. I've just been going on. He's mad at me. I think he thought I was walking over him.
Yeah, well, you should call it a night, okay? You said what you wanted to say and go to bed, man. Come on.
But yeah, directly east of Barcelona. Well, actually, it's a little bit north. But there's so many of those areas that look like ancient riverbeds down in there. And then a lot of places almost look like a road. And then there's like a square area that is here.
You see it? I can see
Yes.
north of Barcelona. It looks like at Palamos. There's a ridge. There's a canyon right there. Can you see that?
Yeah,
Also coming off of the shore, there's a canyon right here.
yes,
I know you know as well as I do that these were stream beds.
yes,
If you look
yeah,
down here, you can also see basically the same thing, and these stream beds are
yeah,
collecting in other stream beds.
yeah. It's water erosion. Rivers.
That's exactly that's a river erosion,
Yes,
and it makes perfect sense because there are rivers in.
You still there?
Who, me? Yes.
Oh, yeah. Um, if you go to 40 degrees, 51 minutes, 5 seconds north.
Sorry.
If
I
you
was trying
want
to
Atlantis.
to,
point out
you
the
don't have to.
rivers, but apparently it's not so
Atlantis is
simple.
not so far away from there. It's on the other side of Spain. Atlantis.
Now,
It is said, yes. By the way, I've been to Palma de Mallorca.
Yeah.
And man, what a place. I was there as a youngster in the Navy. I partied my balls off.
Oh,
now
I
that
bet.
entire area
Oh my God.
between like Monaco and Algeria, that entire water body there, it's all pretty shallow, right?
It is, yes, sir. The Mediterranean's not a real deep joint. It ain't.
No, it's not. It's not. It's pretty shallow. I mean, if you
And
compare it with the other side,
I mean, it's
right.
real easy to see where a land bridge would go
exactly.
Sicily and Tunis, Tunisia.
Yes.
It's real easy to see if the water were to go down 100 feet that Corsica would easily connect to Italy.
Yeah. It was
Um,
it was a land bridge 10,000 years ago. You could walk to Africa.
exactly. You could walk it.
Yeah. And that's why you find all these high civilizations there close up there. The ancient Greek, the ancient Egyptians. It's all there, all together.
You can see in the Black Sea here.
Yes.
This is one of my favorites.
Why?
Why? Because it shows the contrast of. It also has very nice river ridges where the the River Don and the River Volga actually come into the Black Sea here. And the Black Sea at Istanbul is where the Dardanelles are, and it's a very narrow land tunnel canyon that could easily block up with any kind of little silt or ice or what have you. And there has been numerous excursions to the deeps to see where the deep part of the Black Sea is still a freshwater sea. And the shallow part of the Black Sea is a saltwater sea.
Okay.
So that says that the Black Sea was originally filled by rivers, not oceans, i.e., the Volga River, the Don River that come out of Romania and Bulgaria. And you can see that here in these ridges that go down these valleys. Do you see this?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I like the Black Sea because it very much, I don't know, it contrasts, it shows these things that I'm not going to say prove anything, but I find incredibly interesting. That with the fact, that coupled with the fact that I've actually been there, so it's a cool place. I've been to Istanbul, that's a nice place, up the Dardanelles.
I've been there too. Istanbul is awesome.
Istanbul is awesome. So, I mean, I like all this shit. It's interesting to me. But I'll shut up now.
It's the cradle of Christianity.
It is. It is.
Now, a lot of rivers look like they changed course. The Volga River really looks like it's kind of, the larger portions of it, the wider portions, looks like it stayed fairly consistent.
Yeah.
But
Don,
I could be wrong.
Don, just take a look at Greece if the water was a little bit more shallow.
I know, right? That would be not a bunch of islands, but an entire land bridge between Asia and Europe.
Exactly.
Not a little thin one there at Istanbul. It would be a massive one here.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, that's my thinking. I believe personally that kind of like the Bible says, I believe that there was a time here where this is supposedly where Jesus crossed the Red Sea. Am I right?
When he parted the Red Sea, that was Moses.
Parted.
Yeah.
Moses, excuse me. Moses parted the Red Sea, taking his people out of Egypt and into the Sinai. You can see right here where in the Gulf of Aden there is a tectonic plate that goes straight into the city state of Djibouti.
Yes.
With that said, there's also a very deep ridge here along the Red Sea. So that if all of that is true, then a very narrow choke point here at Djibouti at the right time, let's say 10,000, 15,000 years ago, when the water was 100 feet, 200 feet shallower, could very easily walk across that land bridge, depending if there were like a big wind or what have you.
Volcano.
So,
have you heard of the Santorini volcano? around the time of Moses.
I have
What
not, no sir.
it was the biggest eruption in 10,000 years, and it was right at the time when Moses crossed over there. So it must have pulled back all the water at the time. It's just a theory from scientists,
Yep.
and it would also bring the plagues into order, like it's written in the Bible, because the burst out was so huge, blackened the sun, everything went black, and there was no sunlight, and then afterward came the plagues with the frogs and all the other things, you know. You should
320
buy.
Dave's got a good point there. Remember, Moses was Jewish. Moons pull, the water would pull back off the land, and the Jews knew that. So yeah, he's probably they probably knew that. That was probably a given feature back then that we
Yeah,
just don't they knew of and took advantage of that we weren't aware of.
yeah,
Okay, that's fine. But again, these are just things that I believe, places that I believe that 13, 15,000 years ago were not underwater.
yeah.
They
Agree,
just were not.
agree.
And 13 to 15,000 years ago, there were humans, there were smart people. We already know that from Gobekli Tepe, that can carve stones. So there's people there that, what's the word I'm looking for? That are civilized. I won't say that they're the number one civilizations. They're saying now that Sumer and Mesopotamia around 6,000 BC, 5,000 BC were the first quote unquote civilizations or cities. Yeah, I'm not sure I really agree with that, but that's what, that's mainstream shit.
Yeah.
Um,
No,
go ahead.
no, I was just, didn't they find a couple cities that they believe are possible historical representations of Sodom and Gomorrah in the right area?
Yeah. I've seen there's a video on it on YouTube. You should see it.
They're
It's
doing
really
some
awesome.
excavations that
It's
fit into the, yeah.
it's still there. The brimstones and everything is still there.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I know that I saw a thing that they started a dig, and it's a Christian league that started the dig, and they literally found some cities that would fit into that in a historical sense, even that there would have been a couple cities.
They don't even have to dig. It's still all there. You can walk
Nice.
through it and see the salt pillars and the brimstone everywhere and all the evidence that something huge happened over there. It's there's a great video on YouTube. You should try to find it. Sing.
Check it out. Too.
Yeah,
Definitely.
check it out.
Thank you. Cool. Thank you.
Yeah.
Does anyone know how deep the Strait of Gibraltar is?
Not very, but I can probably find out for you real quick. Hold on.
Nice. And that's what, in your theory, that's what broke and flooded, right? Once it rose to a
Yes.
certain point.
Well, it's not just my theories. I'm reading from other people, but yes,
Right.
there's a tectonic plate here
Yeah.
also
Yeah.
that shifts.
This was once connected. Absolutely.
And something like that, if it was connected, it'd take a small area to just completely start obliterating that once the water started rushing.
Well, I mean, look at the ridges. Look at the ridges of, look at the cuts in the earth from lower water levels.
Right.
That's what I will use as my principal proof point. There were times of much lower water through the Straits of Gibraltar. as is times of much lower water all over the place.
I agree. Yeah. And that's been proven that, it was so much lower during the Ice Age or during points of the Ice Age.
So these are just these are just points on a map that's not accurate at all. If you want really accurate maps, you're going to have to look for charts, maritime charts that are created by world charting organizations.
Nice.
Maps and charts are kind of my thing. It's really my thing.
If you look at the shallowness of this entire area of the Mediterranean, like you look where like Malta, I mean, it would have just been a massive connection between Lower Europe off of Italy into Tunisia and Libya. It would have just been a massive, I mean, not even a land bridge. It would have just been a massive chunk of land all the way across there.
Malta is amazing. Malta has some of the oldest structures on the planet.
I'd like to go see that.
The Moon and the Sun temples. Have you seen it, Sing?
I've seen pictures. I've never seen it in person. I'd love to, though.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean. Videos or pictures. I've never
Florentians were fabled to be giants.
Yeah.
We talked that 10K to 15K BC stuff. Yes, absolutely. Dude, 320, jump on up in here. We can talk about that stuff.
Yeah.
Love to.
320 and Rusty also is interested in this stuff, he said.
So anyway, I mean, these are just my thoughts on on some of these theories about lower water levels. I truly believe that at one time there was much lower water levels across the world, really, and that's where we already know there was a land bridge between Alaska and Russia. We already know that it was big enough for woolly mammoths to come across on herds of woolly mammoths. And herds of woolly mammoths are not small, frail little, species. So we know that this land bridge was huge, big, massive.
Right.
Yeah.
And even
I can see your face in there.
And
go ahead.
It's if you look at the shallowness, even like down off the tip of Florida, down into the Keys, Cuba, and stuff like that, the amount of land that would have been accessible when those waters were down all around the world, like you say, the amount of land accessible, and just like anywhere, they're going to build next to the ocean. So you look at that's hundreds of miles out into the ocean that could potentially have, some archaeological discoveries left to find.
Yeah.
The people, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, Colonel.
No. I just say yeah.
People of New Zealand are already saying that this underwater, this is an underwater continent. From the Solomon Islands through Tonga, all the way down to way past the southern island of New Zealand. You see where the shallows are here. They're saying that this is quote unquote the largest undersea continent in the world.
Oh yeah, it is. It is.
I didn't know there was an undersea continent, but they are claiming this as a continent. And you can see here that they're very deep ridges that go around from Fiji to Vanuatu, Solomon Islands,
Yeah,
and to Papua New Guinea. So it's not even a reach that these things are just barely underwater given
yeah,
today. And 200 feet ago, all of this stuff was above water.
yes. Huge.
God, and
It
you look how
is.
scattered it is now with
It's as big as Australia
islands and
is.
stuff. That
Australia
would have
fits
been
in it.
sorry.
But New Zealand is now claiming that's the biggest. That's the shit now. In other words,
Okay.
there's a new daddy in town, and it's this supercontinent. They got a name for it. I just can't remember what it is.
You know, they're probably not wrong though when you look at it and even look at the scattered islands all through there, which are just mountaintops, and even the atolls. I mean,
Yeah.
so all the valleys that are in there, you know, a couple hundred
Yeah.
foot down, like you say, they would have been exposed. And if you look at it, sure looks like a whole lot of ancient riverbeds.
Yeah. And see how much bigger Australia was.
Oh God, it would have been massive.
So, I mean, these are just examples that if you look at some much more detailed maps, that there are places all over the planet. And remember, this the way you see the chart, the way you see the map right now is not the way the map was 10,000 years ago, 50,000 years ago, 100,000 years ago. The tectonic plates have shifted. We already know that. But
Right.
when you have a combination of tectonic plate shifting, these underwater faults, and some of the global flooding that we know has already taken place due to global warming. And I hate to even say the name, but say the word, but it is a natural thing. It happens.
Yes, it's
All
a
of that
natural thing.
ice that was here, north or along our northern border, from
Yeah.
there all the way up, all that ice that was there is not there anymore. And we're talking about, mile thick glaciers,
Yes. An ocean full.
tons. I mean, yeah, more ice than you know what to do, more fresh water than you know what to do with.
Yeah. Enough water to fill the Atlantic Ocean.
All that coming in your mind, it is only a single piece of a 1,000-piece puzzle. 320,
Yeah.
you're absolutely right, brother.
Is the China and Russia would have been friggin' massive. Holy crap. If you look at the
Yes,
shallow water surrounding it,
yes, they would have.
Yeah.
all the way down to nearly touching Australia.
Yeah.
Why, there's probably, I would be willing to bet, there's probably a land bridge there between Australia and Southeast Asia.
Of course.
There is
That's how
uh,
the Aboriginals end up there.
an island called Sumba is right in the middle of it.
And we were talking about in the Java Sea, East Java, they found multiple humanoid. What's the word I'm looking for?
I,
Sapiens.
I've been struggling with it too. I've been trying to call them
Okay.
human
Well,
species,
let's
but they're
call it
not.
genre or fucking, we'll call it flavors. Okay. We're going to call it flavors. 9 flavors. 3 of the flavors here were in East Java, and they found that those flavors were so isolated that one of them was a pygmy, one, super short. Another one was of African descent. and a third was had some kind of blunt skull was his endearing trait. I don't know, but just there on East Java is where 3 of those flavors of species live or were found.
Right.
Anyway,
And
I got to reach out to. It's time to go out. How is it? How is that a jab? Okay. Max, Miriam, how are you?
I haven't been ignoring you guys. I've just been concerned to get involved. And we had a really good combo going on. I didn't want to disrupt it.
I don't know what's going on with battery, but it just goes on and on.
He'll feel
My
bad
wife
tomorrow
told
when
me that I had to be nice.
when he gets
So
some
there.
coffee in him, he'll feel bad. Oh heck no. No, you're angry. I ain't letting you in to yell.
Dude, I'll go
Sorry,
away if you
man.
want.
No.
River bottom
Battery's popping.
striations in the deserts from North Africa through the Arabian Desert. A large water flow came from the north and sculpted the desert structure. Dude, I got to see that.
What's that on?
Like north of the Arabian Peninsula. So 320 is telling me, 320 Dave is telling me that there are river bottom striations in the deserts from North Africa through the Arabian Desert. Seems a large flow of water came through there.
Yeah. If you look really well, you see all the signs everywhere. It's really not that hard to see it.
You know, and it makes sense. There were so many land bridges. Some areas would have been breaking free to fill other areas of low-lying inland that would have been inland at the time. So
Yeah.
it makes perfect sense and it would have been just washing everything away so quick.
Yes.
You know, could be why we don't have any evidence of it, because it either A, got washed away, or B, completely buried.
Yeah.
Carter's
think
laughing at us.
He's laughing at the
At
situation.
chat. Okay.
Yeah.
And thank you, Miriam. Please pass our best to Tanya next time you see her. I'd really like to see her someday soon. Riverbed striations. Dude, that makes perfect sense. That makes perfect sense.
Yeah, tell her hi from me too. No hard feelings. Hopefully she's not still angry at me.
So my point here is these are ways for us to prove. These are some of the ways that I like. These are the hard proof, geologic, engineering, physics based ways for us to prove some of these things that have happened in recent memory, recent years, 5,000, 10,000, 15,000 years ago. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So my thinking is that if some of this water, basically, if the world's water levels were 200 to 400 foot lower, an entirely different viewpoint or context of the world would ensue.
Oh, absolutely. Because the natural order of settling somewhere, they're going to settle at coastlines. They're going to be fishermen. They're going to be stuff like that. And then they'll move inwards from there. So there had to also be civilization there. I mean, we prove it now. Look where we build most of our structures in our cities.
Oh, absolutely. Next to the water.
Yep. And if they
So
did it when it was pushed way out there, there's something there. It's got to be.
that's my story. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
No, I like that, and I want to be able to do that more, even with the lidar. That's why I'm trying to find some of those subscriptions that are the one I got. Apparently, I can just order certain areas and maps and look at them. I can't look at like a whole world view like on Google, which I was hoping.
Now there are YouTube videos on
But
flooding.
because of all these land bridges, that is why all these cultures with the same ways of building uh, went all over the world. That's why we see pyramids everywhere and the same faces on statues because of the
Right.
land bridges. People could
And they
go
wouldn't
everywhere and spread it out.
Yep.
And
And they
the
wouldn't have
part,
had to be land or ocean faring. They wouldn't even need it to be ocean faring, really.
yeah. And the little parts that were not connected, they used ships for it. See what I mean?
Yep. And I completely agree.
Can you hear that?
Now, yes, I do. What is that? Oh,
was a giant, up to 6 times heavier than your average cottontail. It also had short hind limbs compared to its forelines, and feet that were tough as claws. And this rabbit almost certainly could talk. It had a stiff spine and splayed
I want to
toes.
say hi to Bill and Carpenter.
And packed close of living rabbits. They named
Hi
this
guys.
species Neuralagus rex, the rabbit king of the Northland. And they determined that it ruled its island kingdom during the Pliocene epoch, from around 5 million to 3 million years ago. Now, we've talked before about insular syncretism, where small animals that become isolated on islands evolve into larger forms due to a lack of predators. And that seems to be what allowed Neuralagus rex to get so big. But how did the normal-sized ancestor of Neuralagus make it onto a Mediterranean island in the first place? Well, it looks like the answer to this biological mystery is actually wrapped up in an even older geological mystery. Since the 1800s, scientists have known that the layers under the floor of the Mediterranean Sea weren't just made up of the usual sediments like mud and sand. Instead, they're full of salt crystals, lots and lots of salt, forming mega deposits so large that they're sometimes called the Mediterranean salt giants. And salt deposits like these are typically found in places where bodies of water have dried up. So the existence of this salt giant suggests that at one point in history, the Mediterranean Sea must have evaporated. But how can a body of water as big as the Mediterranean Sea just disappear? It would take decades and more than 1,000 research studies to even start to figure out the cause or causes of one of the greatest vanishing accidents in history. Today, ocean water flows into the Mediterranean Sea from the Atlantic through a narrow passage between Europe and Africa called the Strait of Gibraltar. And that's the main source of water for the sea. Some fresh water in the form of rainfall and rivers also flows into it. But that's not enough to keep the sea filled up without the water from the Atlantic, because it has very high rates of evaporation. So, to the geologists who were trying to explain the existence of the salt giant, it looked like the main water source to the Mediterranean had somehow been turned off, like turning off a faucet in the bathroom. They called this event the Messinian Salinity Crisis, or MSC. But it wasn't easy to figure out how that water source got turned off. And researchers have been arguing about it since the 1970s. How did it happen? How long did it take? In the end, they came up with three main hypotheses to answer these questions and to explain how the salt giant got there. First, some scientists thought there was a global cooling event at the beginning of the crisis in the late Miocene epoch around 6 million years ago. If the whole world cooled off into an ice age, then lots of water would have been taken out of the ocean and frozen in glaciers, reducing the water flow into the Mediterranean Sea from both the Atlantic and the rivers. An event of this magnitude would have had to have been global, not local. However, this idea was proved wrong pretty quickly. Soon after the salt giant was discovered, researchers started studying oxygen isotopes and other geochemical data from sediment and ice cores around the world. Their data showed that the rest of the Earth wasn't abnormally hot, cold, or dry during the crisis. they found that some of the salt was deposited before any changes in sea level. So there doesn't seem to be a cooling event that was big enough to turn off the flow of water. That ruled out the first hypothesis. The second idea was that tectonic events had somehow blocked the Mediterranean off from the Atlantic and cut off the water flow. Some researchers thought that shifting ocean crust slowly blocked off the waterway between the Atlantic and the Mediterranean. As the water left behind in the deep basin evaporated, it became saltier and saltier, depositing layers of salt as it dried. And this explanation was almost right. Other scientists thought that it might have been a combination of shifting crust and climate change that made the Mediterranean dry up. This was the third hypothesis. According to this model, the crust under the Strait of Gibraltar rose up over time, reducing the flow of water from the Atlantic.
Guys,
Then,
I'm
because of
dropping out.
the climate, like periods of less rain and higher
Don, thank you
temperatures,
very much
the
for
amount of water needed into the Mediterranean varied. So by this
what
same
you
Right on.
did.
token, it didn't happen
Take
all
care.
at once.
Good night, everyone.
Pleasure's mine, sir. Always good to see you.
Take care, man.
Colonel, take care of yourself.
Okay, thank you. Same to you. Bye, Chad. Battery, you're a fucking asshole. I'm disappointed in you. I'm disappointed in you. I think you behave like a jerk. Go to bed. Sleep it off. Good night, everyone.
Night, sir.
Take care, Sean.
This means that the water level dropped, created a neutral line for a bit, and then dropped again a few more times. Some researchers estimate that there were 16 climate cycles just in the beginning of the MSC, and these changes also correlated pretty closely with what we know about climate cycles. During periods of decreasing sea level, the position and angle of the Earth changed with respect to the Sun. So there were periods of lower solar energy and others of higher solar energy, which increased evaporation rates in the Mediterranean. At the same time, an active unfolding and uplifting tectonic belt caused water input to decrease. Researchers were able to use chemical and even magnetic signatures in sediments laid down during this time to estimate how long the MSC lasted. And the data suggests that it went on for over 600,000 years, with the very driest period occurring about 5.6 million years ago. At the height of the MSC, external water sources were completely cut off, and most of the water left behind in the Mediterranean basin was evaporated. Geologists think that the water level dropped by a few hundred meters, the length of multiple American football fields, and the water that was left was super saturated, so the salt continued to precipitate out at the bottom of the
Now that the boomer is out, we can discuss expanding our atmosphere to lower the oceans. You're right. But increasing the depth of our atmosphere could create cooler climates on Earth. We all in? Sure. Let's roll. 320.
And this, of course, had enormous effects on living things in and around the Mediterranean. Back then, life in the sea was dramatically different. Today, the Mediterranean Sea is home to thousands of marine species and is famous for its crystal blue water. But when the sea almost dried up completely, it became uninhabitable. Almost nothing could live there. Most of the animals and plants that lived in the Mediterranean before the MSC either migrated away or died because the water was too salty and too shallow. Some marine paleontologists think that no true marine organism was able to survive, and the evidence for that is pretty good. For one thing, the sediments that were deposited during this period were disturbed, which suggests that there were no growing creatures living there. And even now, there are hardly any deep sea animals that are unique to the Mediterranean because all of them died during the MSC. Some shelled creatures like gastropods might have survived, though they weren't exactly thriving. Sediment cores show that small populations may have eked out a living in isolated pockets. But the disappearance of the sea wasn't all bad news for living things. The lower water levels were also an opportunity for some creatures to flourish. The distribution of fossils of now extinct megafauna suggests
Boomers are pre 58. No, actually, boomers are. I'm 61 and I was a boomer, and I'm a boomer. I think I'm one of the last of the boomers, though. 62. Okay.
I'm a Gen Xer. We're the ones that started fucking everything up.
Stay in your lane. Okay, I'll shut up. I'm good. I'll watch a little TV over here.
No, he didn't mean you. I think he was
know.
talking about it.
I'm
Oh,
joking.
right on.
I'm joking.
I'm
Well, when the
looking up
water
similar
rose back up at
things.
the end of the MSC and the land bridges disappeared, the populations were isolated from each
Well,
other and from
I'm
water.
just
So
grazing
there
through
were
this to
habitats
kind of
lost
look at the Mediterranean the way that
salt crystals found on land and under the Mediterranean Sea. And while some of
Well,
these reef marks on the
they're saying that many of these, and they're calling them human species. So I guess we'll call them human.
okay,
They're saying 7 out of the 9 lived between 200 or 700 to 200,000. They're not even certain when, but they're generally saying 300,000 years ago is basically when they think they showed up and everything, or became human-ish, and they
human-ish. Okay,
yeah, or I guess erectus would be the way to put it, walking upright. But they're saying that they didn't completely disappear till 10,000 years ago, which confuses me. That all of them, that there were still some of them out there as to 10,000 years ago. And this is off of ancient history, so I mean they should be reputable.
no, I've heard the very same thing. I've heard that Neanderthal even walked the planet as little as 10,000 years ago.
Yeah, they were one of the longest lasting, actually. And the
And that
Denisovians,
Neanderthal may be included in pretty much everybody's genes at this point in the program, even mine. Ryan Bardwell, how the fudge are you there, brother? Much love, sir. They controlled the civilization from France through the Ukraine. Yep. Yeah.
and the Denisovians were Northern Asia. Actually, they're saying Asia, but Asia Minor, Lower Asia was. Let me see if I can find them. The Homo habilis. I don't know how to say some of these names.
Dude, I don't know what any of those are. I know there's 9 or 10 of them, and they all eventually got together. Well, no, not all of them. Those 3 in Java didn't make it out. But Erectus, Homo sapien, the Neanderthals, and a couple of others eventually, didn't they all just eventually, intermingle, breed,
They
get
did,
busy?
and Erectus was the one that came out of Africa, and Sapiens, Homo sapiens, pretty
Rusty,
much.
did you see what Rusty just said? That is a very interesting proposal, Rusty. Very interesting. Neanderthal equals Nephilim, and I can never make that. I can never pronounce that. Nephilim.
I can't pronounce half the shit they got out
This is the
there.
weird
I
part.
just
Their society was bordered by the lake to the north. The only way I can think the lake to the north, pothole in the winter, a ring of ice with puddle in the middle. Yeah, possible. And and I really want to. I need to learn more about your Bosnian pyramids. I really do.
it's interesting, and I'm not sold that it's absolute like a lot of
No,
people, but it's interesting, and there are some man-made features around it. There is stone
Nephilim,
pathways, but
Nephilim. So they were horn
it
dogs, yes, sir. Getting busy everywhere they could possibly get busy. It seems like.
oh yeah, carp,
And so
and
the
they were
sapiens and the Neanderthals and everybody got together, and it's like one big orgy. And next thing you know, um, we're still figuring out where all of our genes are. Turns out, did you know that the Genghis Khan gene, is in 1 in 7
oh
peoples
wow,
on the planet? Literally,
no
he's in 1 in 7 people.
makes sense.
Apparently,
At the
he
time,
got,
he conquered most of the known world at the time.
yeah, but he apparently he fucked like a racehorse. Apparently his thing was fucking. He wanted to he was all about spreading the seed kind of thing.
Spoils of war, I guess, huh?
Yeah, I guess if you can do that, fuck your way around the world, I'd be all right with that, I guess. Although, imagine the stamina you're going to have to need for that.
Well, that dude, back then, he probably from the time he was in his early teens till the time he was, a few days away from death, he was probably spreading those seed.
I didn't mean to put the chat put the quiet on the chat. Apparently, I shouldn't have said that. So,
Oh no, that'll get them started, I'm sure.
Mongolian
that'll
women
be
are
a good
very
topic.
fertile. I didn't know that. Did not
Especially
know that.
Max. Max will get going on that, I'm sure. Now, Homo sapiens, they're the kind of mystery one, right? They just popped
Already
up
stroking. Look at him. Go ahead.
in
I'm
Europe.
sorry.
Oh no, that's fine. They're the ones that just kind of
Sapiens
popped
were
up.
the sophisticated ones. They were
Yeah,
the smooth forehead, supposedly smart.
and they popped up in Eastern Europe, but now they're saying that they kind of popped up in other places possibly too.
Popped up in the Middle East, and apparently their origins are straight out of Africa.
Okay.
But again, I don't know much about that. I have seen some migration maps that has them migrating into Europe approximately 6,000 BC. Somalia,
I know it
possibly
wrecked it.
Somalia. Yeah. Apparently, the Somalians were one of the earlier ones.
The Giants intrigued me.
20's really smart about this kind of stuff.
Yeah, he should really come up here and chat about some of it. He's definitely interested in it. I'm glad to find other people interested in this stuff. I was glad to find you, and now Shaw, and now 320. I think Rusty was interested in it. It's hard to find people that a lot of people just don't care. It's like, man, you don't understand how big of a deal this is, in my opinion, I guess.
I think people do care. And I think that there's just now beginning to see a lot more information, a lot more research, and a lot more analysis. There's a lot more ideas coming out because why? And I've said this before, and I'll say it again. The advent of the internet is humankind's in its infancy trying to communicate with itself. We're just beginning to learn how to talk to one another.
Mass communication. Yep.
Oh no, we went way past mass communication was when, ABC, CBS, and NBC were the three major networks. That was mass communication, and it was all one way. Those days are over. The two-way communication has already begun in the text and the voice and now the video. But it will expand into the meta universe, just like the Facebook is telling you, into the virtual universe, and into the tactile universe. So it's coming. And we just don't know how to deal with it. Really, we can't figure it out. But that's okay. We will eventually, because we're just getting started at this shit. As people, we're just getting started. We'll figure it out. I may not figure it out.
Now, what's
Shares
your
in
opinion
Facebook is one solution, although I wouldn't pick up. I'm waiting on Facebook to bottom out. I don't think they've bottomed out yet, Nova. So, but dude, I agree with you 100%. That is a good solution.
Now, and this goes back to me thinking there was some advanced race we don't quite know about that maybe did intermingle. What's your opinion on the so-called missing link in our DNA? That there's a large chunk of our DNA that we don't know where it came from exactly.
It's not a large chunk. It's not a large chunk. So you're right. The theory of evolution is just that. It's a theory of evolution.
Right.
Some places have been borne out. Some species have been borne out. Some paths have been borne out. Others have not. If you look at the family tree of mankind, it all tends to stem from Africa. There are various and sundry evolvement, development, mergings that we're able to track through DNA. But we don't have. Do I believe that we developed from apes and upright? I do. I do. Do we have the evidence for that yet? No, we don't. We don't. But dude, it's not like we've been looking for this for more than 100 years. And in the big scheme of man, and I just want to say this again, listen, we've already proven that civilized man is at least 12,000 years old. Is at least 12,000 years old. So, and I'm just looking at Gobekli Tepe. That's the oldest thing we know right now. And there's civilized people there because they can carve stone, they can store grain, they know how to, but it's lost. The genetic code. I'm not sure about that. Anyway, my humble opinion is yes, we we did evolve from an animal. We're an animal just like everybody else. And we just don't have all the evidence for it right now. That's it. It's just, but we're still young at gathering the evidence. So we need to gather more evidence. And we will.
Right.
And we'll get there. And I may be completely out of my fucking brain on, there may be a brand new history next week that I know nothing about.
Right. And see, well, you know my opinion on evolution. I believe we're related, but I believe it doesn't make sense about how evolutionary theory is explained. But we talked about this a while back.
Yeah.
But that's my opinion on it. And so, but like you say, everything's a theory. What do you do?
Well, I tell you what, there are a lot more diverse and good, smart opinions in chat tonight than I have on this subject than I have believe I've seen in the past. 320 Dave, Ghost, Rusty
was, yep,
top shelf contributions.
I think we found a good topic that seems like a lot of people like.
They do. They absolutely do.
And see how you were pulling up those maps? That was awesome. That's what I want to be able to do, even with the LiDAR. Pull it up, go through it with everybody, and kind of just look and get other people's opinions too.
Well, that's not my first interaction with those maps. I mean, I've been doing that for years, and I kind of look at those choke points that I've showed you, and those are my interesting points.
Yeah.
No idea what you're talking about, but I think you're wrong. You know what, Miriam? You're absolutely right. You're probably right that we are wrong.
Oh yeah.
And I'm good with that. As a matter of fact, it won't even be my first time today. And yeah, you always win with agreeing with Miriam. You can't lose there. So
Yeah, that's safe. When you disagree with Miriam, it gets nasty. Don't disagree. No, I'm
But
joking.
that's called jumping on a bandwagon there, Ghost. And, well, there's that,
Yeah. But you know what?
Hey, Ryan,
If
I
our
have an opinion about you. Do you want to hear about it? Forced to read Homer's Iliad. Dude, that's so cool. The reading of that book was worse than crossing a desert. Yes, it is. Iliad, excuse me.
I like Iliad actually.
I got a big thing for geology. I really do. There's just so much shit there. I really believe that. Not just our Earth crust moving stuff, but stuff that has. I believe that geology and Earth moving, crust moving kind of stuff has actually affected mankind throughout our limited and short little reign here um, on Earth. My opinion.
Right.
So geology is a big, big thing. I love geology. You can look at a lot of geology. And again, we're just beginning to get, yes, my architecture press showed me the geology recorded in Homer's works and others. Absolutely. Absolutely. You know what? I'm just the opposite of Ghost there. I like a bunch of shit, but I really hate it. But I don't tell anybody that because, well, I actually like it.
Mm-hmm.
But that's just me. What do I know? But dude, this is, the things that I use the YouTubes and the internet for, which is probably wrong on so many levels.
That's
It
what I
is.
usually watch on YouTube. Yeah. I'll be honest, lately especially, I've gotten to where I avoid politics like the plague. I'm just burnt.
I do. I used to be the news guy, the guy that went, that lived on Fox News and CNBC and blah blah blah. I don't even go there anymore.
Right. Usually
As a
it's
matter
not
of
so
fact,
bad, Dave. It's tonight it got rough with a little bit, but usually it's not that bad here. Oh my bad. I cut you off,
you're
Don.
good. You're good, sir. You're good. I'm just love to be proved wrong. I only come to the table with my own knowledge, personal experience, observations. I have experienced orbs. I have photos to prove. I also know others that have experienced. I'm not here to blow smoke up anyone's ass. This is my subject. Dude, that's cool.
I'm
the Nephilim. Ha! I love that. Sorry. I didn't until I started talking to you guys. I had no idea what the Nephilim was. Sure, you don't have a brain fungus infection. You know what?
possibly
It's
I do.
possible. It's matter of fact likely. Now that you mention it,
That would explain a lot for me too. So yeah, I might have that checked out.
I heard Canoes earlier talking about a moose brain worm. Something.
Yeah,
I just the mere mention of the name made me sick to my stomach.
yeah. I do not want to find out what it is.
Testing around the house on the house. Oh, Ryan, you're all right, brother. You're good. You're
Yeah,
good on
like
my
Ryan.
book anyway. You're Ryan. You're good. You're good. Max, dear, 320, dude. I want to party with you. You're an animal.
I actually got into a lot of trouble a while back, Ryan. I said that you were a good guy to the wrong person.
You told somebody Ryan was all right.
Yeah, shit. I don't know what I was thinking. No, I'm
No,
joking. I've
I
always got
know,
along
right?
with that.
Go out on a limb for a guy like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm working on it. Got
Dave, you can jump up here and talk to us anytime you want to, bro.
Yeah. Oh, that's another thing. You ought to put the Discord out. Dave might want to go in there and chat with you on it
Dear
sometime.
Butch Neutral. No. Butch is left leaning. He's as liberal as Singh is. Even more so.
Oh, as for what's going on in chat, I have no idea what's going on in chat. I've been avoiding chat. Some experience to the fullest.
I've
wow.
heard about orbs, but I know nothing about it. Thank you, dear Butch. You old fuck you. Exactly. I'm surprised he didn't say you curmudgeon-y old fuck you. I get you, Dave. I'm trying to move into a new house, so I don't have that liberty. I actually have to work. Yeah, you're all liberals, says Miriam. Exactly. She knows. You're all a bunch of fucking liberals compared to me and Miriam. I mean, hell, Genghis Khan was a liberal compared to us, right?
Be more like saying, "Oh, I don't know about that ghost." Yeah, not. Yeah, yeah. This this thing upstairs gets me in trouble sometimes. So
Come on. But so what else are we talking about? What else is good? What else is going on? Chat's got it going on in here. Yeah, a
yeah,
bunch of liberals up in here.
you made Rusty nervous. He's like, "All right, I."
Nah, no liberals up in here. Nah. No. No liberals up in here. I think Max ought to jump up in here with us. Most of us hunt liberals for food, but it's not real. It's not really a hunt. It's not like it's fair or anything. Come on, Ghost. It's like they're limping around on 3 legs and making all kind of noise. Easy to find. It is fun to trigger them. Yes. How do we cut the Mongols? I don't know. We like the Mongols. I'm a Khan fan. I'm a Genghis Khan fan. I personally think he was a little liberal for me, but that's just me. What do I know?
Here's something interesting. If you don't mind, real quick. There, of the 7 species of human, there are 12 subspecies. One of them includes, oh crap, I'm gonna butcher this, but afarensis, and they were tiny. Their height range between 4 to 5 foot.
Don't knock it till you tried it there, 320. Sorry, Singh. I didn't mean to. He's knocking incest. Go ahead.
No, that's all good. It's apparently a species that was in Australia. And then Homo habilis, but that was on the other one. Huh. Man, there's so many species and subspecies of our.
Why ain't you pulling some of that up and showing it to us there, Singh? Talk to us about it. That's what I was trying to do earlier tonight was to I was trying to put together a playlist or a set of videos that I would want to drag up in here and show everybody and talk about, the things that interest me. Like we were looking at the maps earlier tonight That was one of the things that I really did want to do. Was look at those maps and discuss some of my ideas around lower water levels and see where some land bridges pop up. There's already, there's already research around most of that.
Right, right.
We could probably pull up some of the more detailed researches, individual research efforts around some of that. But those are just my ideas, just
I
my
need to
thinking on it.
learn, and I need to learn how to do that more. Be able to pull stuff up on here, but I need to get my friggin' the one. I'm just gonna get another laptop, spend a little more money on it, and use it on the internet. But
Spend some money on it. Yeah. Get something nice. If you want something really fast, dude, the NVMe interface. If you get a laptop that has an NVMe port, you can buy an NVMe drive, and they are logarithmically faster than everything else on the market.
and you could get it in a laptop.
Yes, you can.
And can you say that again?
NVMe, November Victor Mike Echo. Stories of giants that were just men with really large penises, like us, Dave. I mean, look at all the artwork they left us, Kama Sutra and all. See, Dave knows some shit. He's seen that stuff. They were just large penis people like us. It's all they were. That's all. They were
And I
just,
agree with them.
squirrels trying to get a nut, just like me.
And I agree with them that they were not the first human. On here, according to Scientific American, though, they were one of the original species, habilis. And and it's saying
Yes,
seven
they are
again.
in the Bible.
Now, ancient origins, which is, I don't even know what it is, so I'm not going to state anything they say. But I do like Scientific American, by the way. I don't know if y'all read it or not.
I like Scientific American.
Yeah.
They have not gotten political yet. Thank God.
Right. Yeah. Yet. And it's nice to be able to get it online now instead of having to get the magazine sent all the time. I kind of miss them. Didn't have to have something to log on to all the time to read it.
Hapless brother was old. How old? I don't know. I don't know, man. Some days, you know what? And I blame Wiz for this. Wiz is a lot more tolerant about this shit than I ever would be. Saying if I ran this shit, it would be
Yeah.
different. But but if
I'm
I ran
closing
this
in on.
shit, if I ran this shit, then nobody would be here because you guys wouldn't put up with me. You wouldn't tolerate my horseshit. You wouldn't. It's like I was telling a wife the other day. So when we built this house, we went looking for builders, and a lot of them really sucked. And our current builder would not build for us. Because he said it was too far out.
No.
And so 6 months later, we went back to him, and my wife, who's just the sweetest woman on the planet, went to him and asked him, "Will you build for us?" And he said yes. And I kept asking him, "Why did you finally say yes?" He said, "It's just because your wife asked me very nicely to do it." Which
Nice.
I know that I am an asshole. I get that. Okay. I've learned to live with that. So my point here is that I employ people that are not assholes, are not me, people with personalities. to actually get these things done, to actually interface with people. That's why you don't want me interfacing with people. You don't want me running a joint. You just don't.
It it's a struggle no matter what side sometimes, because yeah, especially
I'm
tonight testing my patience with someone. you know,
I got you, brother. I do. I do. I've watched from the beginning.
yep.
It's why I didn't come up here. It's it is what it is though, you know?
yep. Yep.
Nothing I can do about it. I'm just a guy that wants to talk about, the big flood back in 13,000 years ago. That's me.
Yeah. Yep. Just get into a conversation about that and talk it. I was trying, man. I kept trying to do curveballs back to that and everything. I think I frustrated everybody though.
Oh, you did. You did a fine job, sir. Fine job. Holding it all together. Um Smart.
uh,
Talking about dragging Knuckles through the water. Yeah. Yeah.
yeah, these types of conversations I can go on hours for. Unfortunately, I'm getting tired now, so my brain's not quite
Yeah.
working.
Me,
Not that it usually does.
um there's a thing. Hold on. Migration paths map.
Oh, is it a like a video or a website or? Dude, if you could see the papers and stuff today, I had a lot of fun looking into this stuff. The papers and notebooks I got everywhere, trying to keep my notes straight. Kind of messy. Actually, I'm going to check that out. Migration path. Oh, sweet.
Glacial maximum. I just want to point that out. Last glacial maximum of the ice age 25,000 years ago. $12,000 years ago, the agricultural revolution begins, i.e., Gobekli Tepe. I don't know there, Dave. Well, I thought that too, but apparently the immigration flows followed the land bridges of 50,000 years ago, 25,000 years ago, 12,000 years ago. Remember, they could just walk across the Red Sea. They just walked across the uh, Gulf of oh shit, the Straits of Hormuz. Where you at, Sing?
The Bering Strait. I mean, there's all sorts of land bridges.
Exactly. So, I mean, that path starts human out at 200,000 years. Now, again, I want to. The Aleutians were crossed from Asia to North America. Yes, absolutely, not the other way around. Correct. The Aleutians were crossed from Asia Minor or Siberia to, yes, absolutely. Spiritually for 246 years, dude, you got it over me, that's for sure. But anyway, what other interesting things do we want to know? Here's another.
You just look at the depths of so many of these places off the coastlines and how far out they go on so many places. That,
Oh, I know.
I mean, wow. It, Earth from afar would not have looked anything like it does now when the oceans were 300, 400 foot lower.
No, it would not. It would look completely different.
Yeah. I mean, as it rotated, you'd see land and then the blue marble, land and then the blue, it'd be pretty wild. I mean, actually, when you look at North America, all the way, North America, South America, all the way down to, I don't know, because even when you look at the depths, would connect again to Australia, Antarctica, reasonably, anyways. I mean, there might be areas that they'd have to go through that they'd probably be able to see land masses across the ocean, kind of like between England and Europe now. Sorry, I'm talking as I'm learning. So
Talk, brother. Speak.
just there's so many connection points. It almost looks like a big friggin' ring that everything would have been connected together.
I hate watching people talk. I need something interesting to a map, a graphic, or something.
That's how I am. There it goes.
Sea level rose, slowly became islands. But at the period when humans got there, which was roughly 50,000 years ago, 45 to 50,000 years ago, they were able to walk that way. What's really interesting to me is, the Homo sapiens species dates back a couple of million years, but for some reason, around 70,000 years ago, they decided to walk. So Homo sapiens originated from primates in Africa, and so for some reason, at 70,000 years ago, our species became curious and started migrating, and over a period of thousands of generations,
we eventually populated the world all the way down to the tip of South America.
Of course, the identification of Africa was seen as one of the main reasons. Now, this is the map of the world. Now, have you looked at
I believe all this is calculated, Carpenter. I'm not sure they got, hard bones evidence from 200,000 years ago.
There's a lot of work done on how Europe was marshland, all of that. So, what sense are you getting? How far is the ice back?
Even
But
with a
humans
lot
have
of
been in
these,
this planet for a little over 2,000 years.
This time period that the humans migrated from 70,000 to 12,000 years ago or so.
I don't know about that. I think
The ice cap
way
would
further back. Cool.
advance and recede, and
Even going back to what Carpenter said, even inside Native American, they talk about 200 to 700,000 years ago. That's the closest they can range on these original species. 200 to 700. I mean, there's a 500,000 year difference because they just can't pinpoint at a time. So it's, calculated guess is what it is. Not a real close one. They leave a lot of leeway.
320 Dave, I cannot take your link out of, I can't show your link. I wish I could click on your link. I'd love to show it. Enters genome mapping.
but unlike our ancestors who hit ice ages and tribes of Neanderthals, he is having some modern day inconveniences, mainly trying to get visas to different countries to walk through those, and climate also affects him. So if he comes up to a mountain range in November or December, then he'll stay in that city for the entire winter, and then he'll continue walking in March or April.
Right, Carp.
So I'm going to ask you, if you don't walk, and you stand actually walk in Africa, and show the book the entire land masses in Africa.
Yeah, so if you think about our Earth, it's spherical in shape. It's not the exact sphere, but it's round. And if you're thinking about the tapestry migration, it goes not just east to west, north to south, polyhedron around the Earth. And then when it's flattened out, you have to take the sides of that shape and determine where to cut it, and then lay it out. And so this projection, cuts it where there's
Yeah, okay, whatever.
I just colored a light gray. And so on this greatest walk map, that's how I symbolize how.
Okay. So that's the basic migration path. There was another map that I was actually looking for. My migration path map into Europe, maybe?
I know I pulled up ancient migration paths and it pulled up a lot of videos. I pulled up that one for the first one.
Fuck the migrant crisis. I don't want to know that.
If you're interested in European issues like that, then make sure you subscribe
Don't care about that. Sorry.
to something like this. Worrying about them. Route is one of the more complex and short routes. Starting in Turkey, most migrants are not only looking to reach the European Union, but specifically the
Oh, fuck. God damn EU fucktards.
Oops.
History of the Jews. So here's what I want to see. Bosnian.
Oh, the pyramid. Yeah.
Pyramids.
I got introduced to it in chat with these guys too, and it's interesting. I think it was Pat that told me about it and got me to look into it, sent me all sorts of links, and it's interesting. And there is a lot of crap they're finding that's definitely been man made, or man carved. You do you and that's cool, Dave, but do you believe that we were altered by said extraterrestrials? You said we're not alone. I presume that's what you meant.
Conversation flies image. No, sir. I can't extract your links. I'd be happy to play them. How genetics help crack the history of human migration? Absolutely, dude. That is absolutely correct. I
Oh, I can
100% believe that. Pyramid of the Sun, 720 feet tall.
Now, see, I don't like when they put those, speculative drawings up, the renderings, because, I'd rather them show the pictures of the mountain it's under, and just keep excavating and wait to do pictures until we see what it is.
Been repeatedly condemned by qualified scientists and archaeologists. 7 leading European arcs issued a European declaration stating, "We understand professional archaeologists strongly at the continuing support of the Bosnian so-called pyramid project being conducted on hills at this scheme is cruel hoax on the unsuspecting public and has no place in the world of genuine science. It is a waste of scarce resources that would be much better used in protecting the genuine archaeological heritage, and it's diverting attention from the pressing problems that affect French in Bosnia on a daily basis." You a pompous piece of shit. Sorry.
No, they and literally in a lot of those articles they admitted, some of them that they sent, that the guys sent me, they admitted they'd never even gone over there to look at it, to do any type of investigatory work. They just automatically disregarded it. Yeah, like you say,
I'm gonna let this run for a second. I'll be right back.
Right on. Ongoing investigation. Oh, right, 320. And I don't think we'll ever know. That's what I always say. In my lifetime, I just want to know a small percentage of, of stuff, have some viable facts to hold in my hand. So, because see, I believe we're a lot older species as an intellectual species than they say we are, or they believe we are. Right, Carp? They're all theories. Part of a larger experiment. Define how. I'm not a firm believer in the alien theories, but they're cool theories, and I'm interested in learning about them. And of course, I could be wrong. Who knows? I believe there's probably. I mean, it's mathematically, if not impossible, implausible that there isn't some sort of life out there. I just don't know how intelligent it would be, because if it was so much more advanced, I don't understand why we can't. Why they're not here now. And if they have visited in the past, why can't, why aren't they here now, is my thing on that. But I'm like Don in that respect. I want to have that physical evidence to see. I'm not saying it's absolutely not true, but I don't subscribe to that view. I know a lot here do though, and I'm not trying to take away from any of your guys' opinion. I mean, it's legitimate opinions. And I prove that I don't. To be honest, I don't know how much stuff can be proven even in life, let alone death.
You know what death is, and near death, and the transition from life to death actually interests me immensely.
Nice.
And I've been reading all I can get my hands on that. Prove death is real. Yeah, there's a couple ways to prove death is real. Not the least of which is the lack of life, for lack of a better term.
Man, Battery, you're just an angry man tonight.
So, give me the 30-second executive overview on this Bosnia thing. There's Bosnia pyramid they're saying.
The oh, my
Is
bad.
somebody saying it's not a pyramid, or what's the deal?
They're saying they're for starters, they're saying it's not a valid pyramid. Secondly, they're saying there's no evidence of any type of man-made work done around the area. They're saying it is all every bit of it's natural. Even those stones you're seeing that bring the path up to it, they're saying it's all natural outcroppings. And none of them had even gone and looked at it. And they've even admitted in papers they never even took the time to go look at it. They said it was worthless to spend the time and the resources to look at it. And the archaeologists automatically just condemned it. And I say, get the teams out there. It's all worth studying. At least go look at it. Did that make any sense, Don?
So, are they saying that right there is natural?
They're saying every bit of it. Some of those are. Oh yeah, they're saying a lot of that stuff's unnatural. Even the carvings, or they're saying that now they're saying that this archaeologist that started this, he's a guy from Bosnia, and he was trying to get more interest in Bosnia. They're trying to say that he's doing it for the tourism to try to boost money, and that the Bosnian government's all behind it. They're trying to do some big conspiracy thing, but they're trying to say that some of the actual sculptures that they moved them in from other places, and it's like the archaeological community completely went to war with these people over this thing, trying to completely disgrace the legitimate archaeologist that founded it. The main guy is a legitimate archaeologist and was well liked before this, but after he brought it public, they tried to squash it. He brought it public and they got mad, and it's continued since then. They legitimately, even one of their things that I read, they tried to call anybody that believed in it racist, because they said that it means you're saying that the Egyptians couldn't have done it. It had to be somebody else. So if you subscribe to that theory of thought, then you're automatic. You know how they play. So they tried to do it that way to shut everybody up. It's really ridiculous what they've done to it. And I'm not saying it's absolutely legitimate or not. I'm saying there's enough there that shows there's some type of man, you know, man-made material there. So, like, even you look at those stones that were cut out for the paving stones, that was man-made. There's no way. Nature does not cut, perfect 90-degree angles. It does not cut typically in straight lines when things crack, and there's just enough there to make it to give reason for investigation into it, an actual investigation, and they should be able to go over there and at least look at it, look into it. But since they've gone off so much as it is, they go over there and look at it and say it's fake anyways. They barely even look at it. It's become political instead of archaeology. PA. I guess the article I read was talking about the archaeologists that were involved in it, and there is an older guy that's an archaeologist involved in it. I could be wrong though. I guess PA Dirtbag says that he's a businessman, the guy that found it.
Could be.
Yep.
Could be. I mean, from the outside on the pictures, it looks like a pyramid.
Now the ones some of those make me nervous because they're artist rendering. I don't like those.
Completed a doctorate in social sciences, but does not have a science background in any archaeological field. Okay.
Good to know.
That's cool.
And his name's awesome.
Autism is fun. When they find something that goes against academia attacks it. They won't look so smart if they're proven wrong. No, you're absolutely right. Carpenter, we were discussing that earlier in the evening.
Right. I agree with
very
you.
issue.
And they squash things quick.
All the stuff you found in there. You guys are making me rub brain cells to know what the fuck I am. Well, you know what? I tell you what, you could go hang out with the tires. I mean, I love the tires. Don't get me wrong, brother. I do. I go there all the time. Me and him are tight. But this ain't the tire show.
Yeah, we like to delve deep sometimes, especially late.
Well, I'll be honest with you. We need some more subjects.
I agree.
I'm just a glob on this rock. Yeah, I'm like you. I'm just another fucking amoeba. Just another multi-celled organism slipping around in my own slime trail.
Not even a blip on the timeline.
Not even a blip on the timeline. How's that go, squirrel trying to get a nut? But no, it's all good, boys and girls. You guys get to look at what I'm looking at these days. What am I viewing?
Where'd the PA guy go?
Don't know. Who?
The guy
digging these dancing Caucasian dances. Man wasn't built for this amount of bullshit. Dude, the amount of bullshit I have walked through before. Yes, sir, I agree. Up for the fourth state of matter, plasma? Yeah, I'm okay with that. Something about these chicks are hot. I don't know what it is.
Hey, PA, if you're still here, look up Professor and Doctor. God, I can't. Kuroshkin and Professor and Doctor Saplikov. I don't know. I'll spell them for you. Khavroshkin, and then the other one is Syplakov. Interesting. Now they're Russian archaeologists, which apparently don't get much recognition. Apparently, but there are a couple of them that got denounced for giving the claims some bearing. I'll be right back. I'm going to go grab a cinnamon roll.
Okay. Fire in the bowl. I'm sorry, I'm a little slacking here. I was just surfing the web. Cosmic is lurking. Hello, Miss Miriam. How are you? Battery 320. Glad you guys sticking around for us for a while. There's 11 of us still here.
Yep, I'm
I
back.
took some edibles tonight. I took my last 2 pieces of chocolate. They were like 10 milligrams each. Yeah, seeing you definitely need a laptop, brother.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, y'all got to listen to me. I got some homemade cinnamon rolls brought to me today.
Ooh.
Yes,
I'm still
big old
alive.
pan.
I don't know if I'm alert or not.
Miriam's lurking.
I'm surprised at how responsive my bandwidth is. My internet is, to be honest with you.
Same here, Carpenter. When the girls bake, they'll bring me a lot of stuff, so it works out for me.
Let's see. LRSL ration. Yeah. That's the one.
And my puppies like them too, so I got to keep giving them bites.
Hostile SAG. That's a Kirov class ship with those tilted SS-18s.
That a destroyer?
That's a fucking battle cruiser. That's not a destroyer.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry. This is the kind of shit I do for a living.
Nice.
Sorry, we steered away from states of matter and global migration paths. I apologize for going full circle on you here.
No worries.
LRASM, long range anti ship missile. For those of you playing our home game.
What's the range of those?
These are approximately 1,000 miles, 1,600
Nice.
kilometers. Primarily surface targets of surface combatants, surface action groups, big groups of ships, large vessels. £750 warhead, if I'm not mistaken.
Jeez. You know, I'm not a firm believer in I'm not one of those people that thinks that 2012, oh, we got a comet coming to kill us and everything. But when you really think about how fragile we are here, it's amazing we've made it this long, to be honest, especially with how many near Earth asteroids come by us every year.
Dude, I have said my entire life, and particularly my entire adult life and my entire educated life,
Mm-hmm.
the world, the universe wants you dead.
Right.
You
Throwing things at you
you
constantly.
simply don't realize it yet. And I mean, all you have to do is look at what you just said. How many comets have hit the world? Now, granted, humans don't die on a daily basis from comet
Right.
overhead, but at the same time, um, there's nothing here that's safe. There's nothing in the world that makes this world a safe place for you. You know, you will drown in the ocean. You will die in fire. You will die without oxygen, and there's plenty of places around here that doesn't have oxygen. So, on top of the fact that your fellow man wants you dead at every possible level, um, yes, the universe wants you dead, and so the fact that you've survived this long is an effort to your evolution, to
Right.
the hopefully to the protein that's making your brain work a lot faster and a lot better than it did 200,000 years ago. I'm sorry. Did I take over the conversation? I apologize.
No, no, I was enjoying it. No, I just, when you really
It's my
think about how
rant.
fragile everything is.
The world
Yeah.
wants you dead. It does.
Oh, yeah. And like you say, the universe, I mean, throwing everything it
Wants you
can at
dead.
you constantly. Yeah.
Yep. Lightning, thunder, water. I mean, you name it. Fucking, you step out into a road, you get hit by a truck. You step up under a cliff, you get hit by a rock. I
Yep.
mean, if you fall off a cliff, you're going to die.
The small nonsense seems pretty small after all that.
Perseverance. That's what fucking keeps you alive. You have a very powerful fucking perseverance mechanism inside of you. There's a whole bunch of you that wants to stay alive, even though the rest of the universe wants your ass dead. But anyway, it's always fun. Yeah, I'm a big fan of survival, and living to a ripe old age and that kind of shit. What I say, I want the last check that I'm going to write to bounce.
Yep, back again. I had to go grab some water.
Sunrise is going to look good this morning. Yeah, it is. You must be on the East Coast. That's going to put you at 4:28 a.m. Is that correct, Dave? 3:20, Dave. I almost feel like I know you, Dave. Nice to have a link.
I can't
That's
link.
Sing. This is Sing's show. This is not my
Yeah,
show.
I can't link from my phone. So, yeah, y'all are stuck with Don and I. I always got to wait for Emerald to come in to be able to link.
In the early 2000s, NASA came up with a plan to mount the Navy's legendary AIM-54 Phoenix missile to the Air Force's fastest ever air superiority fighter, the F-15 Eagle. Now, this plan wasn't aimed at developing a new capability for America's fleet of air superiority fighters, but rather at learning more about what it takes to fly faster than Mach 5. Let's talk about making the Phoenix missile hypersonic. I'm Alex Holmes, and this is Air Power. These days, hypersonic weapons are all the rage, with multiple nations pursuing their development and at least 3 already in service for China and Russia. But as we've discussed before, hypersonics are nothing new. The US was dabbling in hypersonic flight before the space race began, and had a series of successful tests on different types of hypersonic platforms all through the 90s and 2000s.
Well, good to see you back, Dave.
Before shifting focus and a great deal of funding toward the global war on terror. Today, the US is dumping money
Is that
into
Irish
hypersonics,
Dave or is that a different Dave?
3:20, Dave. Dave, I feel like I know Dave, and he mentioned he's probably been here before,
Right on.
and so I just said it's good to have you back.
But also the incredible heat
Cool.
and pressure associated with hypersonic flight. There are other reasons the US is lacking
There's still 12 people watching. I feel bad, but I'm going to have to shut down soon.
Dude, you say the word.
Yeah.
You're right. It is fucking 1:30 in the morning, 2:30 your time. Yeah,
Yep.
2:30 your time.
I'm barely hanging on. Whatever I say won't make any sense from what's going on, probably. If it has
It
before,
doesn't.
probably not.
It doesn't.
Yeah.
It's Saturday night, brother. It's Sunday morning already. It doesn't matter if it really makes fucking sense.
Right, right,
The only reason I'm up is because it's Saturday night.
right.
I don't like going to bed early on a Saturday night. Plus, I took a
Yeah.
gummy. I took a couple of gummies, so
Nice, nice.
I hate to
Did
waste
you
a
want to?
gummy.
Right. Did you want to keep it rolling?
No.
No. Okay, right on.
When you're ready to go, I'm ready to go too. It's all good.
Cool. You want to do another one of your fire in the bowls for everybody?
Let's do an official super secret Agent Orange hush hush secret squirrel fire in the motherfucking bowl. Brought to you by our proud sponsors, Sausage Gravy Biscuit Farms. How fast is that? 246 speed of gravitational breakaway. Hypersonic. It's 7 times. They're doing 7 times, 8 times, 9 times speed of sound.
Jesus.
The Chinese and their DF-21s supposedly have one of the fast ones. We've got some pretty fast ones in our defensive missiles. The thing that we have defense against the hypersonic missile is the energy weapons that we're currently developing. The high powered lasers and the high powered microwave are the 2 weapons that will defend against the quote unquote the Russian Zircon hypersonic missile. Really ain't shit. It's just a standard hypersonic missile. No big payload, no advanced guidance. It's just a kinetic piece of fucking steel that runs into you at Mach 8. But it's also a kinetic piece of steel that we can knock out of the sky with a laser or a microwave weapon. So
Nice.
oh, I love the Phoenix. The AUG-9, the AN/AWG-9 radar aboard the Tomcat used to drive those AIM-54 Phoenix missiles up to 100 miles. So basically, the Tomcat could go out, dump all of its 100-mile range missiles, turn around, head back to the base, back to the carrier deck, and be guiding the missiles automatically using the AWG-9 radar, while both traveling back to the carrier deck and even sitting on the carrier deck, would still be guiding the missiles.
Nice. Well, I hate to do this to y'all, but I think I am going to crash. Don,
All righty, sir.
thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for helping out. I appreciate it. Good convo at the end there.
Pleasure was mine. Thank you for having me.
Everybody in chat, thank you guys.
Dave,
and
Cosmic, Battery, I appreciate you guys.
absolutely.
Thank you for putting up with us.
Right on. We'll talk to you guys
Brian.
later.
Thanks, guys.